because he took them off before he took a shower at Moselle. He didn't say he brought him somewhere else.
I stayed with my brother Randy a lot.
I lied, and I was there. What happens now? What do you think about that?
Well, he had to, because one thing about Alex Murdaugh, he only tells the truth when he's cornered. So of course he's going to admit his financial misdeeds because it was overwhelming evidence that he stole money. Of course he's going to admit that he was at the kennels because everyone, including the jury, and he knows this, knew that that was his voice. He has a distinctive voice. So that's the only reason that he admitted to being at the kennels. There's no other explanation as to why he went ahead and waved the white flag. But I really believe that that works against him. And here's why. Why would you, as a grieving father and husband, lie about your whereabouts? At the most critical time, your whereabouts can exclude you as a potential suspect, and then law enforcement can focus on the real killer. But by you lying about whether or not you were at the kennels and they had evidence that you were there, they had no other choice but to focus on you. So whether or not he came clean on the stand, I still believe that that works against you because you are sounding more like a lawyer and not a grieving father and a grieving husband who was more concerned about finding the real killer.
Well, Rich, let me turn it over to you because the other way of looking at it is he was incredibly emotional. You know, he was basically appealing to the jurors' emotions. He put aside the evidence, the law. I would never do this. Do you think he won any points with the jury? He may have. He had the right look. He had the right demeanor. He had the right emotion if he wanted to try to convince somebody on that jury that he didn't do it, or if he wanted to try to convince somebody not on that jury. And I think part of his goal may have been to speak to his son, to speak to his family, to speak to the community, to try to convince them that he's not guilty. Because one way or another, this guy's going to spend the rest of his life in prison. Oh, yes, he is, considering he just admitted to all of his financial crimes, which was shocking, to say the least. And there was another pressing question that's been raised throughout the trial is, where did Murdaugh change? Where did his change of clothes go? You know, when did he change? When did he do this? And this is how he addressed that issue on his direct examination.
I'm well aware that my clothes never became an issue in this case until my lawyers proved that this blood spatter that they said I had on my shirt from my wife and my son was a lie, and that there was no blood on my shirt. And once they filed the documents and they proved that that was a lie, all of a sudden the clothes I was wearing back on that day became an issue. And that's in the weeks leading up to this trial.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever spend another night at Moselle after June 7th?
I never spent another night at Moselle.
Why not?
Good. Didn't want to.
Okay. Where were you staying? When we talked about the days and weeks, the week afterwards, but where were you staying when you got back from the Lake Keowee and Greenville?
I stayed. All right, so when I got back from Greenville, so that would be the so the first week we did my dad's funeral. Then, all right, so that'd be the second week. All right, so after I know Buster and I stayed with Grandma and Papa T as much as I could. You know, I stayed with I stayed with my brother Randy a lot. I stayed with my brother John a lot. Bus and I stayed at Edisto a little bit. But at the beginning, I really stayed with either my brother Randy and his wife Christy, or I stayed with my brother John and his wife Lizzie. And basically at that time, Buster worked for Wild Wing at that time, and they've been so kind to him and they let him be off just for a ridiculous amount of time. They were so good to him. So he stayed with me. When he had to go back to work, he would stay at my brother John and Lizzie's because it was close. So I would stay with Randy and Christy in Hampton. When Buster was there, I would almost always go to John and Lizzie's when Buster was there. I would go to John and Lizzie sometimes when Buster wasn't there. But Johnny Parker, one of my partners, had a guest house his mother-in-law had lived in when she was sick. That's really, it's right at the foot of Randy's drive. It's 100 yards, 70 yards from Randy's house. And I was going to move into that house until we figured out where I could live. So I had clothes there. I had clothes at Randy's. I had clothes at John Marvin's. I had clothes at Chichesi, which is, I think you heard Buster talk about Chichesi's, like where we went to the river, and I had clothes there. I had clothes in Somerville, and I still had clothes at Moselle.
So you're close. Yes, sir.
Last question.
Now this, were your clothes spread out a lot of different places?
Yes.
Okay, so Casey, even if the clothing didn't become an important part of the investigation until the blood spatter evidence came out, and you could say the clothes are spread all over the place, why didn't investigators look for them more? If Creighton Waters doesn't ask where that blue shirt is, I am going to scream and punch the TV screen. The fact that no one has asked him this yet. Am I crazy? Are they not going to ask him this?
It's bothering me that should have just came out in the beginning, because I want to know where the jury's at. So I know that the jury wants to know where you're close. But here's the thing. He sort of kind of answered it on direct examination. I see exactly what the defense is doing. They want to show the jury that he didn't hide his clothes. It was a chaotic moment. It could be here, there, anywhere. But guess what? I'm going back on you. If I'm on the jury, I don't care, Mr. Murdaugh. You go to all those places. You tell all of those house guests that you stay, whoever let you in the home, please help me find all of my clothing. I want to show or turn this over to exonerate myself. Like, he is not providing sufficient explanation about this clothing. That is because those clothing that he had on has the gunpowder residue, I can guarantee you.
Well, not according to Alec Murdaugh, Rich, because according to Alec Murdaugh, he changed his clothes into the shirt and shorts before he went down to the kennel. So if you actually had seen him in the kennel video, according to him, he would be wearing the clothes that you saw him wear when he was interviewed by investigators. Does anything strike you as odd about that timeline?
Yeah, in which case, those clothes ought to be at the house at Moselle. He can name 90 other places where he used to keep clothes, but on his telling of this story, there is nowhere else those clothes would have ended up, because he took them off before he took a shower at Moselle. He didn't say he brought them somewhere else. They shouldn't have disappeared. They should be in that house, and it's very suspicious that they're not. His story doesn't hold together. I mean, he invites his wife home, then she wants to go down to the kennel. He doesn't want to go, but he goes, but he leaves. Then he goes back to the couch, but then he decides to go to his mom's. It's all very convenient, and his recollection is very convenient, typical for a defense witness. He can tell you in excruciating detail every exculpatory fact he wants you to know.
Right.
Other details, I don't know what happened to those clothes. I don't remember that financial crime. I don't remember that conversation.
So, because we would have to be believing then someone, the real killer or killers, waited for Alec Murdaugh to leave the kennels. By the way, they could have killed them, Maggie and Paul, before Alec even got there. Remember, he didn't first accompany them to the kennels. Then he comes down. So maybe either they knew he was going to come back, or maybe they showed up late. They have to wait for him to leave, then kill them, and then he comes back. I don't know if the effort is to frame him. I don't know why he wouldn't have been a victim in all this as well. That's the part that's so tricky.
And get on and off the property
And get on and
without
off the
encountering Alec Murdaugh.
Yeah, so that's something I think Creighton Waters is going to explore. I would imagine he would. Let's take a break. When we come back, clearly a lot to talk about in the Alec Murdaugh trial.
He testified that the Moselle property was 100% in Maggie's name and some other property was split. And then he offered this self-serving testimony that she always did what I said and she would sign anything. But to me, that actually establishes a possible motive, because if she was growingly concerned about his drug use, which we know she was looking at in the month prior to that, maybe she wasn't going to sign off on all of his finances. And if his financial troubles were going, him wanting complete control of those assets, which he says he had significant equity in, could be part of the motive. The second thing, Jesse, is he testified in his own defense that he suffered from extreme paranoia, that the drug use made him extremely paranoid, so much that he was paranoid of SLED, right? He was paranoid of law enforcement. Maybe he was paranoid of his detective's son. Maybe he was paranoid of his wife. Maybe he wanted control of those assets. I actually think the motive case looks better after seeing him testify than it did before he testified.
Such an interesting take. I actually thought that too. The minute he said that he was having this paranoia, I thought it was only a matter of time before the prosecutors were like, okay, so were you paranoid enough to think that your wife and son were out to get you? That is possibly something that will be explored. Now, I do want to go back a little bit to when Murdaugh talked more about his finances and the alleged financial crimes, but this time being questioned by Creighton Waters, the prosecutor.
Was I aware that y'all had started an investigation into what I did in the hospital prior to the June 7th?
Yes.
I believe that to be correct.
All right.
And if it wasn't before that, it was shortly after it.
You testified that you've had a pill addiction for approximately 20 years, correct?
I think that's about right.
And so when did you start stealing money from clients? How long did it take before you started doing that?
I'm not sure when the first time I did that is.
You don't know?
No, sir.
You
Not
haven't gone back and thought about that?
Well, sure, I've thought about it, but to be able to sit here, I mean, you got to understand, I've been in rehab and I've been in jail, and I don't have access. You know, all my telephone calls were put on the media, so I haven't had a lot of phone access. I haven't had a lot of access. So as we sit here today, I cannot tell you the exact time. I don't deny that I did it, but I can't tell you the exact time that I first did it.
And you told the jury that's the cause of your financial problems?
Did I say that?
Your opiate addiction was the cause of your financial
It
problems?
was certainly a cause. Yes,
A
sir.
cause, not the only cause though, correct?
I know I wouldn't think it was the only cause, but yeah, it was certainly a cause.
You recall testimony in this courtroom about how you had some land deals go bad around the time of the recession in 2008, 2009?
Sure.
And you recall testimony from your law partners in this courtroom that you had some big cases that they thought cured those issues, correct?
I heard them say that. Yes, sir.
Do you disagree with that?
Do I disagree with what they thought? No, I mean, I don't have any
You
reason.
couldn't disagree if that was true.
That they thought that my partners thought that that I gotten past my financial difficulties. I have no reason to dispute that, Mr. Waters. I'm not trying to frustrate you.
What's what they thought true?
That I was past my financial difficulties? Is that the question?
Yes, that's the question.
Was it true that I was past my financial difficulties? I mean, they were certainly better after that, but I mean, no, I don't think I was past them. No, sir.
All right. What was the first big case after the recession that you had?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you what the first big case was.
You remember
What date?
All right, well, let's go with the Pinckney case. Do you remember when that was?
I remember generally speaking when it was, yes, sir.
What year was that? 2011? Would you dispute that?
2011, when it ended?
When you got recoveries in that case?
I mean, if you're looking at something that tells me that, I have no reason to dispute that, but I can't remember off the top of my head, but that's certainly in the time frame.
It's fine. We'll go through it. Let's do it.
Mr. Waters, like I said, I take you at that. I just don't know off the top of my head.
All right.
Okay, so Casilla, the idea here is that you can only blame the drugs for so much. You know, was he stealing for other reasons as well? And also, Creighton Waters spent a lot of time talking about financial crimes for different reasons, but one of them also was probably telling the jurors he's able to lie to so many people. He's able to lie to investigators. He's able to lie to his family, client, friends, law firm. Why should the jury believe that he's telling the truth now?
Exactly. And I do believe that's where he's going. Of course, it started a little too slow for me, but he's basically showing that he lied to his most trusted clients who believe that they knew him. And you, jury, you don't really know Mr. Murdaugh other than the 5 weeks that we had this trial. And if he can pull the wool over the eyes of, let's say, the witnesses that testified before him, the previous housekeepers, the financial bookkeeper, his clients, then surely he's trying to pull the wool over your eyes as well. And I mean, I see where he's going, but it's just really frustrating because for me, my number one pet peeve is for a defendant who's on the stand to repeat every question that's asked. Because I heard it the first time. I'm pretty sure you heard it. And what it comes off as that you're trying to think of a response and it could be misleading to the jury.
Well, I'll tell you what, I imagine Creighton Waters is going to go in a different direction today. We're going to hit a quick break. When we come back, we're going to wait to jump live. Stay with us. Welcome back, everybody. So I'm keeping a very careful eye on our courtroom feed down in Walterboro, South Carolina, where the trial against Alec Murdaugh is due to start up any minute. I mentioned we're going to see a packed courtroom for this today because Alec Murdaugh back on the stand is going to be very interesting. He's going to be cross-examined by Creighton Waters, a continuation of what we saw yesterday. We know that the disgraced former attorney faces charges for the double murder of his wife Maggie and son Paul, who were found shot to death on their family property on June 7th, 2021. As we wait to go live, we want to listen a little bit more to Murdaugh's testimony from yesterday. And this is where he tells the jury, I can't believe he said it, about his suicide scheme.
Do you remember what happened that day?
Saturday, September 4th, yes, sir, I remember.
And what happened?
Started when I woke up.
Good morning. Let's bring the jury. Thank you. Good morning. Day number 24, cross-examination. You may proceed.
May it please court. Morning, Mr. Murdoch.
Good morning, Mr. Waters.
All right, let's see if we can move forward with this a little bit. See if we can go back to some things we may be able to agree on.
All right, sir.
All right. First thing is that the money you were stealing, in addition to your income and the money you were borrowing, was not just to pay for drugs. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
All right. And would you agree that your stealing, in addition to the money you were borrowing, increased over the years as we moved towards June of 2021?
Repeat that, please, sir.
Sure. Would you agree that your stealing increased over the years as we moved towards June of 2021?
Yes, sir.
And would you admit that your stealing increased in particular after the boat wreck?
No, sir. I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
I think I continue to do it, but I don't. As I sit here today, I don't think I took more money that I should not have taken after the boat wreck than I did before the boat wreck. But again, those documents speak for themselves, Mr. Waters, and if that's the case, then that's the case. But as we sit here, I think that I probably wrongly took from clients and people that trusted me as much money before that boat wreck as after.
All right. And I'm just trying to get through this so we don't get bogged down like we did yesterday. All right.
I understand.
All right. So you wouldn't agree with me that in 2019 alone you stole about $3.7 million? All
No, I think that's correct.
right. And would you agree with me though that figure in 2019 was generally higher than any other year that you've been stealing since 2011?
In any year, sure, I'd agree with that.
Okay.
I thought you were talking about overall the whole cycle. But yeah, I would agree that in 2019 I stole more money than any other year.
Would you agree with me that from 2015 on, your legitimate income, while still very strong, was diminishing as a general matter?
Well, I think whatever my income is speaks for itself. But as a general rule, a plaintiff's lawyer doing what we do, income ebbs and flows. You have some really good years, you have some really lean years. And no, I think I had some good years. Maybe not the $4 and $5 million years, but I think I had some $2 and $3 million years in there. And my caseload was such that I had one of the things I was working on that Monday was one of the biggest cases that I've ever been involved in.
Talking about the Dominion case, right?
Yes, sir. And so I think it was cyclical. So I don't. Without looking at the record specifically, I don't necessarily agree with that.
Okay. So you don't remember then?
No, I do remember. I don't think I agree with that. But again, those records will speak for themselves.
Okay. All right. So would you agree with me that in 2014, your reported income was over $1 million?
Objections overruled.
Reported income, like tax-wise, or reported? I assume you have a document that says that. And if you're reading that from a document, I don't dispute it.
I mean, I'm happy to show it to you if you like.
I trust you, Mr. Waters. So
I appreciate that. All right. 2015, would you agree that your reported income was over $2 million?
again, I don't dispute that.
2016 reported income $900,000.
Okay.
2017 reported income $218,000.
Okay.
2018 reported income of $749,000 roughly,
Okay.
and 2019 reported income of $655,000.
Okay. And see, I mean, to me, that demonstrates exactly what I'm talking about, how it goes up and down.
And would you agree with me that though, during those periods of time where you were making that kind of money, you continued to steal? And I think you've already said that your stealing increased as we move through those years as a general matter.
Absolutely. I don't dispute, and I have never disputed since I was confronted on Labor Day weekend,
Right.
that I took money from my clients.
We've gone through that. And I
Well,
think-
but you keep asking
I'm
me
asking you
about
if your income.
Finish your answer.
So the point is I have never, since being confronted that day, my brother and my partner came to talk to me, that I have stolen money that did not belong to me, that I misled people to do it, people that I cared about, still care about, a lot of them that I love and still love. And I misled them to do it, and I was wrong. I have never disputed that from day one.
And we've been through that. All I'm trying to establish right now with you, Mr. Murdoch, is as we move towards June of 2021, what your financial condition was like. Okay, I agree you've testified to that multiple times. All right. So let me ask you this: during this time that your income was what we just went through, and you conceded that your stealing was increasing, were you also borrowing significant amount of money from Palmetto State Bank?
Yes, I'd always borrowed significant amount of money from Palmetto State Bank, or for more than the last decade. So yes, sir, I agree with that.
Yeah, as we moved to June of 2021, did you have $1 million line of credit with the bank that was pretty much maxed out? Yes or no? As we moved to June of 2021.
So in June of 21.
Sure.
Yes,
All right. And did you also have a $600,000 line of credit that was pretty much maxed out around that time?
I did.
And did you also, over the years, repeatedly borrow six figures from your law partners?
Well, I borrowed money from a law partner,
Which one?
Johnny Parker.
Johnny Parker. Okay. And that was a fairly common occurrence over the years. It happened multiple times. Would you agree with that?
I agree that it happened multiple times.
All right. And you would agree also that you would sometimes use some of the stolen money to pay that back?
I won't dispute that. I don't know that that's the case. I know what I saw Mr. Bernie testify to, and using that particular accounting method, I see that.
Right.
So I don't dispute that.
All right. And would you agree that you also, when you needed money, occasionally borrow as much as 5 and 6 figures from your father, Mr. Randolph?
I did.
And would you also agree that over the years, particularly as we move to June of 2021, you would use stolen money to pay that back?
I don't dispute that, if that's what the record shows.
All right. And you just mentioned here in the testimony of Carson Burney and the banker and all that, you would agree with me that as we move to June of 2021, at least in liquid funds, you were running out of money.
In liquid funds, is in money on hand or money that I could get?
Money that you could, liquid funds. You're a lawyer, you know what liquid means. Where are you
Well,
running out
I
of
don't know what you mean by liquid, Mr. Waters, and so,
money you could readily access, assets that you could readily access to pay your ever increasing debts.
no, sir, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
I do not agree with that, and I'll tell you why.
All right.
So are we talking about June?
I'm talking about as we move to June.
Okay, but what time period are you talking
All right,
about?
let's talk about January to June.
Okay, January to June. January to June, you know, I could borrow money from my father. I could borrow money from Johnny Parker.
Mhm.
I could go to the bank and borrow money. I had substantial equity in the Edisto house, as we talked about.
Which was in Maggie's name, correct?
Well, it was in Maggie and my name.
All right.
So, you know, that definitely was in both of our names. Moselle was in Maggie's name. With substantial equity in that could have been borrowed against. So under the terms as you defined liquid assets just now, money that I would have access to, I disagree with on that for those reasons that I just said.
Can we at least agree that generally the way the compensation structure for legitimate money that you earn in your law firm, the vast majority of your compensation does not come except in one lump sum in December? Can we agree to that?
Right. We get a salary. We would receive a salary. I believe our salary was $125,000.
Right.
And then the income that was earned would be paid in the form of a bonus at the year end.
All right. And then would you agree with me that that is why you stole the Ferris fees in March of 2021? Because you were in desperate need of funds and you could not wait till December to access those funds.
I think there's probably a lot of reasons why I stole those funds, but I certainly would believe or don't dispute that that's one of the reasons.
And would you agree with me that $792,000 that you stole of those Ferris funds, that you exhausted those within about 2 months?
I don't know the time period, but I know that I exhausted them.
Now, again, I'm trying to get through this quickly because there's a lot more to talk about, obviously. But we went through a number of questions yesterday about the various clients that you stole from, correct? You remember that? The back and forth we had yesterday, do you remember all that?
Sure I did.
Okay. All right. And so I'm going to try to shortchange this, but I think it's important that we at least say the names of the people that were involved. But let's just do this and see if we can.
To the comment, Your Honor, and approve it.
I'll rephrase, Your Honor. The clients that we're talking about, these are all real people, yes or no?
They're all real people.
All right.
They're
And
all
these
good
clients-
people.
Okay.
They're all people that I care about, that I cared about then. And a lot of them are people that I love.
Okay.
And I did wrong by them.
Yes, you heard the people that you love, I know. So
It's the same.
these are all people, every single one of them, that you at least had a personal conversation with at some point during the course of your representation.
All of my
About the
clients?
representation.
Absolutely. I had multiple conversations with all of my clients.
And these were people, every single one of them, real people that you looked in the eye and convinced them that everything was right.
Your Honor, 403, repetitive, cumulative. We spent 2 hours doing this yesterday.
But simple questions that applies to everybody, and I'm not moving on.
Proceed.
I would have had conversations with all of my clients, and some of the conversations would have been on the telephone. I would have had conversations where I might not be looking them in the eye. I would have had plenty of conversations where I did look them in the eye.
Every single one of them looked them in the eye at least once. Is that fair?
Sure.
Every single one of them, you looked them in the eye and developed their trust in you. Is that true?
Every client that I had, at some point, I looked them in the eye, and I believe that I had the trust of my clients. Whether that came from me looking them in the eye or not, I can't answer that, but I will agree with you that every single client, I looked them in the eye, and I believe that the people that I stole money from for all those years trusted me.
I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted. It states 329, I believe it is, and 314. And I'm just going to ask you to peruse those spreadsheets really quickly. And we'll try to do that. Let me know. I have 1 or 2 questions about that.
All right, so I'm sorry. What was your question?
I just asked you to look at them. You got a chance to review those documents?
I have.
Okay. And would you agree with me that every single name on here are either clients that trusted you that you stole from, or instances in which you stole from your law partners who trusted you as well?
I agree with that.
All right. So we don't need to go through each one of these, correct? You agree?
Mr. Waters, like I've told you, I'll go through whatever you want to go through, but each one of those clients is just what we've already talked about. Good people, fine people, upstanding people. They trusted me. Every single one of them I did, and I do still care about. And many of them I love and consider them close friends.
Like Barrett Boulware,
Absolutely. It's a perfect example.
and you stole from Barrett Boulware.
I did.
You recall a conversation that you had with Ronnie Crosby in which he told you that Barrett was desperate for money because he needed his wife to stay in a hotel near him while he was undergoing treatment for terminal cancer around the time that you stole from him.
There you go.
Objections overruled.
I don't recall that conversation, but I knew Barrett was sick. Barrett is a unique situation. I mean, Barrett is and was dear to me as a friend. But I mean, Barrett and I had a long history. I guess really, and I lied probably more by omission, lies by omission, and stealing that money. But that's a perfect example. You keep asking about me having these conversations and looking people in the eye. I mean, that's a perfect example. I mean, when I stole that money, he was nowhere around. It was more based on lies by omission. And Barrett and I had such a history. These real estate deals that you're asking me about, Barrett was one of my good friends, and we've been in these real estate deals together. Barrett was just an interesting person. He was a shrimper, was born and raised in Allendale County, and he moved down to the coast. And
Mr. Murdoch.
as shrimping,
Mr. Murdoch, I don't know that we need Barrett's entire life story.
no, but it's important
Let
to
me
understand
just
this
ask you
based on the
this.
question you asked.
I don't think his entire life story is responsible, Your Honor.
And I'm not intending to give his life story. I'm just telling you a little background.
Go
so
ahead,
you
tell us about
understand.
your friend that you stole from.
So Barrett started getting into real estate, and he was really good at it. And so I started getting involved with him in that. He could go out and find pieces of property that were really cheap, get them and sell them and make money. Well, we got in some of these deals, and we got in with Barrett and some other people. Well, when the recession hit, one of the reasons these land deals caused me trouble is because the people that I was in these deals with no longer could pay. Whereas I might have gone in and I was a 20% person. I'm now all of a sudden, either I have to default at the bank and affect credit, affect ability to borrow, or I have to pay 100%. And so that's what I did. I paid 100%. And so there were years where I was paying, instead of a fifth or a half, I'm paying the whole thing. And it equated to millions of dollars, which is one of the ways why I ended up with the Moselle property, because I paid more than $1 million in monies for Barrett. And that was part of the deal in the trade in me purchasing Moselle.
So what you're telling me is you felt like you were entitled to steal from him.
No. You know what? I will tell you this, that, you know, when you're doing the things wrong that I was doing, you have all kind of ways of justifying it. And I'm not saying that makes it right by any means, because it's not. It's wrong. I've said that 100 times. But when I was doing it, and I was as addicted as I was, and the things I was doing, there's all kind of things that you know, to be able to look yourself in the mirror, you lie to yourself. And I guess self-justification for these bad things, I guess is what I was doing. But, Barrett had owed me so much money that when I took his money, I just didn't tell him. So it was a lie by omission.
All right. All these people on these two exhibits, these are real people that needed this money. Is that correct?
I'm sure they did.
But it was more important to you that you stole their money on top of the 40% of legal fees that you were paying. I'm gonna ask that question.
I stole their money.
It was more important to you than their needs. Is that correct?
Objection.
Objections overruled.
I don't remember sitting down and calculating, okay, is this more important? One of the self-justifications that I talked about, Mr. Waters, is, and this is one of the things, again, I want to make it clear. I don't, as I sit here today, I do not believe that any of this justifications that I'm talking about made any of this okay, because I don't. I've owned up to all this money I stole. I tried to since I was confronted, and I continue here today. But one of the justifications at the time when I was taking pills and doing the things I was doing was, I may ask a partner, okay, how much is this case worth? And if one of my partners, and I may not even give them all the real facts, okay? So if they said this case is worth $100,000, okay, and I go out and I give them $300,000, that's one of the stupid little things. Okay, well, this isn't the same. And that's one of those justifications that I used in looking back on this that I don't know how I did. But so to sit down and say, did I evaluate that they needed the money more than I did? I don't think I did that. I think I was selfish, and I think I just took the money.
I think I understand. I asked you a series of questions yesterday about at least relating one conversation you had with one of these clients. I'm just going to ask you this one. Do you remember looking Tony Satterfield in the eye and lying to him?
I remember lying to Tony Satterfield, and I remember looking him in the eye on many occasions.
And lying to him?
Yeah.
Lying to his family?
I lied to his family. I don't know if I did it in person, but I know I had phone conversations with him where I lied to him.
Let's talk a little bit about the pills, if we can.
Okay.
And you've already testified, as have other people, that you were still able to function as a lawyer over the years despite the pills that you were using. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you were able, of course, during this period of time to engage in these relatively complicated thefts that increased over the years that we've just talked about, despite the pill usage. Is that correct?
I was. I was.
All right. And you were also able to, during this time period, convince your staff that nothing was amiss with all of these exhibits, despite your pill usage.
I mean, most of those didn't require convincing my staff, but just so we're on the same page again, I acknowledge that I certainly allowed them to be misled. I certainly allowed them to do things that I shouldn't have done on my behalf, knowing that they trusted me.
How many pills were you using a day?
Depends on a number of items. Most importantly, how strong the pill was.
Okay. Well, let's talk about, let's say start maybe in January of 2021 and move forward. Can you describe to the jury what your daily pill intake was like?
I think at that time, most of what I was purchasing was 30 milligram pills, instant release, oxycodone, that were probably mixed in with some OxyContin, which It's made of oxycodone. It's just time release. I would have been taking anywhere from 1,500 milligrams maybe to maybe 1,000 or maybe 1,000 milligrams or 1,200 milligrams on a day I didn't take as much or didn't have as much, up to, I mean, there are days, many days, a lot of days, most days were more than that, and many days would be, 20, more than 2,000 milligrams a day.
How many pills is that?
It depends on the strength.
Well, let's say it's the
Of the
30s that you just mentioned.
If I took 30, if I had 30 milligram pills, you figure 100 pills would be 3,000 milligrams.
100.
100.
So you're taking 60 a day or something like that? I mean,
There were days where I took more than that. There were days I took less than that.
and how would you take them during the course of the day? I mean, how many are you taking at one time? How frequent in this time period? Let's say January to June.
There's a point in time, and I'm not sure when it was. I think it was well before that, where, and you have to understand this. This is something that I can still remember the first time I ever took an OxyContin.
Murdoch, can I ask you to answer my question, and I'll let you explain all you want. My question was, how many were you taking a day during this time from January to June? Answer that first, please, and if you want to explain, I'm happy to let you do so.
I'm not positive, and here's why. It's because over the years, like as I was saying, the first one OxyContin made me sick. And that was when I was transitioning from hydrocodone to oxycodone. And it made me sick because it's a really, really, really strong one. And so, one OxyContin pill was like 10 hydrocodone pills. So, but anyway, as I took more and more, and over the years, it just, you build up a tolerance to pain pills. And so what might give me this energy, one of the reasons I became so addicted is, some people talk about pain pills and how they make them lethargic and, where they can't do anything and they feel. Opiates gave me energy. I mean, whatever I was doing, it made it more interesting. It made me want to do it longer. To go on a drive, it made driving. It just at the beginning, it made everything better. But I took so much just to keep. It got to a point where I was taking so much just to not backslide or go into withdrawals or have all those symptoms. And so it got to the point where I was taking the amounts that I came to be taking in the time period you're talking about, January to June. So it evolved over time. It wasn't like it just started in, Mr. Waters.
Can you just give me one example of a day during that time period?
Sure.
I mean, did you start at 8 o'clock in the morning or whatever time you got up and take one and then one every 30 minutes? I mean,
Well, no,
I'm giving you a chance to explain. So
It would
now
totally
be
depend.
specific.
It would totally depend on any number of circumstances. So starting a day, one of the main things that this would depend on was how late the day before I had taken pills and how many I had taken. And did I take them during the night? Did I wake up during the night and take them? So, let's just say that it had been a while since I took any and I slept and I woke up. All right. Then I would immediately, first thing, take pills, because if it's been a while, a lot of times if you slept and hadn't taken pills, you'd wake up and you could tell the beginnings of those. I'm not gonna say they were really withdrawals, but the agitation that you feel when you don't take it, and you could tell it. So you had to take it right away. And so I would start off. First thing I would do would take pills.
And that's how strong the withdrawals are for opiates, correct? That you feel that agitation until you can take another pill.
Yes, that's just agitation's the tip of the iceberg when
Let's
it
talk about that.
comes to withdrawals, opiate withdrawals.
I think you said in your what's been played for the jury and the telephone conversation with Special Agent Kelly that, and you talked about withdrawals, just how strong they are, how you're willing to do anything to make them stop, correct?
I think what I said is almost anything.
Almost anything. Well, describe that, please.
I mean, you're sick. You're physically, you are physically sick. It's like having the flu when you ache and your joints hurt. You don't want to get up. You can't get up. And that's after a while. It starts with what you're talking about, agitation and, fidgety. Everybody talks about how fidgety I was. But it starts with that. And then it goes to, you might be sitting here and just all of a sudden sweat's running down your face all over your body. I mean, like you ran a marathon. I mean, you literally sweat that much. The next thing that comes on after about, 12 hours is, I call it jumpy legs, but I mean, there's no way that you could sit right here in this chair. I mean, you couldn't remain sitting. I mean, you would have to get up and move around. And I mean, it's like your legs don't want to work. And that lasts for about anywhere from 18 to 24 hours. During that period, the intestinal issues come in, and you can't control yourself. You have diarrhea, like you have food poisoning. You throw up. You're physically sick.
How many times did you try to self-detox?
Mr. Waters, dozens, if not hundreds. It's so many I can't tell you.
And those symptoms you just described are extremely powerful and made it very difficult to do that. Is that correct?
Made it difficult to.
To try to self-detox.
Oh, it's extremely hard.
You mentioned yesterday that you were paranoid. How long had that been going on?
Well, no, I didn't say that I was paranoid. What I said was, as the addiction evolved, there would be situations where you would have these paranoid thoughts.
And when did those first start?
I can't tell you when they first started, but
I mean, how long before June of 2021?
a long
Week,
time.
a month, a
Oh,
long
no,
time?
no. It was, it was as my addiction got worse. I mean, it was a significant period of time, but,
How long
when-
did you have these paranoid thoughts?
usually a matter of seconds. I mean, it was something, again, my whole life, you wouldn't see me where I didn't have pills on me. And that's where I kept them. I kept them on me because I was scared to put them somewhere for fear somebody would find them. So I kept them on me. So if you saw me, I had pills on me. I had a pocket full of pills on June the 8th, when I was sitting in David Owen's patrol car. So I always had them on me. And I might be going to Edgestowe, and I turn on Hampton Street right out here, and a police car pulls out. Boom. I have paranoid thoughts. But I could always say, you're not doing anything wrong. He's not following you. And I can get past it in a matter of seconds.
Did anybody in your family ever see you having these severe withdrawals?
Absolutely.
And who did?
Max, Pawpaw, Bus, my dad, Randy, John Marvin. And just to be clear, Randy and John Marvin never saw me having withdrawals before September. They saw me.
And I think to clarify that, prior to June 2021, who in your family saw you having these severe withdrawals?
Bus, Pawpaw, Maggie, my dad.
Do you remember calling Paul a little detective?
I don't know that I ever called him a little detective, but I think Maggie did. I may have. I mean, Paul was very intuitive, so I heard
Did you say
Miriam.
that during your interviews?
I heard Miriam call him a little detective. I know Maggie used to call him that.
Did that have anything to do with the pills?
Well, yeah, it had something to do with it. But I mean, Paul was always that way. But that what led him to be called a little detective. Certainly, there were times when Paul found pills.
Including just a month before the murders. Is that correct?
No, sir.
You recall 6/5/23 that was entered into evidence, which is a text from Paul to you,
I did.
which he said that Maggie found pills in your bag.
Right.
Tell me about what happened after
You
that.
asked me about Paul finding them, but it was Maggie that found them.
Fair enough. So it was Maggie that found them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Paul's the one who reached out to you, correct?
On that occasion, yes, sir.
And what was the discussion after that?
I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was about that I'd had eye surgery. I don't know what day it was, but days before that, the day Maggie found them, Maggie drove me to the doctor for me to have my cataract removed, whatever they call that surgery. I can't remember. I had cataract taken out, outpatient. You go in for a couple hours and you come out. And it was during COVID. And so Maggie wasn't allowed to come into the doctor's office. And so she sat in the car. And I had left pills in the computer bag and sitting out there bored. I guess she started looking at my computer and found them in the computer bag. So she found those pills.
All right. And so she obviously told Paul, and Paul texted you, correct? About finding those pills
That's correct.
in May of 2021.
That's correct.
And you've heard your sister-in-law Marion testify that Maggie called him the little detective about the pills. You heard that testimony in this courtroom?
I did hear that.
All right. So did they start to watch you like a hawk and get on you about your pill usage during the month of May?
No,
They did not.
no, Mr. Waters, this battle that I had with addiction, it had been going on for years. And so they had been watching me like a hawk for years before May. May was just one occurrence where I let them down. Again,
They've been watching you like a hawk for years. Is that correct?
about my pill addiction. Yes, sir. That is correct.
This time in May, that wasn't the only time that Paul found pills or Maggie found pills. Is that correct?
Now, there were a number of times where Max found pills, Paul found pills, Bus found pills. I mean, it was an ongoing, it was just an ongoing battle for me.
And after they found those pills in May, that being Maggie and Paul, were they trying to get you to self-detox?
No, sir, not at that point in time.
They just let it go?
No, they didn't let it go. But at that point in time, Paul and I had already had a discussion based on, I can't remember exactly when it was, but there'd been a previous occasion a good while back where there'd been a previous occasion where either Maggie or Paul had found pills, and Paul had come to me and asked me, and I told him, you know, I was back on the pills. And
When was this case?
we had a long talk. As I said, I don't remember exactly when it was before that. Paul and I had a long talk, and we'd agreed. I'd agreed, and I detoxed so many times. I've been to detox. I detoxed at home with Maggie's help. I detoxed at home with the doctor's help. I detoxed on my own, tried to, and it just detoxing just didn't work. It just, you could detox, but you couldn't, no, not you. I couldn't stay off of them. And so I promised Paul that as soon as we finished with his criminal case, that I would go to rehab. And on this particular occasion, Paul knew that his mom worried about me so much with pills that on this particular occasion, I think that Pawpaw convinced Maggie that I got those pills in anticipation of the eye surgery, but that I never took them, so that she would not worry that I was, once again.
So you're talking about, now you're claiming that about the time in May, that Paul talked to Maggie and convinced her of that? Or are you talking about a different time?
I'm not claiming that, Mr. Waters. That's a fact. This is what happened.
All right, we're hearing that now, correct?
Hearing what now?
What you just said.
Well, you just asked me this. Mr. Waters, you keep making an issue about the first time you hearing these things. When I got arrested and I went to jail, we began reaching out to you to talk to you about all of these things, to try to tell you everything that I'd done, to give you all these details, to help y'all go through these financial things. And up until the time that y'all charged me with murdering my wife and child, you would never give Jim Griffin a response to our invitations to sit down and meet with you.
So you're telling me I never responded to Jim Griffin? Is that what you're saying here today?
I'm telling you,
Are you saying that you ever before yesterday reached out to anyone through yourself or through your attorneys and reached out to anyone in law enforcement or the prosecution and told them the story about the kennels? Are you telling me that?
what I'm telling you,
Answer my
Mr.
question
Waters,
first, please, sir. Answer my question first. Did you ever reach out to anyone in law enforcement or the prosecution and tell that story that you told this jury yesterday about the kennels before yesterday?
did I ever reach out to law enforcement to say, I want to tell you about the kennels? No, sir, I did not. What
To the Fifth Amendment line.
Pardon?
This questioning about him volunteering information on these charges violates his Fifth Amendment rights, and we strongly object. Any more, we have to make a motion.
Objection's overruled.
What I did was, so
Answer my question first.
Your Honor, for the record, he did not bring it. He was talking about financial
Sit down,
stuff.
Mr. Griffin.
Yes or no question. Before yesterday, did you ever bring up what you told this jury about that kennels to anybody in the prosecution or anybody in law enforcement?
no, I didn't have the opportunity to, Mr. Waters, because you would not respond to my invitations to reach out and tell you about all the things that I'd done wrong. And to talk about bringing this to a head, to talk about bringing this to closure. I understand how many people I hurt. I understand how angry my partners are and how hurt they are. And I understand how hurt these people that I stole money from are. I understand how hurt they are. And one of the things that I believe is getting past this may help them get some closure. And so since at least January, I've been trying to sit down with y'all, to talk to y'all.
Okay.
And never, ever got a response to the multiple requests.
Multiple requests?
Yes, sir, multiple requests. I would ask about this
Let's
every
let's
few
ask this,
weeks.
sir.
Sir?
Did Mark Ball ever hear your story to the jury about the kennels until yesterday? Your buddy and law partner, Mark Ball?
I haven't spoken to Mark Ball since I went to rehab.
And these were the same law partners that you were listening to the night of. Is that what you testified to this jury earlier? You testified to that earlier, did you not?
I don't understand your question.
Didn't you testify earlier that you were listening to your law partners on the night of the incident?
Was I listening to them?
Yeah, you testified to that. It's a simple question, sir.
I'm sure I was. When are you talking about?
On June 8th in the early morning hours, you testified to this jury that you were listening to them, but you never told them the kennel story either. And they heard it for the first time yesterday as well. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's the first time they heard it.
First time that Ronnie Crosby ever heard that would have been yesterday?
If he was listening, that would have been the first time he heard
First
it.
time John Parker ever heard that was yesterday?
Yes,
First time Danny Henderson, who was representing you in the boat case, ever heard that was yesterday?
yes. Yesterday is the first time that I have said that openly. But that's not what you were asking me, Mr. Waters, but you go ahead
First time your brother Randy heard that was yesterday.
if he was listening. And Mr. Waters, just to be clear, I was begging for a meeting with y'all to try to bring this to a close, to talk to y'all about everything up until the time that y'all charged me with hurting Maggie and Paul. Now, after that point in time, I stopped,
You're
obviously.
claiming that you were begging for a meeting, but you admit the information was never conveyed that you wanted to change your story after multiple interviews with law enforcement about what happened that night, including the most important fact of all, which is when the last time you supposedly saw your wife and son alive was.
I don't know exactly what was conveyed or not because I wasn't part of it. All I know
Fair
is
enough,
what
you don't
I was
know.
trying to do was to sit down. I understood to bring all this to a close that y'all would want me to sit down and go through all of these financial things, all of these things that I'd done wrong. And to try to bring that to a close, I was repeatedly trying to sit down with y'all.
The reality is, Mr. Murdoch, is the reason why no one's ever heard that before is because you had to sit in this courtroom and hear your family and your friends, one after the other, come in and testify that you were on that kennel video. So you, like you've done so many times over the course of your life, had to back up and make a new story that kind of fit with the facts that can't be denied. Isn't that true, sir?
No, sir, that's not true.
You've done that over and over again over the years with all of this we've been talking about, haven't you?
I've done what over and over again?
The second that you're confronted with facts that you can't deny, you immediately come up with a new lie. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Waters, have we established I have lied many times, but I can't sit here and tell you that, what are you talking about, facts that I can't deny? That I would disagree with that proposition that you're putting out, that was what I did all the time. But in doing that, I admit again that I've lied to people that trusted me.
So we can agree that the prosecution and law enforcement and so many of your friends and family heard for the first time your story about the kennels yesterday after all these weeks of testimony. Can we agree on that?
The law enforcement, my partners, and my friends heard me say that for the first time. Yes, I agree with that.
Would you agree with me? That your own lawyer was repeating your story that you were at home napping as late as November of 22 on national television.
I don't know.
You don't know that?
No, in jail we don't get newspapers, and the TV we have is limited. So
So your own lawyers, at least as late as November 22, didn't know the story that you told to this jury after 5 weeks of your family and friends coming in and saying, yeah, that's him on that video.
I don't
Objection,
know.
Your Honor, violates attorney-client privilege communication. Totally improper. Totally improper.
Yes, sir. Response.
He has brought up his communications with counsel, and now that is fair game, Your Honor. His communications through counsel or alleged communications with the prosecution.
He didn't.
There's no attorney-client privilege to national television interviews. The objection is overruled.
Are you waiting for me to answer, Mr. Waters, or did I answer?
I think the point's made.
All right, sir.
You said you were unaware of that national television interview, is that what you said?
Unaware of what national television
The
interview?
one where your lawyer repeated that story as late as November of 2022. Your story that you were actually home asleep at the house.
The only national TV ad that I'm aware of is not ad program is one that Mr. Griffin was involved in. Are you referring to like a Dateline something?
What about HBO?
Okay, HBO. All right, like so, yeah, I am aware of that. And what I believe the case to be is that I believe that when that was in its works, that Mr. Griffin made those statements sometime substantially before November of 22, as early as around the very beginning of 2021.
Let's talk.
At least what I understand to be the case.
Let's talk some more about your testimony from yesterday. And you're telling this jury, even on something as clear as a skin video, that your story doesn't change when you have to make them fit the facts that no longer can be denied. Is that what you're telling this jury?
I don't understand that question. Say that again.
I said, you're telling this jury that you don't change your story to make the facts fit evidence you can no longer deny, like what's been going on in this courtroom.
I'm not telling the jury anything about that.
All right, good. All right, let's move on. Let's talk some more about that issue. Let's talk about the confrontation on June the 7th with Jeannie Seconder, which you said was no big deal. Isn't that what you testified? Words to that effect?
I think what I testified to is that to me, it certainly didn't seem like a confrontation. Jeannie came to me and was almost apologetic. And this is what I believe, Mr. Waters, is I believe that what Jeannie Seconder and my partners have had to go through since September has been hard. I know I could see it. I could see the hurt that I caused them. And I know that they're betrayed, and I know that they're angry, and I know that they're hurt. And I want to make clear to this that while I disagree with what Jeannie said as to it being a confrontation, because I don't believe that it was, I don't think that she was lying. I think that she feels it. I think that, she believes that that's the case after all this time that she's had to deal with this. But on June the 7th, when she came to me, she was almost apologetic. You heard her say that she said that she wouldn't be doing her job if she didn't do this. And it was made clear to me that someone had said this, that I had to make sure that income came through the firm, that I couldn't structure money. In other words, I had the impression that there was concern that maybe, like Mark Ball and Ronnie Crosby said, that maybe I was hiding fees because of the civil vote case. But that conversation was so quick, Mr. Waters, that you keep using the term confrontation. I didn't take it as a confrontation.
And you're telling the jury you're not making that issue fit, make your story fit with those facts by saying, it wasn't a big deal, and Jeannie, she's hurt, so she's overreacting now.
No, that's
You're
not
not
what I'm
stand
saying.
and testify.
What I'm saying is exactly what I just testified to, that to me, on that day, that was not a confrontation. It ended almost as quickly as it began, and I didn't think about it again for a period of time until after everything happened.
You testified earlier, you get paranoid if a police officer turns out behind you, but you're not getting paranoid when Jeannie comes in here and says, I need an answer about these fees.
No,
I
because
believe you took them.
things like that wouldn't cause the paranoid thought and the paranoid thinking, it was always related to pills. It was always, okay, that reaction that somebody just gave me,
It was always related to pills.
do they know something? Did something somebody said? It was, I mean, the time, that's what, when I had to deal with paranoid thinking, that, you know, if a judge confronted me in the courtroom about a piece of evidence, or if Jeannie asked me about that, those are not things that gave me paranoid thinking.
Okay. And testified the same thing about the vote hearing on June 10th. Not worried about it. No big deal. Correct?
No, I didn't say that it was no big deal, but I said that my main concern about those motions coming up on June the 10th dealt more with the venue motion than they did with the motion to compel, I believe is what I
Are
said.
you telling the jury that you didn't testify yesterday, that you weren't concerned about it?
I wasn't overly concerned about it. And I'm sure I had some level of concern because the venue motion was a big issue in the case.
Were you concerned enough about it to call up Mark Tinsley at the trial lawyers conference and say, what are you doing, Bo?
No, absolutely, unequivocally, never happened.
If the Ferris fee issue comes to light on June 7th, you're not gonna be able to borrow money from Johnny Parker anymore, are you?
If the Ferris fee, hypothetically speaking, if the Ferris fee came to light on June the 7th, well, here, any point in time, if the Ferris fee came to light, Johnny Parker would not loan me money. If Johnny knew that I had taken fees, I would not have been able to borrow money from Johnny Parker.
You testified earlier about going to the Gamecock baseball game on the weekend prior to Monday, June 7th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
I want to point real quick.
Sir?
All right, I'm gonna show you what's been marked as stage 572 for this trial. You got your readers with you, your glasses, and have you, first I just want you to look at that document and then answer the question, do you generally know what that is?
Waters. Someone wants something, so if you'll stand for a moment, everybody stand for a moment. May we come to order?
May it please court. You got a chance to review that, Mr. Murdock?
Yes, sir.
All right, and do you recognize what those are generally?
I do.
And what are they?
Text between Maggie and I.
And what day did they take place?
June the 6th.
June 6th, 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
At this time, the state would offer stage 572 of evidence. Objection.
Admit without objection.
All right, tell the jury, where were you when these texts were taking place?
I was in a hotel,
And what city were you in?
Columbia, South Carolina.
And where?
I'm not exactly sure where they were when they first started, but they would have been somewhere between a hotel, a restaurant, and the ball field.
All right, but when you sent this text on June 6th at 11:41, you say y'all in seat already, correct?
Yes, that's what I did say.
All right, and they say, yeah, Maggie says, yes, we like these seats. Is that correct?
All right, that's correct. I didn't notice that. So at that point in time, they are in the ballpark.
All right, and then you respond, better than last night. They extended checkout to 1. Going to come then, is that correct?
That's what that text says. Yes,
All
sir.
right, so you're back at the room, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Later on, you text after she asked you to bring a charger and says, Muggy, you text, I'm dragging it. See you in a little bit. Is that correct?
That's what I said. Yes, sir.
She responds, don't come, but then asks about the charger and says it's hot. Is that correct?
Mr. Waters, yes, I assume you were reading it exactly. So, yes, sir.
All right. She eventually responds, not crowded, but not the place to come if you don't feel well. Very hot and muggy. We were inside, sitting at the bar, very nice indoors. Is that correct?
That's what it says. Yes, sir.
And then you respond, now by accident, they were making me leave, so I'll see y'all in the food queue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who was making you leave where?
It was past checkout time at the hotel.
After you got an extended checkout, correct?
It appears so.
And the reality is that you were in that hotel suffering from withdrawals when that's going on. Is that correct?
I was beginning to, yes, sir.
And the reality is that your wife and your son were on you at that time period because they had found pills just a few weeks prior.
No, sir, that's not correct.
Let's talk about June 7th, okay? You got up that morning, or what time do you think you got up and left that day?
After having the benefit of looking at all these records, I don't know what time I got up and looking at the records. Obviously, I've been up for a while, but it appears I left shortly after noon.
Okay. And you went to work?
I did, yes, sir.
And what were you working on at work?
I was working on this Dominion Energy case was primarily what I was working on. That we had motions coming up later in that week. As I said earlier, I believed at the time that it was the biggest case that I'd ever been involved in, and there were motions coming up in that. I was preparing. Danny Henderson, my partner, that was helping me with the civil case from the boat wreck, had been on me about getting a financial statement, and I finished doing that so that it could be given to Danny. It's what I remember doing. Obviously, I talked to Jeannie.
Okay. And what time did you leave?
And I'm sure I did some other routine office things, but I can't tell you what they are.
What time did you leave?
It appears that I left around a little after 6 from the records.
Okay.
I thought I'd left earlier than that, but I mean, the records seemed to be pretty clear.
All right. And you were, in fact, I think you said in many of your interviews that you were working on the boat case that day as well, your financial declaration.
Yes, I prepared the financial declaration. I didn't do any work in this civil case. So my work in that is what I did. I prepared a financial statement, which took me a little bit of time to get the details on that. But I mean, that was the work I did in preparation for the motions coming up.
And what time did you get home?
And looking at the records, it looks like I got home a little before 7, 6:45, I think, 6:40 something.
And you and Paul rode the property?
That's correct.
And you told law enforcement you shot a 22?
That's correct.
You told law enforcement that you never saw any blackout?
Did I never seen a blackout?
At that point in time when you and Paul were riding the property?
No, I did not see a blackout.
Did you tell law enforcement that you and Paul were going around looking for hogs?
If I said that,
Go ahead.
and if I told them that, you don't look for hogs in the daytime. All right. The hogs are deep in the swamp in the daytime. So I can tell you that Paul and I were not riding around looking for hogs. But what we were doing is we were going from food plot to food plot, and we were looking for hog signs. All right. What a hog would do is come out and root, and they tear up food plots. They tear up everything. And so that was one of the things we were doing. But we were not hog hunting. We were not looking for hogs. We did not have the 300 blackout with us.
Paul didn't have the gun that blackout that he favored with him while y'all rode the property.
The gun that's in here,
Any white fruit.
there was no 300 blackout with me and Paul.
All y'all had was a 22.
And that was a 22 pistol. But we didn't have that with us at that time riding the property.
Right. And you testified, you've seen the Snapchat video of you on the tree, is that right?
I have seen that.
And you don't dispute the time of that video, do you?
I don't even know what time that was taken, but whatever the gentleman came and testified to, I don't dispute that.
All right. And what time, let me ask you this, when did you go back to the house? Were you with Paul or were you by yourself?
I was by myself when I went back to the house. I went back to the house basically when Maggie got there.
When Maggie got there. All right. And where had Paul gone prior to that? Was he back at the house already or he came after you?
Paul was at the shop when I went back to the house.
All right. So you beat him to the house is what you're saying. Is that right?
I beat him to the house?
Yeah. You were at the house prior to him getting there.
Yes.
All right. And you say Maggie was there at the same time or there before you or there after you?
That's what I'm not absolutely certain about. I believe that Maggie came through the kennel entrance, and going back and looking at these records and these times, I believe she came through the kennel entrance while Paul and I were at shop. But either way, I got to the house very shortly after Maggie got there.
Okay.
And I believe that she came through, and I believe that I went right behind her.
And when did you take the shower that you've been talking about?
I believe when I first went in the house. I mean, I would have talked to Maggie for a second, but I'd seen her that morning, so
You left your clothes on the floor?
I'm not sure. It makes sense to me given what Blanca's said, but I couldn't tell you one way or the other.
Now, what time was that, you think?
And looking at the records, I think that was a little after 8
And you're saying Maggie was already there at that point?
when I got to the house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what did you do after that?
I came back out, sat down on the couch to eat dinner.
All right. About what time was that?
A few minutes later, it didn't take me long to shower.
And you say Paul was already eating at that point?
He was.
You say he left first.
What I said is he got up and he finished eating and he left our immediate vicinity. Now, I don't believe he left at that point, given what I've looked at time records and all. I believe that he was around the house for a little bit longer.
And just to be clear,
but I didn't see him.
all of this detail was people were here for the first time yesterday, like we talked about before, correct?
Say that again.
All of this detail that we're going through right now is not anything that you related before. We're all hearing this for the first time yesterday.
Objection, Your Honor. Fifth Amendment privilege.
Objections overruled.
So yes, I did not tell law enforcement. Actually, I don't think law enforcement asked me what I did when we first went to the house, but I clearly lied to law enforcement about what I said yesterday.
Okay. And all of this, the last time you supposedly saw your wife and child, all of this detail, you as a lawyer and a prosecutor didn't think that was important to offer on your own?
Well, I think it's important.
You told this jury how cooperative you've been and how much information you want to provide, but you left out the most important parts, didn't you?
I left out that. I sure did.
You don't consider that one of the most important parts?
I think it's important.
All right, tell me about what happens next. Tell me about how Maggie and Paul end up out down at the kennels.
I'm still not absolutely certain exactly how they ended up at the kennel, but in looking at the time frames and looking at the GPS points, I think I pretty well know, because I wasn't sure if Maggie had walked to the kennels or ridden to the kennels, and I wasn't exactly sure how Paul got there, but I'm all but certain that Maggie and Paul went to the kennel together.
All right. And what was the discussion? You said that they were going down there, but you didn't want to go. Is that right?
Maggie, what I said is Maggie asked me to go to the kennels with her, and I wasn't going to go. I said I'm not going to go.
And how long after she left did you supposedly go down there?
It was very quickly.
And what did you tell this jury and all these new facts as to the reason you changed your mind? Why'd you change your mind?
I just had a shower. When you go to the kennel, you always end up getting shot. Dogs are running around. You're always going to end up doing more work. All right. It's hot. I'd already had a shower. I didn't want to go to the kennel
I understand that. So why'd you change your mind?
because Maggie wanted me to.
So you thought about it for a few minutes and then decided to go down there?
I don't think I sat and contemplated, am I going to go? Am I going to go? I think that, like many things Maggie wanted me to do, if I didn't do it at first, I ended up doing it.
And you took the golf cart down to the kennels?
That's correct.
How long did that take to drive from the house down to the kennels in a golf cart?
You know, in looking at the records from OnStar and all of that, it seems to take about a minute in the,
golf cart?
nope, in the Suburban. So I would think it's probably, in looking at those speeds, of what, 20, 24 miles an hour, I would think it takes double that. I think it takes a couple minutes.
All right, so you'll concede at least a couple minutes to drive down there. Is that
think-
right?
yes.
In a golf cart?
That's correct.
When the kennel video was going on, had you arrived before that?
I believe that I had.
Okay. How long do you think you'd been there before that was going on?
Not long. Because when I got there, in looking at the kennel video, you can see Pawpaw standing in the kennel. When I got there, Pawpaw wasn't standing in the kennel.
He wasn't in the kennel anymore?
Well, he wasn't in the kennel like he is in the video.
Right.
He's probably, and I don't know exactly, but I know he wasn't in the kennel. He was like in the driveway. He was fooling with Cash. He was in the driveway, but like close to the kennel, but not in the kennel like he is in the video.
So the video happened after that, according to you?
Video happened after I got
After you
there.
first saw Paul? You're saying he wasn't in the kennel. When did the video happen?
I believe that to be the case.
Okay. After you had arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
And,
Very shortly after I arrived, but after I arrived,
and did you tell Maggie at that time that you were going to go to Alameda?
I did not.
Did y'all discuss it at all, according to these new facts you're testifying to?
I don't believe so.
Did you have any conversation with her?
Oh, yeah.
Had you had a conversation? Did you have a conversation with Paul about the dogs, about Cash's tail prior to going down there?
Prior to going down there? Did I have a conversation with Paul
Yes.
about
Did you talk
Cash?
to him about Cash and some problem with his tail prior to going down there? Did you have any knowledge of that prior to going down?
I'm not sure. As I sit here today, I don't recall that, but I don't think so.
When you first arrived in the golf cart, where did you pull up to?
I pulled up right where Maggie was.
Which is where?
She was standing in a spot where she could see in between the chicken coop and the storage room of the kennels, where the dogs were back up in those planted pines, behind the kennels, to the left of the chicken coop.
And what did you do after that?
I went back to the house.
No, I mean, did you pulled up, you get out of the golf cart?
Oh, when I pulled up, I stayed on the golf cart.
You stayed on the golf cart. How long did you stay on the golf cart?
However long I was down there.
The entire time?
No, I got off to take the chicken from Bubba.
How long were you down there before you took the chicken off the boat?
Very short time,
Like what?
a couple minutes,
And what were you doing during the couple minutes before you got over there to deal with Bubba?
talking to Max.
All right. And what did y'all talk about?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
No, sir. I do know that Maggie was very concerned about Pawpaw, and
You remember a lot of detail about all these new facts, but you don't remember what you talked about?
I don't remember the exact details of what we talked about. I believe that at that time we may have talked about Pawpaw, but I'm not certain.
Were you withdrawing at this time?
At this time, no, sir.
You weren't withdrawing at all.
No. I would only withdraw when I didn't have bills.
And you're saying you had bills?
Yes.
Down there for a couple minutes, I think you said now, before you get off the golf cart?
About, yes, sir.
All right. And where do you go at that point?
I take the chicken from Bubba.
All right. So you get up?
Well, I mean, Bubba's come out there with this chicken. I mean, he's showing us, hey, I caught this chicken. And I take the chicken from Bubba.
Golf cart?
he came up by the golf cart. He came up to Maggie and I, which I was on the golf cart. She's by the golf cart. I mean, he's not coming to the golf cart, but he's coming to us.
Is this during the kennel video or is this after the kennel video?
Well, no, you hear Maggie say he's got a chicken. That's what she's talking about is Bubba caught a chicken.
All right. So is the kennel video still going on before you go get the chicken? I mean, you've heard it, correct? You've heard it in this courtroom.
I don't know exactly. I don't know exactly, but in close time into Bubba coming out of those woods with the chicken, I got up and took the chicken from him.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Were the dogs barking and carrying on or going out into the woods or acting like they sensed somebody was around that they didn't know?
Were the dogs acting like there was somebody around that they didn't know?
Yeah, like dogs do.
No,
No, they weren't.
There was nobody
There wasn't.
around that the dogs didn't know.
Dogs didn't to your indication, sense anything out of the ordinary. They were just chasing after the guinea.
There was nobody else around
All right, good.
for them to sense.
You've heard the kennel video. Would you agree with me that it lasts for about 50 seconds?
I agree with that.
So it would have ended around 8:45 and 45 seconds. Would you agree with that?
I do agree with that.
Did you have the chicken out of Bubba's mouth at the end of the kennel video, or did it take longer than that?
You know, I can't remember exactly when in the video he came up with the chicken, but I would have had the chicken out of his mouth within 10, 15 seconds of Maggie saying he's got a chicken.
All right. And so then what did you do?
I put the chicken up.
All right. How long did that take? Did you get out of the golf cart to do that?
I did.
All right. And you had to go walk to where it was?
Well, yeah, I mean, a few feet, but I did that, yes.
All right. So how long did that take? And
Seconds.
we're at 8:46 now. How long did that take?
Seconds.
Just seconds. All right. And what did you do after that?
Got back on the golf cart.
And what did you do after that?
I left.
You left.
Now,
You
did I
jumped on
leave?
the golf cart and left.
Well, that's what I was getting ready to say. Did I get on the golf cart and leave that second? Probably not. But did I get on the golf cart and leave very quickly after that? I did.
Okay. I think you testified yesterday. I got out of there.
I did.
Why'd you get out of there so quick, Mr. Murdoch?
Because it was chaotic, it was hot, and I was getting ready to do exactly what I didn't want to do.
You're getting ready to do what you didn't want to do.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I was getting ready to sweat. I was getting ready to work. I went back to the air conditioner.
So did you say goodbye, according to your new story?
Did I say?
Yeah. Did you talk to them at all, or did you just get the chicken, put it on there, jump on there, and
Oh,
just take
no,
off?
I wouldn't have just gone off. I mean, I would have said, I'm leaving.
Okay.
Did I say goodbye? Bye.
And again, go
I
ahead.
mean, there would have been some, you know, there would have been some exchange. I'm not staying here.
What was that exchange? I mean, you've had such a photographic memory about these news stories. What happened here?
It's not, I can't tell you the exact words.
You don't remember your conversation after you put that chicken up. Did y'all talk about the chicken?
No, I don't think we did.
Did you talk with Paul about Cash's sale?
After the chicken?
Yeah.
No, I know I didn't do that.
Did you tell Maggie I'm going to go check on him?
At that point, no, I don't
Did you
think
tell
I did.
Maggie, oh, it's hot out here, think I'll go back?
I certainly would have said something to that effect.
So, unlike everything else in the news story, you just can't recall what that would have been.
Well, you know, I mean, you're making that categorization. I think there's other things about that that I can't remember. But if the question is, can I remember exactly what words I used when I gave Maggie some salutation when I'm leaving? I can't tell you what those were.
Right.
But it would have been something to the effect of, I'm leaving.
Okay, but you would concede that there was at least some conversation that you would have just put the chicken on there and ran back to the golf cart and taken off.
Without talking to Maggie, I would have never done that.
All right, so let's, you want to say a minute? Does that sound about right?
A minute for what?
To have just whatever interaction it took for you to then, according to your news story, drop back to.
No, sir. It wouldn't have taken me a minute. It would have been, it would have been, I'm leaving. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay, so 30 seconds.
I don't think it would have taken 30 seconds, but I mean, I'm fine with you using whatever time you want to apply. But I
Well,
don't
I'm
think
just
it would
asking
have taken
about real
long.
life here and how people interact with one another, Mr. Murdoch. I mean, so what you're telling this jury, I call you're fuzzy on these kind of details, is that you jetted down there, you dealt with the chicken, and jetted right back.
No, sir. No, sir. I didn't jet down there and I didn't jet back. I got up after Maggie asked me to leave. After Maggie asked me to go with her, and I did it. I got up. I went and got on the golf cart. I drove down there. I did what I did. I said, I'm leaving or something to those words. And I went back.
All right. Well, if it's about 8:46, if the kennel video ends at 8:45 and 45 seconds, and it's about 8:46, we at least concede that maybe it was about a minute before you got on that golf cart and headed back. Just reasonable real life.
Maybe. I mean, I don't think it was that long, but maybe, sure.
All right. So
But I don't think it was that long. I mean,
How long-
exactly what I thought was going to be going on at that kennel, why I didn't want to go there to begin with, is exactly what was going on.
yeah, well, I get that.
And I left.
Are these also convenient facts in your new story that have to fit with the timeline now that that evidence has been thrown in your face?
No, sir.
Does that sound like real life to you that you jet down there and jet back, Mr. Murdoch?
Mr. Waters, as I just told you, I didn't get on my golf cart and jet down there. I didn't jet back.
The reason why you have to be
Hang
so
on,
fuzzy
Mr.
about
Waters.
these
Just a second.
details.
Mr. Waters, hang on.
Just answer before another question is presented.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Just
answering
one
your
minute.
question.
Just one minute. Are you responding to the last question?
Yes, sir. I'm responding to your question, and you're using words that I'm not using. And that's your
Do you agree
categorization.
I'm entitled to ask my questions to you, sir?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And I'm going to answer them. All I'm saying is I'm taking issue with the manner in which you're changing what I'm saying.
Do you
And
disagree this is a new story? You disagree with that characterization?
yes, this is the first time that this is being told openly.
And you disagree to my characterization that you've got a photographic memory about the details that have to fit now that you know these facts, but you're fuzzy on the other stuff that complicates that. You disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. I think that I have a good memory about a lot of things on this.
How about this? We got a kennel video ending at 8:45. So just to take care of the chicken, put it up. I was gonna say 8:47, but somewhere around there. I think you said somewhere around there. Is that fair? just to do whatever you need to do and get on that cart before you head back
The kennel video ended at 8:45,
in 45 seconds.
8:46. It certainly could have been 8:47 before I left out of there.
Okay.
I think it was sooner than that, but it could have been.
All right, that's 60 seconds, 50, 75 seconds, correct? After it ends.
If it ends at 8:45 and 45 seconds, it's a minute and 15 seconds.
You characterized it yesterday as I got out of there, right?
That is exactly what I did.
So if we're at 8:47, I think you said, giving you the benefit of the doubt, it's 2 minutes to get up back to the house, correct?
Approximately.
All right. And when you got back to the house, where'd you park the golf cart?
Same place I'd gotten it from, right where Mark Ball testified that it was.
All right. And what door did you go in?
I would have gone in the front door.
And if you left around 8:47, and it took about 2 minutes to get up to the house, what time would that make it, Mr. Murdoch?
If I left at 8:47, and if it took me 2 minutes, that would make it 8:49.
8:49. You testified you went inside and the TV's on, right?
I did go inside, and the TV was on.
Okay. And you lay down, is that right?
I did.
Before you said you'd been napping for an hour or so, or napping that entire time, and now you lay down on the couch,
That's correct.
all right? And maybe doze for a second,
Maybe.
according to your news story? How long did you doze?
If I dozed, extremely short time.
Extremely short time? Because you would agree with me that at 9:02, you're up and moving, according to the data.
I agree that according to that data, my phone's recording steps at whatever time it is, 9:02 something.
How long did it take you, if you were at the house at 8:49, how long before you went laid on the couch?
I would have gone straight to the couch, probably. I may have gone by the sink, or I may have gotten a spit cup, but it would have been basically straight to the couch.
Straight to the couch?
Yes, sir.
And you're telling this jury that that's what happened, and you were back at the house at 8:49, and you lay down on the couch and dozed for a second, and then you were up with more steps in a shorter time period than you had done all day.
Well, I mean, your number is 8:49, but I'm telling this jury is that I went down there, and when I took that chicken from Bubba, I would have said something to Mags, got back on that golf cart, and I drove back to my house. After getting back to my house, I went inside, and in short order, I went to the couch. That's what I'm telling this jury.
Did you go anywhere else in the house?
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you specifically about that. I don't think so, but I may have.
Did you have that tan blackout and a 12-gauge shotgun on that golf cart when you drove down there?
No,
You did?
no,
Did you see them when you were down there?
no.
No. So we got you back around 8:49, and you're leaving at 9:02, correct? And you didn't see any weapons down there. You just happened to be back there. You didn't hear anything at all. Did you hear anything at all, Mr. Murdoch, during that time period?
No, I did not.
You didn't? Didn't you tell law enforcement that you thought you heard them pull up? Didn't you tell law enforcement that?
I did think they had pulled up.
All right. So that was that. You did think that?
Yes.
All right. So now you're saying there was a car pulling up?
No,
You didn't testify to that yesterday, did you, in your new version of events? That
no, I don't,
truck?
Mr. Waters, I don't believe there was a car pulling up.
Okay. But that's what you told law enforcement, didn't you?
No, I told law enforcement that I thought they had pulled up.
All right. But you're saying you couldn't hear blackout shots supposedly, but you could hear that, correct?
I didn't say I couldn't hear blackout shots, but I'm saying that I thought when I got up from taking a nap, if I took a nap, but when I got up from laying down, as I was getting ready to go to my mom's, there was a point in time where I thought Maggie and Paul had come back.
You also told them that you thought you heard a wildcat, and maybe it was a person or something like that as well.
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say then?
I said when I went outside that there's a house cat that's gone wild, and he hangs around. He goes from hanging around the shop, goes from hanging around the house different times. You might, and there'll be times you don't see him. And he had been around the house. And when I went outside, I believe that cat was over there.
You did. And you made a point of mentioning that to law enforcement.
I never thought it was a person.
All right. But you made a point of mentioning that to law enforcement, correct?
In the course of discussing it, I did tell them that.
But you never told them all this new story that you constructed in light of this trial. Is that correct?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel. I lied about that.
And at the same time, you also looked at this jury and tried to tell them that you've been cooperative in this investigation.
Other than lying to them about going to the kennel, I was cooperative in every aspect of this investigation.
Very cooperative, except maybe the most important fact of all, that you were at the murder scene with the victims just minutes before they died. Right?
I did not tell them that I went to the kennel.
We'll take a break at this time for about 15 minutes, talking to the jury. Please go to the jury room. Please not discuss the case. Step down, please. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone during the break. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
A true story is similar to a drunk getting out of a car on the freeway and explaining why they can't walk straight. And I don't know the impact that the impact on the jury associated with his drug addiction, but I just think this is the elephant in the living room. So I agree with you. I mean, the prosecutor's been effective.
Well, here's the thing, Rich, and this is the thing I'll respond to. The times. He's on that kennel video at 8:45. The data suggests he's moving, as you heard, at 9:02. Whatever he remembers or doesn't remember, what he says he doesn't say, he's now not denying that that's him, and everybody said it's him. So now it places him in this kind of limited time frame, because the other suggestion would be someone was waiting for him to leave to kill Paul and Maggie. Why they didn't want to kill him would be a separate question. And he just said, he didn't hear anybody around there. Now, again, taking aside whether he doesn't remember details, he doesn't. It's the data that I think is going to be critical here.
Right. The two most important pieces of evidence for the prosecution in this trial are, number one, now admitted that Alec Murdaugh lied about his whereabouts on the night of the murder, lied about being at the kennels. Number two, the timeline. The timeline has been in the benefit of the prosecution from the beginning. Towards the end of the prosecution's case, they really ramped it up. And Creighton Waters is killing Alec Murdaugh right now on the timeline because it doesn't make any sense. He says he was down there at 8:45. There was nobody else around, he says. The dogs weren't acting weird. There was nobody else. He got on a golf cart. He went back. He didn't lie down on the couch and go to sleep. He didn't have any time to. He got back up. We're going to hear that he shortly left to his mother's, but he didn't hear anything. He didn't hear any shots. It doesn't make any sense that he could have gotten to the kennels, out of the kennels, back to the property and off the property in that tight a timeline without seeing any of what happened. The mysterious 5'2" assassins that they now say were running around the property.
And Jamie, look, the point I think that is strong here, that if he had never lied, so if he said, yeah, I was down with them at the kennels, and then the video comes out and confirms what he said, that he was down there, but then left, this would have been a very different story. I think if you look at that and say he never lied, but the prosecution still doesn't have the murder weapon, they don't have the kind of forensics, they don't have an eyewitness, they have the two different guns, they have all these different suggestions, this would have been a very different case. It seems it's Alec Murdaugh's own words that are the worst thing against him in this case.
Jesse and Richard, listen, I'm playing devil's advocate here to some degree. Clearly, the prosecutors have brought a case that is reliable and has some sustenance. What I'm suggesting to you, and Jesse, you just touched on this, we have two different murder weapons. Neither one of them have been recovered. And they're clearly, it's if we're going to speculate, let's speculate. There was this issue going on with the young woman who died, unfortunately and very tragically. And, people that were very sincere about trying to hold people accountable for that death. So again, guys, I'm not, I'm playing devil's advocate right now, but what I suggest to you is that we have a drug addict who is under extreme stress. We have no murder weapon. We have really no motive. And I wouldn't say they've created a motive. The motive is supposedly he wanted to distract, from his own situation. What I would suggest to you is, father, and I don't know if you guys are, that's a reach for me.
So I agree with you. Unfortunately, the job that I have, I see family members killing family members in brutal fashion, and sometimes the victims are much younger than the ones we have here. And so nothing really would shock me. I guess, Rich, the thing that I'm wondering now is, what does Jim Griffin do when he has the opportunity to redirect, maybe later today? Because you have a client who's admitted to lying, you have a client who's admitted to stealing, you have a client who's admitting about all these things, and now it becomes a question, how do you rehabilitate his image? Because yesterday, when he came forward, it was quite emotional. I thought it might give the jury pause. So what do you think needs to happen to redirect?
I think you want to get back to that on redirect. I think you want to return to the emotion. I think that those were the high points of his direct in the first place, when he got very emotional about his wife and his son. And people said some of the jurors were tearing up over that. So he may have connected on the point. That's what they want to return to. By the way, I think, we saw extensive cross-examination about the financial crimes yesterday. I think the prosecution did that in order to put a confession on each of those crimes on the record out of Alec Murdaugh's mouth. Because win or lose this trial, they're still prosecuting him for all those financial crimes, and getting him to admit them under oath will be helpful in that endeavor.
So basically kill two birds with one stone. It's going to be, he basically walked himself to prison with those.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, we are going to talk more about this, and we'll also wait to jump live once again in the Alec Murdaugh trial with more of the defendant on the stand. Welcome back, everybody. So we're waiting to jump live once again into Walterboro, South Carolina for the continuation of Alec Murdaugh's testimony. Keep it very careful on the courtroom feed. But right now, the jury's taking a morning break. So while that happens, it gives us an opportunity to look back at some of his testimony from earlier today when he was asked about the kennel video, the video that places him at the crime scene minutes before when prosecutors say the murders happened, a video that he says and now admits he's on. This was him under cross.
When the kennel video was going on, had you arrived before that?
I believe that I had.
Okay. How long do you think you'd been there before that was going on?
Not long. Because when I got there and looking at the kennel video, you can see Pawpaw standing in the kennel. When I got there, Pawpaw wasn't standing in the kennel.
He wasn't in the kennel anymore?
Well, he wasn't in the kennel like he is in the video.
Right.
He's probably, and I don't know exactly, but I know he wasn't in the kennel. He was like in the driveway. He was fooling with cash. He was in the driveway, but like close to the kennel, but not in the kennel like he is in the video.
So the video happened after that, according to you?
Video happened after I got
After you
there.
first saw Paul? You're saying he wasn't in the kennel. When did the video happen?
I believe that to be the case.
Okay. After you had arrived. Is that correct?
Yes.
And,
Very shortly after I arrived, but after I arrived,
all right. And did you tell Maggie at that time that you were going to go to Alameda?
I did not.
Did y'all discuss it at all, according to, to these new facts you're testifying to?
I don't believe so.
Did you have any conversation with her?
Oh, yeah.
Had you had a conversation? Did you have a conversation with Paul about the dogs, about Cash's tail prior to going down there?
Prior to going down there? Did I have a conversation with Paul
Yes,
about
did you talk to
cash?
him about Cash and some problem with his tail prior to going down there? Did you have any knowledge of that prior to going down there?
I'm not sure. As I sit here today, I don't recall that, but I don't think so.
Okay, so Jamie, as we wait to jump back live, you had made the point that it's kind of hard to ask him what he remembers and what he doesn't remember. He might not be the most reliable narrator, given the drug substance abuse issues that he was talking about. It is curious, though, that he seems to remember certain things and then maybe conveniently doesn't remember other things.
Yeah.
How do you think his defense attorney needs to clean that up?
So I think falling on your sword a little bit more so than they have been. I think he's been, and again, Jesse and Richard, I'm playing devil's advocate here. There's clearly some issues that the jury's going to have to sort through. But I think falling on your sword to more of a degree, they always say that the lawyer is their own worst client, right? And this guy is a very legendary, talented attorney in his own right. And I think that maybe just conceding that you don't know everything that occurred will be helpful to him in the jury. Because to your point, Jesse, saying I know exactly what happened here, but at the same time relying on some sort of excuse that you were intoxicated and you were going through this lifestyle, they're inconsistent. Yeah. And I think the jury's going to struggle with that.
Okay, so Rich, I move it over to you because one of the things that you've been talking about is the financial crimes. And what Alec Murdaugh seemed to suggest was his life wasn't about to be exposed on June 7th, 2021. There wasn't this danger that Paul and Maggie knew about his drug problems well before that. So it wasn't like he was trying to cover anything up. There'd be no reason for him to kill his family. And I will tell you, I think that could be a struggle for the jurors as well about why he would do this. What do you think about that?
So I think Alec Murdaugh has helped piece this motive theory together because the prosecution has laid the predicates that he was a drug addict and that he had severe financial problems. And you and I and many people have struggled. How does that get you till you shoot your son in the face? I mean, that's a big step. But Alec Murdaugh on the stand has testified under oath that he suffered from paranoia. And he said yesterday the reason he lied to law enforcement about the kennel video was because he was paranoid, because he was afraid of law enforcement. By the way, he was afraid of law enforcement. He worked in law enforcement. His family's worked in law enforcement for decades. But putting that aside, he's got extreme paranoia. And that is why he lied about the kennel video. Couldn't it also be part of the motive? Drug addiction plus financial catastrophe plus paranoia equals motive. That to me is a formula that might carry the day.
You might be right. You might be right. And I'll tell you, it's interesting. You have to imagine, Jamie, his attorneys didn't want him to do this. As soon as they know that he was going to be questioned about the financial crimes and that he might be exposing himself to legal liability, maybe now even a lot more than that. I can't imagine him pleading not guilty to all the charges that he faces after what he admitted in open court. That back and forth between what a client wants to do versus what his attorneys recommend. Walk us through that.
Again, attorneys are their own worst client. I suspect that he was warned ad nauseum off the record and probably on the record to the extent that we weren't able to see this. But Jesse, let me throw this out there. Conceding that he had these problems in his personal life, does it open him up for some level of sympathy when we're looking at whether or not, again, to Richard's point, shooting your son in the face? I think that the alternative is to sit silent, which I probably would have recommended that he do, but the alternative is to sit silent and the jury has to kind of sort.
I remind everyone in the courtroom that there is to be no reaction to the testimony. No jeers, cheers, no reaction at all by anyone in the courtroom. You'll bring the jury.
Record before jury comes in.
There'll be an opportunity to put something on the record. If it's regarding an objection, it can be done later.
Yes, sir.
Jury is present, sir.
Thank you. You may proceed.
When you picked up that chicken, was there any blood on it?
I don't believe so.
Did you wash your hands at all?
At that point in time, I don't believe that I did.
When you say you were there, you said Maggie was nearby you. Is that correct?
Right by me.
Was she messing with the hose at all?
At that time, no, she was not.
Did she mess with it the entire time that you were there, according to your new facts today?
While I was there, she did not touch. She was not fooling with a hose at all.
I'm gonna move this thing along. I'm gonna put up on the screen states 519, which is the condensed timeline. If I could have the computer input, please. It's the condensed timeline, Mr. Griffin. All right. See that up there, Mr. Murdoch?
Yes.
All right, I'm on page 5. You see that cell tower out there?
That's up on my screen.
Yeah.
I do see that.
Would you agree with me that it reflects no cell tower activity on your phone from 6:52 to 9:04?
I do agree with that.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Murdoch. Did you take your phone with you down to the kennels, according to the new facts that you testified to yesterday and today?
I must not have.
You must not have.
If this is accurate, no, sir.
Is that typical for you?
Sure it is. Absolutely.
Okay. Tell me why that's typical.
If and when I'm going. Now, it would be unusual if I was going out for any extended period of time. Or if I was going, even on the property, if I was going somewhere for an extended period of time, I would usually have my phone. But for me to go knowing that I'm going to the kennel and coming right back, that's not unusual at all. I mean, you've heard the testimony about the service out there. The service is terrible. You have to be in a particular spot. And you have to find a spot.
So the answer is you don't know whether or not you took it down there
I believe that I probably didn't based on this data.
based on this. But unlike your photographic memory about other things, you don't remember whether or not you had your phone on you.
Mr. Porter, I've never claimed to have a photographic memory, but I do not specifically remember if I had my phone that night. I do not dispute it based on this data, and that's not unusual for me.
Just like you don't remember, according to your new story, the last conversation you had with Maggie.
No, I remember having my last conversation with Maggie.
Looking at the screen, you have the map up there. We're on page 6, and it shows you arriving back at Moselle at 6:42. You don't dispute that now, is that correct?
No, that's what this data appears to show.
And looking at the data, moving on to page 7, you have Paul arriving about 7:04. Is that correct? You don't have any reason to dispute that?
Well, that's what it says. He's arrives at 4147 Moselle Road, which is the address of the shop. The house is 4157. I believe that Paul actually got there a little bit before that, but I think that's approximately accurate. I think Paul got there a little bit closer to 7 o'clock.
You would agree that that's the earliest data point that reflects his presence in Moselle?
If that's what the records show.
You don't dispute that?
I don't dispute that if that's the earliest data point. But again, I believe he got there a little bit earlier. And I try to look at these records to see if that could be refuted. And I believe he got there a little closer to 7 or a little bit before 7.
That's a good point. You looked at these records a lot before you had your testimony yesterday today, didn't you, Mr. Murdoch?
I've looked at these records other than the OnStar records that just came when they were provided to me. Sure, I've looked at them.
Right here, we have some steps on your phone, 29 steps. And then down at the bottom, we have 89 steps. That's consistent when you and Paul were together on the property?
I mean, sure, we would go to different locations on the property. Sometimes we would get out. Sometimes we wouldn't. We'd get out and walk around. We'd look at stuff. We'd do things. For example, you saw me messing with the tree. There'd be other ones. We may get out and look at a feeder. Maybe other ones we get out and look at hog signs where hogs are rooting. So it would be perfectly consistent with what Papa and I were doing that day.
And 8:05 to 8:09, would you agree that that's the last steps recorded on your phone before 9:02 when you become a very busy bee?
If that's what these records show. I see I took steps. These records show I took steps between 8:05 and 8:09.
All right. So would you concede then that you're at the house around 8:09?
I would have thought so, yes.
Okay. And you said Paul was already back at that point?
No, I said just the opposite.
When did he get there?
All right. You talking about when I left the shop and went to the house when Maggie was there?
Yes, before you ate dinner.
No, as I said earlier, Paul and I were at the shop. Maggie got home. I left Paul at the shop and I went to the house. I think you were saying that I said I met Paul at the house, and that's incorrect.
Paul was still down at the shop when you were at the house, correct?
When I first went to the house, Paul was still at the shop, I believe.
All right. And was Maggie there when you arrived at the house?
Yes, I believe she was.
All right. And 8:09 is the last steps that you have on this phone before 9:02, correct?
That's what the data shows.
Looking now at page 15. I'm sorry, page 14. Your steps that you say when you got to the house is 8:09 and Paul was still down at the shop. But don't these records reflect that Paul is pinging with GPS data at the house at 8:08?
This record appears to show Paul at the house at 8:08.
All right. So those records don't fit with your new story that you testified yesterday and today. Is that correct?
No, I don't believe even right now, Mr. Waters, that that's right. I'm not saying what you're doing is you're taking 8:09 and saying that I'm at the house. And I mean, that may or may not be right. But what I'm saying is that when Maggie came through, I left, and I believe that Paul stayed at the shop. Now, did Paul come right behind me? I'm not sure. But when I left him, I believe that when I left to go to the house, I believe that Paul stayed at the shop for a minute.
When you got to the house, did you put your phone down?
I'm sure I did.
Did you put it in the car, in the Suburban?
Did I put it in Suburban?
When you got back to the house, did you put it in the Suburban? Was the Suburban parked out front?
The Suburban would have been parked wherever I parked it.
Which is where?
I believe on the side.
Okay. And did you put your phone in Suburban?
At that time, no, I did not.
Where'd you put it?
I'm not sure where I put it.
Not sure about that either. Huh?
No, I'm not sure. When I went in the house, I'm not sure where I put my phone. I would think that I put it down somewhere, probably by the couch.
Didn't you testify yesterday when you were being asked by your lawyer about that pause at Alameda when you were leaving, and you had a very specific recollection of your phone and falling down in the crevice, and you had to pick it up and get it out? Remember testifying to that?
I did.
But you don't remember what you did with your phone when you got back at this point, huh?
I mean, Mr. Waters, those are two distinct, different things. I'm coming in the house and I put my phone down. I don't have a routine spot that I put it in right on this corner or right there. I would assume that when I went in the house, I put it somewhere either on the table. You go by, go into the couch. I may have taken it to the bathroom. When I took a shower, it may have taken me a few minutes to go to the shower. So I can't tell you exactly where I put it.
That story is an awful specific recollection when you need it to try to make the news story that the jury's hearing and everyone's hearing yesterday and today with the data, correct? But you're awful fuzzy on far more important things, aren't you?
Which question? Here, I'll answer the first one first. No, I don't believe that's convenient, and I disagree with your categorization of the description.
All right, but you remember the console story, but you don't remember where you put your phone, whether or not you took it down to the kennels, whether it was in, you put it in Suburban. Don't remember any of that. But I don't remember that console story, correct?
Well, I don't remember the console story, but in that Suburban, and it's not the first time that it happened, but when that phone got down there, you had to go to great efforts to get it out, and you couldn't just reach over there and get it out.
All right, you say when you got to the house that Maggie was already there?
Yes.
We saw your last steps were at 8:09.
Well, that's what you saw when this data recorded my last steps. But as you heard this testimony too, Mr. Waters, that's not a precise. That's not a precise. You heard the testimony. You know what it is.
Well, how did you get back to the house? Remind us.
From the shop.
Yeah.
I went in a white pickup truck.
Went in the white pickup truck. Okay. And when you got in the house, where did you go?
We've already discussed this. I took a shower. Whether I did things for a moment before I went to the shower, I'm sure I talked to Maggie because she'd been gone. And if she came through the kennel, which I believe she did, we only talked briefly, so I would have talked to her, but I would have quickly gone to take a shower.
Okay. Going over to page 16, you agree with me that the data reflects Maggie start logging steps and her phone disconnecting from the Mercedes around 8:17, correct?
I agree. At 8:17, her phone ends connection to her Mercedes.
And starts logging steps.
I don't see that, but I don't dispute it.
Well, you see the purple line talking about it disconnecting from the Mercedes?
I see where you're talking about. So yeah, I see at 8:17, her phone starts logging steps. I agree with that.
So what you can see that appears to be when she arrived.
No, I don't believe that's when she arrived. I believe that, it was very normal for Maggie when she's driving to jump out of the car, run inside, go to the bathroom, do things, and either send me or Paul or go back or Buster or go back to her car herself and unplug her phone. So, I agree that's when her phone's unplugged, but I believe that Maggie got to the house a little bit before that. That's the whole reason why Paul and I went to the house.
Okay. But you're saying Paul arrived after Maggie, is that what you're saying? At the house?
I believe so, yes, sir. That's what I recall. And Paul arrived at the house after I arrived at the house, I believe. And if Paul got to the house around about that same time, he wasn't inside with Maggie and I when I went to get to the shower.
So you say if Paul he wasn't inside with Maggie and you? Is that what you said? Mr. Murdoch, is that what you said?
Sir?
You said if Paul got to the house prior to that, he wasn't inside with you and Maggie. Is that what you said?
I'm saying he was not inside when I went to get in the shower.
Okay. But again, looking back at this data point, 8:08, we see a little blue dot right there in the middle of the house, don't we?
Yeah, that's what these records show. Okay. And it also shows that circle that folks testified to what the range of what it could be within. So, it clearly could
Look
be.
at that circle. Look at what's right in the middle of that circle. Almost like somebody drew a circle around the house, don't you agree?
Yeah, I do. But also in that circle is where you would park a truck if you pulled up.
Right.
So, and I'm not saying that he wasn't in the house at some point in time there. But when I went to get in the shower, he wasn't in the house. And he very easily could have been there and been parked in the yard.
All right. You agree at the bottom of page 16 that about 8:30, Maggie starts tracking steps again on her phone?
Yes, sir. That's what the data shows.
All right. That's the wrong button. And you would agree with me that about 8:38, Paul's phone shows him back up at the kennels.
Yes, sir. I agree that at 8:38, let me see which one. It's hard for me to figure out which one of these rings, but at 8:38, it shows Paul in whichever one of those rings is 56 meters wide. And I have no reason to believe he wasn't at the kennel.
And then 8:44:55, we've already gone through this, but that's a kennel video, right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And you would agree with me that it lasts about 50 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir. I agree with that.
And you would agree with me, moving on to page 19, that both Maggie and Paul's phones locked for the final time around 8:49.
That's what the data shows.
After that, you would agree that Maggie's phone around 8:53 shows some steps being taken?
That's what the data shows. Yes, sir.
Data doesn't show who's carrying it, but that's what it shows. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you would agree with me that from 9:02 to 9:06, your phone finally comes to life and starts showing a lot of steps.
I do agree with that.
What were you doing?
I was getting ready to go to my mom's house.
Getting ready to go? I thought you took a shower already. You're just laying down on the couch. What all you need to do to get ready to go to your mom's house?
I mean, there wasn't anything to get ready in that aspect, but I was getting ready to go. I was preparing to leave.
Doing what?
I don't know if I got up, went to the bathroom. I don't know. I can't tell you exactly what I was doing.
That's far more steps in a short time period than any time prior, as you've seen from the testimony in this case. So what were you so busy doing?
That's-
Going to the bathroom?
No, I don't think that I
Get on a
went to
treadmill?
the bathroom. No, I didn't get on the treadmill.
Jogging place?
Nope, I didn't jog in
Jumping
place.
jacks?
No, sir, I did not do jumping jacks.
What were you doing this Murdoch in those 4 minutes?
Preparing to leave from my mom's house.
What? What does that mean? I mean, you're in the front room on that couch where you say you laid down. The Suburban's just right outside. What all are you doing?
I don't know if I got up and went to my room, went to the gun room, went back in that.
You've been so clear in your new story about everything. What were you doing during these 4 minutes?
I disagree with your assertion about every detail. I don't recall. I know that I was getting up and I was leaving. I was going to check on my mom. But specifically what I was doing, I don't know. I know what I wasn't doing, Mr. Waters, and what I wasn't doing is doing anything, as I believe you've implied, that I was cleaning off or washing off guns, putting guns in a raincoat, and I can promise you that I wasn't doing any of that.
Okay. Also, during this 4 minutes where you got 283 steps, not only are you moving around a lot, but you're making a ton of phone calls. Because in that same time period, you see this red line right here, where over that 4 minute period, all those steps were taken? That's also when you're calling, making all these phone calls, isn't it, Mr. Murdoch?
I made the
So
phone
you're in
calls.
place and making phone calls? Is that right?
Be allowed to answer before Mr. Waters steps on him again with another question. Please. Thank you.
All right. You were making all these phone calls while you were taking all these steps. Would you concede that? Where you don't remember what you were doing?
Well, I was making phone calls, and that shown here. At 9:05, I called my dad. You know, I don't know that I was taking steps like you're saying I'm taking steps. I heard the same testimony you heard, Mr. Waters, and, you know, steps can be recorded any number of ways. I don't have a specific recollection of walking around. I don't know if I was hitting my phone like the guy showed or doing whatever that makes steps, but, you know.
So you were hitting your phone like that while you were making all these phone calls?
Hang on, no, sir. What I'm saying, Mr. Waters, I don't know that. I'm just giving you an example. You're saying that I'm running around taking these steps, and while I'm doing that, I'm making telephone calls. What I will agree with is that this data shows that there was 283 steps recorded on my phone. And sometime during that period, I made certain phone calls.
Okay. All right. So not only for whatever it is recording steps, but you're also making a ton of phone calls, including missed calls to Maggie, who is 1,100 feet away, supposedly.
You're using the term a ton of phone calls.
Yeah.
What I agree is that I made the phone calls that are listed on these call data records, which, you know, are very normal phone calls for me.
You know why so many phone calls were missing from the log around this relevant time period when law enforcement downloaded your phone on June 10th?
From my phone?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Did you delete them, Mr. Murdoch?
Not intentionally.
Just around time June 7th, all these calls were missing, but you had nothing to do with that between June 7th and June 10th.
No, sir, I did not. And I did not delete phone calls from my phone. Mr. Waters, one of the most important things in this whole thing for me has been getting this data that I believe would exist. Phone calls and phone records would be part of that. I've been in enough civil cases and used phone records enough times to know that you delete a phone call from your phone, it doesn't disappear. So I can tell you, this jury, and everybody who's listening, that I did not intentionally delete phone calls from my phone.
Yeah, because you started talking about that. You're a former prosecutor, correct? And former lawyer doing civil cases. We went through that yesterday. And boy, you're busy being on that phone right out of the gate at 9:02, right? Objection's overruled.
Am I a busy bee?
Yeah.
I am using my telephone at, I think I call at 9:05, I start and call my dad, and I agree that I made other phone calls.
And one of the first things you start talking about with law enforcement is these calls that you made to Maggie, correct? You recall that from your first statement to law enforcement?
One of the first things that I said to law enforcement,
Yeah, that's one of the things you talk about. I'm talking about with your interview with Special Agent Dave Owen.
I don't remember that being the first thing we talked about, but
First things.
if Mr. Owens asked me about it, then
No, you
Sure.
brought it up, didn't you?
I did.
You don't recall?
No, I don't recall.
Would you dispute me if I said you brought it up?
That I brought up, what, brought up
Your
what?
phone, Mr. Murdoch, your phone.
Phone calls to Maggie?
Yes.
That I brought up phone calls to Maggie to David Owens.
I'm asking you, is that one of the things that you talked about in your first interview with Dave Owen? That you pulled out your phone and started looking at it, that you brought that up? You recall that?
Well, but that's not what you asked Mr. Owens. You asked me, was that the first thing that I talked to him about? And that was the discrepancy. I certainly don't dispute that Mr. Owens and I talked about phone calls. But that's not what you said. So just to be clear.
Well, the real reason, Mr. Murdoch, is that you as a lawyer and prosecutor are up at 9:02, finally having your phone in your hand, moving around and making all these phone calls to manufacture an alibi. Is that not true?
It's absolutely incorrect.
So that's just another circumstance and coincidence in this particular case. Right around the time that you lied to law enforcement about maybe one of the most important facts in the case.
Comment before the question.
It is an absolute fact that I'm not manufacturing an alibi, as you say.
How do you remember so much detail about everything else, but you don't remember what you were specifically doing to generate 283 steps while you're making all these phone calls in the same 4-minute period?
I remember unequivocally, without any doubt, with as clear a mind as I could have at any time, that I never manufactured any alibi in any way, shape, or form, because I did not and would not hurt my wife and my child.
So why
So
can't
I
you
know for a
remember what you were
fact
doing?
that I never, ever, ever created an alibi.
Why don't you remember what you were doing when you were so busy for this 4-minute critical period?
I do remember what I was doing.
Other than I was getting ready to go.
That's because that's what I was doing.
Okay. Well, let's keep going. You made those calls to Maggie in that 4-minute period. You had just seen them a few minutes ago when you say you went down there and came right back. Why didn't you just take that quick little left 1,100 yards away and stop by? See why they didn't answer the call. You're obviously wanting to get in touch with them. Why did you go down to the kennels that were so close by?
There was no reason to. I mean,
Making multiple missed calls to Maggie, and she's so close. And there's a driveway right there. Why do you not just go down there and say, hey, guys, I'm heading over there?
it wasn't important to do that. Me making those phone calls is simply me letting, I believe I called Maggie and I believe I called Paul, but that's simply me just letting them know that I'm leaving for a minute. I'll be back. The fact that they don't answer is not unusual at all. Now, it is odd. It is unusual that they never call me back. But at that moment, the fact that there's a missed call when I know they're on the property, I mean, that doesn't even register at all. That's perfectly normal to try to call somebody who's on the property and not be able to get them. And as far as not going down there, there was no sense of urgency. Maggie was with Paul. You know, she should be as safe as she could be.
Yeah, she should. Did you talk with Maggie about going to Alameda when you were at the kennels?
No, I don't believe I did.
Did you talk with Maggie about going to Alameda during supper?
I know that we had talked about it. I had talked. I don't believe we talked about it at supper, but we may have. I know that I had talked about that I was going to go over there, and then I decided that I wasn't going to go over there.
So what was your conversation at supper? Tell me specifically, if you could, please.
I
About going to Alameda.
I can't tell you that we specifically talked about it. The only thing that I can tell you we specifically talked about at supper was Paul.
All right. And what was the conversation?
Maggie was just concerned. Paul had been having, for a young person, Paul had been having high blood pressure, and he's very resistant to go to the doctor. And this has been going on for a little while, but lately Paul's feet had swollen, and for a 22-year-old to start having swollen feet concerned both of us, and it particularly concerned Maggie. And we talked about that.
Okay. Did y'all talk about Mr. Randolph at all?
I'm sure we did.
Do you remember that group text coming in about whether or not anybody was going to go see Mr. Randolph at the hospital the next day?
Do I remember it coming in?
Yeah.
I don't remember it coming
Yeah,
in.
you didn't read it till the next day, but
I've seen the data.
why didn't you? Did you ever text the group and say you were going to Alameda at all?
No,
Did you and Maggie ever specifically discuss her going along with you to Alameda?
I don't believe that we did. I know that there was a point in time where I said Maggie might go, but it's highly unusual for Maggie to go and visit just my mom. The whole situation, it just made Maggie sad, and she didn't like to go. So
You
I don't believe that we did, but I do acknowledge that at some point I said she might go for some reason.
you told law enforcement on multiple occasions that, first of all, Maggie was planning to stay at Edisto the night of June 7th, correct?
I did say that.
All right. And you also said that you came to find out that she came home of her own accord, correct? You told that to law enforcement. Is that true?
She did come home of her own accord.
That she decided on her own to come home because she was worried about you. Isn't that what you said?
I did say that, and I believe that to be the case.
All right. But since despite what you told law enforcement, we've since seen the text that you actually called her and asked her to come home on the night of June 7th.
No, sir, that's not correct.
That's not correct?
No, sir, that's absolutely not
All
correct.
right. So you heard your sister-in-law Marion testify to just that fact of the conversation she had with Maggie, but you're saying that's not true?
I don't believe that's what Marion said.
All right. And your defense put in this exhibit 107, where Maggie texted Blanca and said, Alec wants me to come home.
I've seen that. I agree with that.
Is that it up on the screen? Nope, I've got the wrong info here. I'll just hold it up. You've seen this text?
I have seen that. Mr. Waters, the only dispute I have with what you're saying is you're saying that I called Maggie and wanted her to come home. I always wanted Maggie to come home. And I would have talked to Maggie about coming home before she ever left to go to Charleston and to Edisto. And I can tell you this, and I didn't realize this at the time, but I realize it now, that Maggie was already undecided. Now, I didn't know this, but Maggie was already undecided about staying at Edisto. I can promise you that, because Bubba and Grady were in their kennels, as y'all well know, that night. That day, if Maggie was certain that she was spending the night at Edisto, at a minimum, Bubba would have been with her, and probably both dogs would have been with her. It's very unusual for her to spend the night anywhere without one of us or those dogs. So
you're
that
saying-
tells me that when she left that morning, she was already seriously thinking about coming back.
So you're saying that you never called her and had a conversation that day, asking her to come home, specifically on the night of June 7th, 2021?
Maggie and I had a couple of phone conversations that day. What I'm telling you is that before she left, no, I don't believe we had a phone call about that. We may have discussed it during the phone call, but I didn't make a phone call to her to ask her to come home. I had already told her I wanted her to come home. I always wanted her to come home. You heard Marion say that too, that I always wanted Maggie with me.
Maggie thought enough of it to talk about it with Marion, didn't you?
The fact that I wanted her to come home?
Correct.
Well, sure. I mean, that's what Marion said.
So you're denying that you called Maggie and specifically asked her to come home that night?
I didn't make a phone call to Maggie to ask her to come home that night. I asked Maggie to come home long before she ever left. And I probably asked her again each time I talked to her, but I didn't make the phone call specifically for that, as you're saying. And to be clear, I'm certain that if Maggie was certain that she was spending the night, Bubba would have been with her and probably Grady.
All right. Why did you tell law enforcement, though, that you found out after the fact that Maggie wanted to come home because she was concerned about you? Why'd you phrase it that way if what you're saying to the jury now was accurate? Why would you phrase it that way?
Because I believe that to be the case.
That you found out afterwards, but now you're saying you knew.
No, I'm saying I found out afterwards why she came home, Mr. Waters.
Okay.
And she came home because she was worried about me. So I want to be clear about that. I did not learn that until, I think, the day after she got killed.
But you're saying that you found out that after the fact, but you're telling this jury that you knew the things that you just said about her wanting to come home. And you were unaware of what Marion would say at that point either.
No, I'm saying at that time, I had not thought about Bubba and Grady. Since that time, I thought about that. I'm certain of that. At the time, I thought Maggie was staying at Edisto. All right. She was going to Edisto to meet the people, to do the work. Maggie loved to stay at Edisto. There's no doubt about that. It would not be unusual at all for her to stay at Edisto. But just like every other time, I had already asked her, please come back, come back. Always wanted her to stay with me. Always. But I did not learn about, and Maggie even texted me, I'll see you in a few hours. But I did not know why she decided to come back until later, is what I'm saying. And I learned it from Blanca. Blanca actually showed me the text that she sent her talking about being worried about me.
You would agree with me that you sent a text to Maggie at 9:08:58 while in motion in the Suburban, as reflected by the data?
I do. Which was because I couldn't reach them by the telephone and I wanted them to know where I was.
Okay.
Which is what we did.
And you got to Alameda around 9:22?
I believe that's correct. No, I don't have any reason to dispute that.
Made some more phone calls along the way?
I did make more phone calls along the way while I was riding.
You called Chris Wilson?
I did call Chris Wilson.
Had a short conversation with him? Is that right?
I did have a conversation for however long the record show.
About 131 seconds? That sound about right?
If that's what the record show, 2 minutes.
Called your brother, John Marvin, for about 106 seconds, including connection time. Does that sound about right?
That does sound about right.
Arrived at 9:22. Does that sound about right?
It does.
And then at 9:24, you call, that's the landline at Alameda, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you went inside, is that right?
Yeah, that's
Talking to
right.
Shelley.
That's right. I called the house phone to get Shelley to let me in.
And when you were asked by law enforcement how long you were at your mother's house, you said 45 minutes to an hour. Isn't that correct?
I think I said a couple of different things, but I think at one time I did say that. But, you know, routinely through this thing, I kept saying, you know, when you get this data, you'll see exactly. When you look at my phone, you'll see exactly. When you do, you know, so, you know, me giving the times was always given with the thought that, okay, there's OnStar out there, there's whatever.
But when you had a conversation with Miss Shelley after the fact, you actually asked her to say that you were there longer than 20 minutes.
You know, I heard Shelley's testimony. I believe Shelley to be a good person. I wasn't trying to influence Shelley on any particular length of time because at the beginning of this, I believed that data would show what data would show. And for me to tell her to say something when my OnStar is going to show something different just doesn't make any sense. So, you know, I can't answer that. What my recollection is that I told Shelley that law enforcement would be talking to her. We may have discussed how long I was there. At that point in time, if I thought I was there 45 minutes, I may have said I was here 45 minutes, but I can't tell you.
Right. And that's the same thing that Blanca testified to, that you talked to her about the clothes that you were wearing and made her uncomfortable, correct?
Ask that question again.
It's similar to your conversation with Blanca that you testified about when you talked to her about the clothes that you were supposedly wearing and it
What's,
made her feel uncomfortable. Do you remember that testimony, sir?
what's similar to that?
Well, that you're talking to both of these individuals about their testimony in a manner that's inconsistent with what they know.
No, I don't think your assertion is accurate. You have to understand this. On August the 11th, when I went to meet with David Owens, and in that, David Owens asked me about, he showed me that Snapchat and asked me about clothes that I had on. And shortly after that, the next time I was with Blanca, I asked Blanca about those clothes because David Owens had asked me about them and was made an issue about it. And so I checked with Blanca to see what I specifically asked Blanca, and it was an issue to me. So I got Blanca and I said, I need you to sit down and talk with me about this. This is important. Do you remember my clothes when you came to Moselle that day? And she remembered exactly what she testified to. She remembered that my pants were there. She wasn't sure if the shirt was there. At that time, I think she actually thought the shirt was there, but she was clear that she wasn't sure about that. No, she wasn't unsure about it. She didn't remember, but assumed that it was. So that was the conversation and why I was asking Blanca.
Well, again, you're very specific about your memories of that conversation. Is that correct, Mr. Murdoch?
You dang right. I'm consistent about that because a very short time before that, David Owens is asking me questions and telling me I'm a suspect in the murder of my wife and my child and asking me about my clothes. You dang right. It was important.
It was important, right?
And you dang right. I remember why I went to her and for what reason.
The only thing you're concerned about is yourself. You're not concerned about giving accurate information to law enforcement, correct? What's the reason for that, Mr. Murdoch? Why don't you want to give accurate information to law enforcement? Why do you want to talk to these women who both were employed by you or your family and try to influence what they were going to say?
I did want to give law enforcement accurate information. I told a lie about being down there, and I got myself wed to that. But I wanted to give them as much. I knew that I hadn't done this, and I wanted to give them as much accurate information as I could. But the reason I went to Blanca is specifically because David Owens talking to me on August the 11th.
You see that you're underway about 9:42, heading back. 9:42 to 9:43.
I do.
Turned on Moselle about 10:01.
Turned into Moselle at 10:01.
Yeah. Sorry.
It looks to me like I turned into Moselle at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock on the dot, sorry.
Yes, sir.
At the house at 10:05.
Yes, sir.
And then that's when you went back to the kennels after you came back from Alameda, correct?
I went to the kennels after I went to the house. I went from Alameda to the house to the kennels.
And we got to the scene. You got out of the car, according to what you told law enforcement repeatedly, and went and checked the bodies, correct? Before you called 911. Is that correct?
No, sir, that's not correct.
You're saying you didn't say that to law enforcement?
I don't know what I said to law enforcement, Mr. Waters, but I can tell you this. I pulled up and I saw Agent Paw. I jumped out of that car. I know that I went back to my car and I called 911 as quickly as I could. That point in time, when I got on the phone, then is when I went to them and did the things that I did. So what you're saying is not accurate.
You're saying that you didn't say very specifically to law enforcement that you went to them prior to calling 911.
When?
After you got out of the car, you told law enforcement repeatedly that you went over and checked the bodies before you called 911.
No, I don't. If I did say that, I don't believe that's accurate. Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
No, sir. It's not accurate. At least that's not what I remember.
That's not what you remember saying, or that's not what you say now happened?
No, that's not what I believe happened.
Okay. But you don't deny that's what you said.
Did I check Maggie and Paul before I called 911?
Correct.
I don't believe that's what I said. Now, I know I checked them, but I don't believe I checked them before I called 911. Because I can pretty well remember vividly. When I checked Paw, I was already on the phone with 911.
Looking at this data, to show the vehicle parking at 10:05 and 55 seconds.
Yes, sir.
10:05, 57. The Suburban arrives at the kennels. You agree with that?
I'm sorry, say that again, George.
At 10:05, 57, it shows the Suburban arriving at the kennels.
Okay. Okay.
The 911 call was at 10:06, 14,
Okay.
just about 20 seconds later. You agree with that?
I think that sounds right. Yes, sir. I mean, that makes sense. But that goes back to what I'm saying is I pulled up. I saw them, and I know I jumped out of my car. But I believe that before I checked them, in fact, I'm almost certain, then I went back and I got that's when I went and got my phone and I called 911.
Okay.
And then after I called 911, there was a little while where there wasn't, I don't think there was anything going on. And I believe that is the time period that I went and checked on them.
I don't want to belabor the point, but then what you're saying here today, now that we have this data, that's not exactly how you expressed it to law enforcement in your prior statements. Is that correct?
No, sir, I disagree with that. I totally disagree with that, Mr. Waters. Will you point to what you're talking about?
All right, so, I was going to watch. All right, Ms. Murdoch, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdoch.
And your last name, so you're correct.
Murdaughh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdoch?
May 27th, 1968,
And good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
All right. And so what was your name?
Yeah, Danny Henderson.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen, and I'm Rutland with Coffee County on the sled. I have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah,
I totally
yeah,
understand.
yeah.
So you don't have any problem
Yeah.
with it.
So, just start at the top, take your time.
Like when I came back here,
Mhm.
I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. My boy over there, I could see it was. I could see his brain. And I ran over to Maggie. And actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. I tried to turn him over, and I don't know. I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both. I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, I called 911 pretty much right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John. And I tried to call a little boy, a real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
The person you didn't name, that was Rogan, little boy right around the corner. Is that who you're talking about?
That's correct. But going back to your question, I mean, that's the way I remember it, what I said right there. And your question about did I do these things before I called 911? That's not what I said then. And that's not what I remember now.
So you're saying now that you went out, you checked, you came back, got your phone, and that's when you called 911?
I'm not saying that now, Mr. Wood. I am saying that now, but to me, that's what I said then. I mean, I told her, I called 911 right away. There was no time to do the things that I'm talking about doing in the time between getting there and calling 911.
When you talked about calling Rogan, and he said that he lived right around the corner, correct?
That's correct.
But Rogan wasn't staying there at the time. That's the whole reason that Cash was at your kennel, right? You knew that.
Well, Rogan was staying in Buford a lot, but he was home a lot too. I didn't know where Rogan was on a daily basis.
About keeping his dog Cash at the kennels when he was staying with his girlfriend and working down in Buford?
Yes, he had asked me that. I mean, that had been some time before. I didn't know. You're making a big deal about this, Mr. Waters, but that particular night, I didn't have a clue where Rogan was staying or not staying. I was trying to find somebody to come out there with me. I called Randy, I called John, and Rogan was the next best alternative. And Rogan is so close. I mean, Rogan, of all these kids that you've heard, Rogan, Gibson, I mean, Roro is like a Rogan. You prefer when I call him Rogan, is truly like a son to Maggie and I. And he was such a good friend of Buster, and he was such a good friend of Paul. And you've been through everything I have. You'll see that 2 weeks or 3 weeks prior to this, I ran out of gas when Bus and Paul weren't home. And Rogan's the person that I called to bring me gas.
Nobody's disputing any that Rogan would have helped you. Let me keep playing this.
Around, Paul, when you walked out.
Blood.
Anything else?
I mean, there were some body things. Yes, sir.
I mean, like any other evidence? I know you said the phone fell out of the pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir. Nothing. No, sir.
About Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything about her, no? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them, and Maggie's a dog lover, and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
You just testified that in the wake of this, you didn't know what you said to law enforcement. That was what you just said.
No, I mean, I know a lot of what I said to law enforcement, but there's a lot of things in looking back at this video for one, the 911 call for one. I mean, there's a lot of things that I didn't remember.
Okay. But right then and there, just not long into this interview, you made a conscious decision to lie right there.
Play that again.
You said, I was at the house.
And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house. I left the house. Play.
You want me back up some more?
Well,
Yeah, we can keep listening to it.
Anything about no? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them, and Maggie's a dog lover, and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
You want to hear it again?
No, sir, but I don't
So you made a
think,
conscious decision to lie right there, this early into an interview, sitting in the front seat, correct?
I don't believe so.
You didn't make a conscious decision to lie?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that was lying at that point,
Okay. Tell me why not.
because Maggie had gone to the kennels and I was at the house.
Okay. So you think you were being, that was not a lie at that point?
I don't believe so.
At what point did you decide to lie?
I'm not sure, but it was in that. It
Was it in
was,
this interview?
I believe that it was.
Okay. Was this interview where you're sitting in the front seat, correct?
It is.
You're not in custody, correct?
I'm not in custody.
They're giving you water, letting you chew tobacco, treating you politely, correct?
They treat me very politely.
So what was it that clicked? So you said in this interview that it clicked that I'm gonna lie about the most important fact that I know?
I'm not sure exactly when in it that I lied, decided to lie, but I believe it was during this interview. I believe all those things that I talked about, those things that have gone on, the things that people have said to me about don't talk to anybody without a lawyer. Partners all told me that, or a lot of my partners told me that. My dear friend, Chief Alexander, was one who said that. I overheard, I believe it was Sheriff Hill. I'm not positive. I overheard him tell, I believe Mark Ball of Gray Holmes, don't let him talk to anybody without a lawyer. And what I believe is that based on my distrust of SLED and getting in that interview, and I'm not positive about this, but I believe when he asked me, about my relationship with my wife and my son, I believe that's when I decided to lie.
You
But I'm
also
not
left
positive.
out when you had the GSR too, because that's what you testified to yesterday.
That certainly contributed.
And your dope paranoia too. You said that as well, correct?
Well, those things are what triggered the paranoia that started as my addiction evolved.
And so you're an experienced lawyer and you've been a prosecutor and you took the advice of your law partners that you should have a lawyer there as you read that as, oh, I should lie.
No, that's not an accurate.
Because that's not what that means, is it? For us?
Well, that's not an accurate statement, what you just said, Mr. Waters.
I just repeated what you just said. You said was one of the factors was your law partners, and now you're blaming Sheriff Hill and Greg Alexander told you that you needed a lawyer before you talked to police, and you took that somehow as meaning I need to lie
No.
as a lawyer and a prosecutor?
No, that's what you said, Mr. Waters. But
How am I mischaracterizing it from your perspective, Mr. Murdoch?
Because-
I think isn't that what you heard? Isn't that what you just said? Excuse me.
no, sir, that's not what I said.
All right, say it again.
I believe those guys were trying to help me. I believe they cared about me. I believe they thought that I was in a condition such that I shouldn't talk to anybody. I mean, those guys had to prop me up. help me get myself together just to be able to go talk to David Owens. I mean, they were trying to help me, but before that, that was just one of the many things that I believe led to that situation sitting in there where those paranoid thoughts came to me. Them talking about not talking to anybody without a lawyer, Brian Varnado, checking my hands, the fact that I got a pocket full of pills in my pocket. I was the person who found Maggie and Paul. My distrust for SLED, all of those factors combined and made me decide to lie. I also know him asking me about Maggie and Paul contributed to that paranoia. All I'm saying is I'm not disputing that I lied. I'm just saying at this point, you're saying I made a conscious decision to lie here. And I'm saying I don't think I made a conscious decision right there.
Okay. Later.
I believe so.
Had you already had your GSR done at this point?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I had.
And you already talked to your law partners and talked to and heard Sheriff Hill. Now you're blaming him and
I'm not-
blaming
no.
Chief Alexander now as well for your lies.
No, sir, Mr. Waters.
You just added that one. You didn't say that yesterday. You just added that one.
You give an opportunity to answer the question.
Finish your last answer.
Mr. Waters, I'm not blaming anybody. I accept full responsibility for what I did. What I'm saying is what I believe contributed to me doing that and the reason why I did that. I think those folks were trying to help me. So I don't blame them. I think they were worried about me.
I don't dispute that, but you're saying you took that advice as I need to lie.
Nah, what you're doing is you're isolating one
I'm
single
not
thing.
isolating anything. I mentioned all the factors. You've added some new ones, but I mentioned all the factors that you're blaming for your
sir.
decision to lie.
That's not what you did. What you asked me is you said, I took my partners telling me not to talk to somebody without a lawyer as a reason to lie. And that's an inaccurate statement. That was one of the factors that went into a series, hang on, Mr. Waters, a series of events, all right, that caused me to have paranoid thinking, all right, and then I lied.
All right. But at some point it happened during this interview that you crossed over. You're saying that you came into this interview intending to be fully disclosing to everything, and something happened in this interview that sent you over the edge. And you said, hey, let me lie about the last time I saw my wife and child alive, supposedly, according to me.
I certainly didn't go into that interview, I believe, intending to lie. Mr. Waters, I wasn't capable at that point in time of planning anything or thinking through anything.
So somehow during this interview, all of a sudden, those senses came to you to plan and do that.
When I got to thinking in that paranoid way that normally, as I said, I mean, I could take a deep breath and make it go away. I never had a situation where it lasted more than a matter of seconds. That night, after all those things had happened, it didn't go away in a matter of seconds. And I decided to lie.
Those are the clothes that you ultimately gave to Dave Owen. Is that right?
Those are the clothes I gave to David Owens
At what point did you be able to chuck pills you say are in your pocket? When did you do that?
when I was in my bedroom.
When you're in the bedroom?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you put them?
I'm not sure where I put them, but ultimately they would have gone in my suitcase.
So that's when you did it? You have a specific recollection of that?
No, I don't. I just know that I took them out of my pocket.
If we watch this whole video, you think you could, if we watch the whole thing, you think you can say, okay, that's the moment where my senses came to me and I decided I was going to tell this major lie?
I don't know that it happened like that, but I mean, I may be able to tell you some things that contributed to it. We watched the whole thing.
We've heard that. I just want to be clear, though. At least on this one, at some point during this interview, when you were able to plan your lie about this event, and you made that decision. But
Obviously,
it wasn't what we just played. It wasn't yet. It was some point after that.
I don't think that's a lie right there. Is the reason why I don't think that it's occurred before this. Because what I'm saying there, I believe to be truthful. And I know this. I know for a fact that when David Owens asked me about my relationship with my wife and my child, I know that played a role in that. And I believe that, and I may be wrong, but I believe that this was before that.
You ever heard the expression, not telling the whole truth is the same as telling a lie?
Sure, I have.
That's something you understood as a lawyer and a prosecutor?
Yes.
All right.
All right, Ms. Murdoch, state your full name for me, please.
Richard Alexander Murdoch.
And spell your last name so we get it correct.
Murdaughh.
All right. And you go by Alec?
Yes, sir.
And date of birth, Mr. Murdoch?
May 27th, 1968,
And a good phone number for you.
803-942-1227.
All right, sir. And so what was your name?
Yeah, Dan.
Okay. All right. As I stated, I'm David Owen, and I'm Laura Rutland with Collier County. I'm a SLED. I hate to have to do this.
I understand.
Yeah,
I totally
yeah,
understand. So you don't have any problem with it.
So,
You hadn't decided to lie right there, correct?
I don't believe so.
You told David Owen That you understood that he had to ask questions and you did what you need to do, correct?
That is what I told him.
Ron, this might be a good time for a break.
Ladies and gentlemen, addressing the jury. We'll break till 2:15. We'll go to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case. Mr. Murdoch, you may step down. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone during lunch. And Mr. Griffin and I will address whatever matter you want to place on the record when we return. Yes. All right, 1 second before everybody moves. So I guess everyone can be seated. Yes, sir. Sure. We'll be in recess to 1:15.
No, I'm exhausted. Good afternoon. Welcome to Law and Crime. I'm Michael Bryant. He's a liar because of the whole drug thing. So he's paranoid. He just starts lying and can't stop. So he's been lying a lot, but today is the day to believe him. That's what this jury's going to have to figure out. Helping me go through some of this.
Always to answer your questions. So keep them coming to us on Twitter, in our YouTube chat, and on Facebook, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. But first, we want to take a look at some of the cross-examination of Alec Murdaugh. He's been on the stand since yesterday morning. The cross-examination started late yesterday afternoon and has continued all morning up until this point, until the lunch hour. And one of the things everybody wanted to know was why Alec Murdaugh lied about being at the kennels 5 minutes before the state says his wife and son were murdered. Well, he had to admit to it. He couldn't deny that his voice was on that kennel video that Paul took of his friend Grogan Gibson's dog Cash. So he had to fess up to that. So he said that he didn't trust SLED. And so on cross-examination today, he was asked about when he decided, when he kind of switched gears and said, I need to start lying. Take a listen.
Mr. Waters, I'm not blaming anybody. I accept full responsibility for what I did. What I'm saying is what I believe contributed to me doing that and the reason why I did that. I think those folks were trying to help me. So I don't blame them. I think they were worried about me.
I don't dispute that, but you're saying you took that advice as I need to lie.
No, what you're doing is you're isolating one single
I'm
thing.
not isolating anything. I mentioned all the factors. You've added some new ones, but I mentioned all the factors that you're blaming your decision to lie.
That's not what you did. What you asked me is you said, I took my partners telling me not to talk to somebody without a lawyer as a reason to lie. And that's an inaccurate statement. That was one of the factors that went into a series, hang on, Mr. Waters, a series of events, all right, that caused me to have paranoid thinking, all right, and then I lied.
All right. But at some point it happened during this interview that you crossed over. You're saying that you came into this interview intending to be fully disclosing to everything, and something happened in this interview that sent you over the edge. And you said, hey, let me lie about the last time I saw my wife and child alive, supposedly, according to me.
I certainly didn't go into that interview, I believe, intending to lie. Mr. Waters, I wasn't capable at that point in time of planning anything or thinking through anything.
So somehow during this interview, all of a sudden those senses came to you to plan and do that.
When I got to thinking in that paranoid way, that normally, as I said, I mean, I could take a deep breath and make it go away. I never had a situation where it lasted more than a matter of seconds. That night, after all those things had happened, it didn't go away in a matter of seconds. And I decided to lie.
So there you have it, out of the horse's mouth. Alec Murdaugh explaining why he decided to lie to law enforcement. Joining me to discuss this and the rest of the cross-examination, and there's been a lot of it, is Gigi McKelvey. She works here with us at Law and Crime, and she is outside of the courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina, and has been at the trial every day and had a front row seat, essentially, for Alec Murdaugh's testimony today. Michael Bryant is a lawyer and host here at the Law and Crime Network, and Tracy Walder is a former CIA agent and FBI agent. So can you believe that? She's got quite the pedigree, quite the resume going there. Guys, thanks so much for being on. Gigi, I want to go to you first. What is the jury doing when they listen to Alec Murdaugh today? There were reports that I was seeing, conflicting reports that some of the jurors were crying yesterday. Is that true?
I did not see that. And I also did not see the juror move the tissue box over. I've heard conflicting reports. It was over to Jim Griffin or to Alec, but I didn't see either one of those things. Today, it's still just, we're going through the muck right now. They're very attentive at times, seem a little bit bored with things, but then the next second later, right back to Perky and all ears. I think it's just kind of dragging on, and we're getting into some repetition, which I noticed a few times the jury just kind of gets lost when he's re-asking a question that he's asked 3 or 4 times already. It's kind of the most of what I'm seeing today.
Michael, it does seem very repetitive. They got way into the weeds yesterday with the cross-examination about the financial crimes. I don't know how many times Alec Murdaugh could have said, yeah, I did it. Yeah, I did it. I mean, he basically admitted to stuff that's going to send him to prison for the rest of his life with these financial crimes. So do you think that the pace of the cross-examination has improved today, or are we getting stuck in too many things?
Well, it's definitely better today. I think it was a huge mistake yesterday for the prosecution to focus on all the financial stuff. If you had just tuned in, if you'd been under that rock somewhere, oh, this must be a case about a guy who screwed over his clients. Look at that. It was just way too much. And we knew it was coming, but you got to get in, get out, and move on. There's been a little better use of that technique today by the prosecution because the timeline really is so important. So I don't know that the repetition on the timeline is as damaging as all of the drudgery of the financial stuff. We get it. He cheated people. He knows it. He's never going to see the light of day as a result of either this trial or the financial crimes trials. We got it. Let's figure out who killed Maggie and Paul. I think they've definitely done a better job, the prosecution has today, in getting to it.
Tracy, one of the things that I think the prosecution has to get across, and it's confounding to me because Alec Murdaugh, he basically admitted to these financial crimes. The state basically has him dead to right on those. He can't deny that stuff. It's all there in black and white, the paper trail. He admitted with the confession of judgment to stealing the money from the estate of Gloria Satterfield, his former nanny and housekeeper. But, I have to think there might be some jurors that are thinking like, wow, he's sitting here and saying, yeah, I stole millions of dollars, but he's not saying I killed my wife and son. I was on drugs. I did something terrible. So what's the difference? He's going to prison for the rest of his life either way. How do you think the prosecution is doing at, selling that, yeah, he stole millions of dollars and he's telling you he did this. He's denying he did this, but he still did it because that's their position, that he murdered his wife and son. He just won't fess up to it.
So I think that that's an excellent question, Angela, and I think it's one that is weighing high in the jury's minds because you know what, just because you committed a financial crime does not make you a murderer, and those are two extremely different things, two extremely different actions. And I do think if he did do it, again, it's all just alleged at this point. If he did do it, there is an element of shame that is attached to it. He's not completely devoid of emotion, and I think it's much easier to sort of remove yourself and your emotions and that element of shame from a financial crime than it is from murdering your own flesh and blood. And so I think that's part of the issue. What I do think the prosecution is doing, though, I completely agree with Michael. They got far too much in the weeds yesterday. What I think they are doing, and what I think their strategy was to take all of that financial crime information, particularly having to do with the victims, particularly in terms of lying straight to their faces. I think what he's trying to say is that takes a special kind of person to be able to do that. A lot of times at the FBI, when we do white collar crime, financial crime, those kinds of things, it is somewhat removed. You're not sitting in front of someone's face and lying to them. A lot of it's taking place online through electronic transfers. And I think that's what he's trying to show is that he does have the capability to do that. Although I'm not certain that the prosecution is doing the best job. They keep kind of going back to why have you lied about this and not everything else. And so I think they're having a tough time with that.
And I think there's just so much that goes on in this case. And Creighton Waters runs the grand jury for the South Carolina Attorney General's office. So he's got everything in the kitchen sink up here when he's probably needs an outline down here of we need to focus on what this is about. Because I'm hearing a lot more about financial stuff than I am about the homicides. At least today we got into the homicides a little more. Let's get to some of our questions. You guys are sending them in and keep them coming on Twitter, Facebook, and in our YouTube chat. And we'll get to as many of them as we can. Gigi, the first one comes from Jod Foster, at Jod Foster from Twitter. Is the jury buying it? That's who matters here. Are you seeing anybody who looks skeptical? Or are you seeing anybody who looks like they're buying what Alec Murdaugh is selling?
It's hard to tell. I mean, for the most part, it's very much poker face. But you do see these little subtle things. I mean, for instance, yesterday, a lot of people have been talking about that passing of the tissue. I mean, is that just kind of like an instinct to do it? Or was it, hey, man, you're sobbing. I feel bad for you. Here's a tissue. It's hard to tell if they're buying it or not. You see frustration kind of come in waves across that jury, depending on the line of questioning. But as far as what they're thinking, man, I wish I could hop in their brains for a hot second for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's hard to tell. And just giving somebody a tissue doesn't mean that you necessarily believe them. But if you think that their emotion is authentic and you are a human being, I think any of us would naturally grab for a box of tissues and pass them over to the person who was up.
Is that, there was such animosity built up over what Paul allegedly did in driving the boat drunk, leading to the death of the friend. And people want somebody to pay. So it's not a great argument, but certainly the attempt by the defense is to lay that out there for the jury. You only need one person to cling to that, to turn this into a hung jury and maybe a potential retrial. I don't think that's going to sway 12 people, to be honest with you. I think it's a little weak, but there's no doubt the defense is going to use that as one of their weapons.
The Deal Master from YouTube asked Tracy, in your opinion, has Alec taking the stand helped or hurt his case?
Personally, I feel that it's hurt his case. I think he at times appears combative. I think he's caught himself in several lies and several missteps. And I think he sort of comes across as at times sincere, when he is crying over, finding his son, but at other times, I think he comes across as somewhat entitled, somewhat annoyed. And he's really entrapped himself and backed himself into a corner with a very small window of time now based on the digital footprint of all of the phones. And so I really think that he taking the stand has really exposed him to the full force of the prosecution. And whether the prosecution has been clear or not and focused too much on the financial crimes or not, the reality is he's really backed himself into the corner in terms of digital evidence right now.
Good point. There's a lot of digital evidence in this case, an overwhelming amount. And I kind of wonder sometimes if the jury is overwhelmed by it or if they just take a big picture view and say, okay, yeah, his phone was here and then it was there and this, that, and the other. Gigi, Adriana Sacido from YouTube asks, what happened right after the jury left the courtroom with the officer? We kind of heard the officer, the bailiff, somebody say something to the judge. So what happened there?
Yeah, so they escorted the jury out of the courtroom, and after about 20 seconds, he came back in, just walked straight up to the judge's podium and whispered in his ear. He was there about 15, 20 seconds, and then nothing was said. The judge adjourned us for lunch, so hopefully it's nothing bad since he came out with the jury, or he went out with the jury. Let's cross our fingers. We have two alternates, so let's not, have anything happen today on a Friday, especially, right? But yeah, so that's all we know is everybody was kind of whispering like, what's going on? So maybe we'll hear something. I'll bring it to you if we do.
Yeah, let's hope nobody's feeling a little under the weather or has the sniffles and we have to do some emergency COVID tests. Oh my gosh, could you imagine? All right, we're going to take a quick break. Stay with us. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Keep the questions coming to us. I'm Anjanette Levy and you're watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back. Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime, and we are taking your questions during this lunch hour. So keep them coming to us on Twitter, Facebook, and in the YouTube chat, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. We want to bring you an update on the question we asked in the last block before the commercial break, and that was, what was the judge or why was the sheriff's deputy or bailiff whispering to the judge? Well, we found out during the commercial break that what was going on was they need people to stay in the courtroom until they move Alec Murdaugh out of there because they were getting reports about people trying to hand him stuff and stuff like that. So it's just a little bit of a reminder to the judge. Everybody needs to be still until Alec gets out of there, the jury, and then everybody can walk out of the courtroom. So no emergency COVID issues or anything like that. Everything appears to be okay. Joining us now is Joe McCullough. He is a former law partner of Dick Harpootlian, who is Alec Murdaugh's lead attorney, and he's with us outside the courthouse. He's also suing Alec Murdaugh as part of the boat crash that Paul was involved in back in 2019. So, Joe, I have to get your thoughts right off the bat now. I need to know like what you think of what the cross is like. It sounds like Creighton Waters has gotten into the homicides, obviously, the day of the homicides more. We're not hearing as much about the financial crimes as we were yesterday. So, your take on what we're seeing on Cross? How is Alec Murdaugh doing?
Well, frankly, I think Alec Murdaugh is tired, and he's beginning to break down a bit. Creighton's scoring some points. There have been a couple of important things done, and when we broke for the lunch hour, Creighton was going second by second to say, when did the big lie start? If you can't really tell, we're going to watch this video of that first statement, that first interview, until you can tell this jury when you invented the big lie. And that's pretty effective. And he's also laying out this morning earlier and yesterday, you looked them in the eye and lied to them. All these financial victims, you looked them in the eye and you lied to them. And I suspect in the closing argument, that's going to reverberate, and you're going to hear, you looked Pawpaw in the eye as you blew his brains out. You looked at your wife, Maggie, in the eye as you shot her down like a dog. I think he's doing things, he'll never be accused of not being methodical, but he's effective today.
One of the things that stuck out to me was the fact that Creighton Waters asked him, Joe, if he could remember his last conversation with Maggie, and he said he could, but he didn't say what it was. Also, he was asked, when you just got the chicken out above his mouth, you just put the chicken down and you just kind of get out of there? And he's like, did you say bye to them? He's like, I would have said bye to them. He didn't say, yes, of course I said bye. Like, hey, I'm going back to the air conditioning. He said, I would have. And I don't know if that's a tell or if that's the way Alec Murdaugh talks. What do you think?
Well, I think that the jury is going to take into account, and they'll certainly be reminded by the defense in closing, this is a fellow who came upon a family slaughtered, and he was not asked by the investigator, tell me in chronological order, in perfect order, what you did, when you did it, and exactly what you said. That's not the way things happen. Police officers, as a matter of fact, when they're involved in the shooting, they get a 24-hour hiatus before their interview about the shooting to give them time to collect their thoughts. So kind of a different standard for witnesses or victims in crimes, people who come upon things. So I think the jury's not going to give much credence to that quote-unquote problem. But I think what's happening in there now about when the big lie got invented and tightening this timeline and challenging military surrender, that's going to help the prosecution.
It's a tight timeline. 8:44 kennel video, 8:49, the phone's locked. After the video, you got to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and then get in the golf cart and go back to the air conditioning minute by minute. It's a tight timeline for sure. Let's take a look at some of the testimonies. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I make one point while we're there talking about Bubba and whatever that other dog's name is? A telling moment.
Bubba, Grady, and the chicken. The chicken is unnamed. Right. Go ahead.
There you go. We haven't given the chicken a name, but cocky. But the point I'm making is you can see the fatigue in Alec's answers. And one moment that I thought was telling and helpful to the prosecution was when Alec said, in response to a question by the prosecution, the dogs didn't sense anybody they didn't know.
Yeah.
The dogs didn't sense assassins hidden in the bushes is the subtext there. You'll hear that in hopefully early next week in closings.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, these are dogs that are high strung. We've heard that too. So you would think they might be able to sense that, especially because I think they had to go over and relieve themselves by the pines, if I recall that correctly. Let's take a look at some of the cross-examination from Alec Murdaugh or by Alec Murdaugh, and we'll talk about it.
So Will, let's, you want to say a minute? That sound about right?
A minute for what?
To have just whatever interaction it took for you to then, according to your new story, drop back to.
No, sir. It wouldn't have taken me a minute. It would have been, I'm leaving. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay. So 30 seconds?
I don't think it would have taken 30 seconds, but I mean, I'm fine with you using whatever time you want to apply.
Well, I'm just asking about real life here and how people interact with one another, Mr. Murdaugh. I mean, so what you're telling this jury, you're fuzzy on these kind of details, is that you jetted down there, you dealt with the chicken and jetted right back.
No, sir. No, sir. I didn't jet down there and I didn't jet back. I got up after Maggie asked me to leave, after Maggie asked me to go with her, and I didn't. I got up. I went and got on a golf cart. I drove down there. I did what I did. I said, I'm leaving or something to those words, and I went back.
All right.
Michael Bryant, he said, I'm leaving or whatever, and I went back. Alec Murdaugh does not like to be hot. We've heard that on Sunday. He didn't want to be out in the heat. And on Monday night, he didn't want to be out in the heat either. So what do you make of that? Because he's got to get the chicken out above his mouth and then say whatever he says to Maggie and get back to the house. It's a tight timeline.
It's sweltering there in the June. So, see you guys later. What would that take? A second and a half? So I think the prosecution was maybe trying to make more out of this than they needed to. I don't think you're going to get 30 seconds into your timeline by the whatever he said when he left. So I don't think that was a big hit. I do think the prosecution made some hay, though, with that 4-minute period of time when he was allegedly back at the house. 283 steps were taken, and there was no good explanation as to what he was doing. And we have to assume these phones. I don't worship the cell phones, as many people know, but I think that there is some validity to the movement issue. And unless you could prove that 283 steps was simulated somehow and they weren't real steps, how do you explain that? What was he doing? What was happening to him and the phone during that 4-minute window? So I think that was a big win. I don't think that, hey, I got to get out of here was much of anything, really.
Let's get to your questions now. Tracy Walder is a former CIA agent and a former FBI agent, spy/cop. I mean, so she's got a lot of things going on, a lot of intuition, I think. This question comes to you from Mr. Russian Blue from YouTube. Why would you lie after finding your own loved ones murdered? And this goes to Alec Murdaugh talking about lying about being at the kennels. He got paranoid, all of that stuff. I mean, is it possible, Tracy, that you're in the police car talking to the SLED agents and you're just thinking to yourself, oh my God, I was just down there. They're going to pin this on me. Is that possible?
It very well could have been possible. I mean, nothing's outside of the realm of possibility. But then he also went on to say that he didn't trust SLED. And I find that to be a very interesting statement, given the fact that really his family, for the better part of a few decades, has had enjoyed a very close relationship with SLED. If anything, it would have been motivation not to lie to SLED. And also, just in looking at his composure inside, when he was inside of the police vehicle with his attorney and two other officers, he is pretty calm and methodical. He does break down a little bit, but there really is no reason for him to sort of say that he was feeling paranoid. He didn't look paranoid, quite frankly. And so I think the fact that he chose to lie about this specific detail is highly suspicious. Also, we have to think about the fact, I know a lot was made out of the clothes, and I'm not sure how much validity I really put into that. But this is a person who he has said on the stand now that he tried to roll Paul over, knowing that Paul was dead. He would have been covered in blood, given Paul's wounds. And this is a person who thought enough ahead to go and change his clothes and wash his hands. So he was thinking one step ahead. I'm not certain that he came to the conclusion that they were going to pin it on him. I think that the reason that he ultimately lied is because he didn't want to put himself right at a scene of a crime that he may have committed.
I still have a question about the shooting of Paul, and I don't want to be too explicit, but there was biological material, a steel word from one of the law partners, all over the place. And how I heard somebody say that if you shot Paul, that would be everywhere, and it would be in your hair, it would be all over the place. So I still need to figure out how you would clean yourself up that quickly from that type of thing, because that would be incredible, an incredible amount of stuff going on. More questions now. Bread from YouTube with a capital E. Gigi, could Alec Murdaugh essay-style answers be hurting the prosecution? Seems like Waters should be doing a better job of shutting him down. Is the jury reacting? Is anybody in the courtroom kind of reacting when Alec Murdaugh kind of expounds and goes on these kind of, all this extraneous information that he provides?
I really haven't seen much reaction from the jury about that, but it's not a bad thing for the prosecution. You give a man the open forum, he might trip up and say something that he doesn't intend to if he gets on a roll. So I'm not sure backing it up is necessarily best for the prosecution. He's a liar. We know that. So the longer you give him to answer and just let him have the floor, maybe he slips up and says something that they can jump right on. You never know.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm wondering if Jim Griffin's going to come back and say, Alec, you've admitted to lying. Why should anybody believe you now? I mean, it's kind of the question I would ask, and see what his answer is. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll get some more of your questions. Stay with us. You're watching Law and Crime. Alec Murdaugh. So let's get straight to the questions because we have a lot of really good ones. Joe, I'm going to send this question over to you. Did defense attorney Jim Griffin make a huge error in objecting in front of the jury with a Fifth Amendment objection? Doesn't this stick in the minds of jurors about self-incrimination? And I could have sworn this happened, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, when Alec was like saying, I wanted to talk to you guys. Jim and Dick reached out to you. I wanted to talk to you about the financial crimes and all of this stuff. So was that a mistake that Jim Griffin did talking about Fifth Amendment in the objection?
Well, it raises an interesting question, one I don't exactly know the answer to. At the time of this statement, Alec Murdaugh was an uncharged potential suspect, and the question is whether the Fifth Amendment applies in that setting. Is he permitted to refuse to answer without a specific invocation? It gets very technical. Whether Griffin should have objected as he did, I think he really had to. Even though it may underscore to some extent for the jury, I think he has to do that to protect his record. And when we come back, they're going to put that on the record at some point today. A little more discussion of that.
Oh, so that's what he wanted to discuss. That would make sense because I want to hear a little bit more about that and what was going on with that. Let's get to the next question. Tom Kaiser from YouTube.
In this case, because it's so hard for us to comprehend killing close family members because you're in financial trouble. I'll go kill the person who's maybe holding the money over my head. Why would I kill my family because of that? Even if you factor in the drug issue, which we've now learned a little more about, that both Paul and Maggie did learn that Alec had this major drug issue. We now know some of the numbers of the pills, up to 100 a day. We were talking about that early on when we didn't know the numbers. Now the addict is telling us himself. So it doesn't surprise me the prosecution is doing what they can to create and develop this motive. They need to help the jury understand. So I don't fault them for that. It's just I don't think they have that much to work with.
I almost felt like they might have been looking for a new motive or looking to sandwich something onto the financial motive with the whole detoxing in the hotel room and feeling sick and being agitated. Was Alec Murdaugh dope sick on that Monday, June 7th? I felt like they were kind of looking for that. Let's get to our next question. It comes from Mandam from YouTube. Creighton should ask, why would you be paranoid about telling the police you were at the kennels? How would you know what time they were murdered? Good question, Tracy.
I think that's really what the point that I've been trying to make is why would that be something that you would lie about? That would then infer that you knew that the murders were committed during that very short time frame. I think that the reason he felt that he had to come forward, I'm not sure he would have ever come forward with this, or if it would have ever come out, quite frankly, in the trial, if his voice hadn't been heard on the Snapchat. The reality is he'd probably be home free, quite frankly, because his location is very much explainable away. Yes, cell phone data is great, but anyone could be in possession of his cell phone and walking it around those 200 plus steps. So really, we have to remember the only reason that he lied, and the only reason that he is coming forward now with this lie is because he got caught red-handed with his voice on the Snapchat video.
All right, let's get to another question. Gigi, we don't have a lot of time. Pam Carrollton Lane from Facebook. Why is Creighton Waters letting him ramble on? He needs to demand that he answer the question and nothing else.
I mean, it just kind of goes back to that previous question. You give somebody enough rope. He's a talker, and that's what he did for a living. He's a lawyer. He gets up and talks to people, convinces them of things. So, I'm sure in the back of his mind, there's that little piece of him that still thinks he can convince anybody of anything. He did it for decades. So, yeah, but that might be what undoes him if he does that much. Really, he's
Definitely. Well, he is definitely a talker. He likes to talk, so we can all tell that. All right, Gigi and Joe, thanks so much for coming out. We have to sign you guys off. Michael and Tracy and I will still be with you after the break, so stay with us. You are watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back. And they questioned him before he found the massacre at the home. I don't know. I
want to make clear the financial.
And welcome back to Law and Crime, everybody. Michael Black.
Mr. Griffin, you wanted to put something on the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. During cross-examination of Mr. Murdock, he had testified that in relation to the financial crimes that he had tried to meet with the Attorney General's office, and that on multiple occasions, and that he had from the get-go had always been willing to sit down with them. He was specifically talking about the financial investigation and the charges which he received as a result of those investigations. Following up with that questioning, that answer, Mr. Waters then went to Mr. Murdock's testimony and the information he provided about being down at the kennel, and he said you had never provided that information to law enforcement and other people until today or yesterday. And Your Honor, that is a direct violation of Dole v. Ohio, where the Supreme Court said that cross-examining the defendant about his failure to have told an exculpatory story after receiving Miranda warnings at the time of his arrest is a due process violation. The court goes on to say the defendant's post-arrest silence cannot be used against him. Violates due process. And that's exactly what happened on cross-examination. So I want to make clear the grounds for objection. Also, would like to move to strike the question, strike the answer, and get a curative jury instruction that they are not to consider any failure of the defendant to come forward with exculpatory information after his arrest relating to the murder charge. Thank you.
Mr. Waters.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Clearly, this defendant has given statements on multiple occasions, and that operates as a waiver under Doyle. Additionally, my question was not so limited as Mr. Griffin says, and it was in fact the defendant who made a point of saying that he had repeatedly tried to talk and put that in issue, at which point this was directly responsive to what he brought up. And additionally, this was also, all that was discussed were public statements of his counsel, who was an agent on his behalf and attributable to him. So there's no Doyle violation here. If Mr. Murdock had claimed his right to silence from the beginning and had kept that throughout, then the state would be precluded from commenting on the exercise of his right to remain silent. But one thing we know about Mr. Murdock is he has not remained silent at any point during this process, and he's the one that brought up this false claim that he had been begging to tell the kennel story, when in fact he did not do so until yesterday.
Doyle primarily addresses the issue of post-arrest silence. If an accused is silent following an arrest, then it's improper to comment on a post-arrest silence. It does not allow a person, an accused or a person who's suspected to give contradictory information or to voluntarily give a statement or to voluntarily give a misstatement, as has been acknowledged here. I do not find any Doyle violation, and the record is protected. I certainly understand the defense raising any and all possible issues, and they can be raised, and you've done it here. The record is protected, but all motions are denied. Let's bring the jury.
Jury's present, sir.
Very good. You may proceed.
May I please call Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Murdock, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Get that mic up a little bit, please.
Excuse me.
Thank you. When we left off, we were talking about at what point during that interview in the car with Dave Owen that you decided to start lying about the murders of your wife and son. I'm gonna pick up this video real quick. Not gonna play the whole thing, but we'll start from 2 minutes and 9 seconds.
Just start off at the time.
Like when I came back here, I mean, I pulled up and I could see him, and I knew something was bad. I ran out. I knew it was really bad. my boy over there, I could see it was. and I could see his brain almost. And I ran over to Maggie. Actually, I think I tried to turn Paul over first. I tried to turn him over, and I don't know if I figured it out. His cell phone popped out of his pocket. I started to try to do something with it, thinking maybe, but then I put it back down really quickly. Then I went to my wife, and I could see.
Did you touch Maggie at all?
I did. I touched them both. Okay. I tried to do it as limited as possible, but I tried to take their pulse on both of them. And, I called 911 pretty much right away, and she was very good. I talked to her. I told her I was going to get off the phone to call some family members. I did that.
What family members did you call?
I called my brother Randy, and I called my brother John, and I tried to call a little boy, a real good friend that's right around the corner from here, but I didn't get him.
What all was around Paul when you walked up?
Blood.
Anything else?
There was some body things, yes, sir.
Like any other evidence? I know you said the phone front pocket, but did you see anything else that didn't belong or shouldn't belong or that wasn't part of Paul?
No, sir. Not good. No, sir.
About Maggie?
No, sir.
You didn't see anything around them? What made you come out here tonight?
I went to, my mom's a late stage Alzheimer's patient. My dad's in the hospital. My mom gets anxious when she does. I went to check on them, and Maggie's a dog lover, and she fools with the dogs. And I knew she'd gone to the kennel. I was at the house.
Just to be clear, you say you hadn't made the conscious decision to start lying about your wife and son's murder right there, correct?
I don't believe so.
Okay, let's continue on.
Mr. Waters, I can't tell you exactly when that decision occurred.
Yeah. You can't describe to the jury the moment you decided to lie about your wife and son's murder.
I can't tell you exactly when that moment occurred. I left the house and went.
You did say earlier that when David Owen asked you about your relationships, that was a trigger point, correct?
Well, that was certainly one of the things that contributed or made me paranoid.
Okay.
Now, there were already things that had gone on that occurred, as I said, that put me in that mindset.
Yeah.
But exactly when I decided to lie about that, I can't tell you.
So the things again, you talked about your dope paranoia, the fact they'd taken GSR, and you talked about the advice of your law partners and Sheriff Hill and Greg Alexander, and then you talked about your distrust of SLED somehow from the circumstances and demeanor of this interview right here, correct?
No, my distrust from SLED didn't arise from this interview. My distrust for SLED arose from a couple of things, and it's really several things. It arose from the way they had been involved SLED had been involved in the investigation into Paul's criminal charges, and they'd been involved in, there was an issue that had gone on with some rumors about Buster and Paul. They had been involved in that where, Buster nor Paul had anything to do with what I'm talking about. And SLED never said that, even though they told their lawyer that, they never say that. And there'd been another incident where SLED had charged Greg Alexander, my friend in this case, they charged him. And in fact, I thought the agent that was involved in that was David Owen, but the charges against Greg Alexander were they were so wrong that my dad and I made a conscious decision, even though he was a career prosecutor, made a decision to go to the courthouse and sit with Greg Alexander while his trial went on, because
10 years ago, right?
It was a while back,
But you don't know if David Owen was at SLED 10 years ago.
No, I checked on that, because that night, the officer who was involved in that case in bringing clearly manufactured charges against Greg Alexander.
You're saying the night we sat down for this interview, you were asking somebody about whether or not something about Greg Alexander 10 years ago in the wake of what had occurred?
Oh, no, I didn't ask anybody.
Okay, so that wasn't what you were discussing when you were sitting in the courtroom.
No, I wasn't discussing that. I'm just telling you that I thought David Owen was the same agent that was involved in that case. Now, I learned later, because I checked on it, I learned later that it was a different David SLED agent, first name David with a different last name. I learned that later. I'm just saying that was all part of that process going on in my mind.
So you're saying that you're sitting here right now thinking that this Dave Owen and this circumstances and demeanor of this interview, you're thinking that guy had been involved in the prosecution or investigation of your friend 10 years ago?
I did.
Okay, so here's a new one. You just mentioned us, correct?
No, that's not a new one.
Okay.
That's part of
the circumstances are new.
No,
that's fairly specific, don't you think?
Well, no, sir.
The story keeps evolving. Keep going.
No, you asked me about this, Mr. Owen, but I said as part of this whole, Mr. Waters, the whole part of this whole process involved my distrust for SLED. That was a big part of my distrust for SLED.
Yeah, we can all see it on your face in this interview, can't we?
I don't know.
But you said what you just said a little bit ago, that wasn't the lie. That wasn't conscious decision yet. So let's keep going.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't believe that it was. I don't know exactly when I made the decision to lie about that.
All right.
Right?
When you see it, let me know, okay? Go forward.
To my mom for just a little while. Tried to call her when I left. Texted her, no response. When I got back to the house was obviously nobody was in there, so I figured they're still up here fooling around. Paul was going to be getting set up to plant. Our sunflower seeds got sprayed and died, and he was refiguring to plant the sunflower seeds. So I came back up here and I drove up and saw and go.
Had Maggie and Paul been arguing or anything?
No.
What was their relationship like?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. So like yours and Maggie's?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
And yours and Paul's relationship?
As good as it could be.
How was Paul?
22.
So that was right here, that line of questioning. Just asking some very general questions about your relationship. You mentioned that before, didn't you, Mr. Murdoch? Is that the moment right there? Is that the look on your face when you decide to lie about an important fact in your wife and son's murder?
I don't know. As I said, Mr. Waters, I don't know the exact point that I made that decision.
You mentioned that very exchange is somehow triggering you to lie about the last time you saw them lie.
No, I'm not saying that that's what made me lie. I'm saying this whole set of circumstances caused me to be in a state where I had paranoid thoughts. That normally, Mr. Waters, I could take a deep breath and make go away in a second or 2 seconds or 3 seconds at the most. And on this night, I wasn't able to do that. But all of those things that I mentioned, I believe contributed to that.
Okay. Any more you want to add now since you keep adding them?
I'm glad to answer any question you have.
I mean, I'm asking you. I mean, the factors have gone from yesterday to today, and now even after lunch, we got some new ones. So anything else you want to add right now as to factors?
Mr. Waters, I don't believe that I've added any new factors. I believe that's what I said yesterday.
All right.
I've explained some of those factors because of your questions, but I don't believe I've added any factors.
Okay. All right, let me move this forward just a little bit.
Okay, so most of this was stuff from, a couple of them, but not.
Yesterday in great detail about the boat case, which you brought up on the 911 call and to Daniel Green, and then of course in this first interview, correct?
I did mention the boat wreck.
All right, and you described that. Do you remember what you said in this interview about the boat wreck?
Not specifically.
Not specifically the other people involved in the boat wreck? You don't remember specifically? Do you remember specifically? I guess you said no.
I remember talking about the boat wreck. And I know that I talked about the boat wreck.
All right. Well, I'm going to play now from 1714.
Direct threats between any of the people on the boat specifically, but I do think there's been a small amount of yip gap between a couple of them, but not recently.
What was the term you used for that? Small amount of yip gap?
Yeah, and just to be clear, Mr. Waters, there was never, ever a point in time where I thought that the people that were involved in the boat wreck did this to Paul and Maggie. I've never thought that.
All right. I never thought that, but it's literally one of the first things that you said out of the 911 call.
No, that's not what I said. I never, ever, ever, under any point in time, believed that those kids that were riding in that boat, or their parents, or their families, I didn't believe that any of the families, the people that were involved in the boat wreck, had anything to do with hurting Maggie and Paul.
Okay.
But I can tell you that at that time, and as I sit here today, that I believe that boat wreck is the reason why Paul and Maggie were killed.
Okay.
And I'm certain. I believe that.
It was random vigilantes, the 5-2 vigilantes. Huh?
No, what I believe, Mr. Waters, is I believe that when Paul was charged criminally, there were so many leaks, half-truths, half-reports, half-statements, partial information, misrepresentations of Paul that ended up in the media all the time. And when I tell you the social media response that came from that was vile, the things that were said about what they would do to Paul, they were so over the top that nobody would believe anybody would get on social media and do that. But I believe then, and I believe today, that the wrong person saw and read that.
Okay.
Because I can tell you for a fact that the person or people who did what I saw on June the 7th, they hated Paul Murdoch and they had anger in their heart. And that is the only reason that somebody could be mad at Paul like that and hate him like that.
Gotcha. All right. So we've got now.
But that's why I did then believe it was the boat wreck, and I believe now that the boat wreck
All right, so
has something to do with it.
All right. So we've got random vigilantes because of the boat wreck.
No, I don't know that they're random vigilantes.
Well, you just said it wasn't a family or a kid, or they're kids of the family of the other kids in the boat, right? So you're saying it's somebody off of social media. And you don't have any evidence of that, do you?
No,
You just believe that. You're just telling that jury that as you try to explain the lie that you told for the first time yesterday. Isn't that right?
No, sir, that's not right.
It's not right. All right. Well, let me ask you a question then. So what you're telling this jury is that it's a random vigilante,
That's
the
your turn.
12-year-old 5-2 people that just happened to know that Paul and Maggie were both at Moselle on June 7th. They knew that they would be at the kennels alone on June the 7th. They knew that you would not be there, but only between the times of 8:49 and 9:02. That they show up without a weapon, assuming that they're going to find weapons and ammunition there. That they commit this crime during that short time window, and then they travel the same exact route that you do around the same time to Alameda. That's what you're trying to tell this jury?
You got a lot of factors in there, Mr. Waters, all of which I do not agree with, but some of which I do.
You testified earlier that after this happened.
Let me back up just real quick. When you were driving to and from Mount View, why were you in such a hurry? Why are you rolling 78 miles an hour down that dark, beat up road?
I wasn't in such a hurry.
You weren't?
No, sir.
All right.
Show you what's been marked as States 573. See if you recognize this.
I did.
And tell the jury what that is.
It's a nice car.
All right. What's it in front of?
The house that Moselle.
And what's between the house and the Mercedes?
The golf cart.
Is that where it was on June the 8th? Your recollection?
No, sir.
Where was it left?
I mean, it was near there, but that's not exactly where it was. No, sir.
Okay, where was it?
Where we would normally park it would be a little bit closer to the shed. I mean, a little bit closer to the house, to the bushes.
Right, this,
When was that photograph taken?
right, do you recognize when it was taken?
No, I don't recognize it. No,
You
sir.
wouldn't dispute that it was around the time in the aftermath of the murders. would you?
Aftermath being when?
I'm asking you.
A day, a week, an hour?
I wasn't there, Mr. Murdoch. Do you recognize that?
I recognize the car, I recognize the house, and I recognize the golf cart. But that is not, that's not exactly how it would have been
Right.
that night.
Can you describe to me then where it would be different?
Well, it would be more in line with, first things first is when we drove the golf cart, or when I drove it for sure, and I believe when the others drove it, you would come in and you would go across the little brick walkway that's in front of this. So if I would come in and gone this way, or I would come in and gone this way. This is not a place that any of my family would have normally parked. And so what I'm assuming is it's obviously taken at daytime. And what I'm assuming is it was taken when SLED came to the earliest it was taken was when SLED came to the house the next day, which I believe the testimony is in the afternoon. And at this point in time, that golf cart, I would assume would have been moved several times, but that's not how it
Well,
was.
where did you leave the golf cart when you got out of it around 8:49?
In the manner in which I just talked about.
Okay, well, help me out again so I understand. You would come around this way or that way, but where was it? Where would it end
It would
up?
have been, in this picture, it's facing to the right.
Oh, I got you.
The night that I drove it, I believe I parked it facing to the left.
I understand.
Would be customarily how I did it. And I believe I did it that way that night.
Okay. Well, all right.
And that is how I would have gotten into it.
All right. That's a very specific memory. Thank you. All right. At this
Well,
time,
that's
the
how it
state will
normally
offer
is.
States 573 notes.
Admit it without objection.
Oh, no, very briefly.
And see, Mr. Waters, you can see in the picture now that you bring this up on the screen, if you look to the right, you can see the actual steps. And just to the left of that would be where the little brick patio starts. So where I would normally park it, you would roll across those bricks and the end of the golf cart would be just past those. And we all normally parked it that way because the way you charge this golf cart is if you see that back seat that's sitting, you can see the edge. This is a 3-seat golf cart and you can see the back seat. And a lot of golf carts have a charger this sits on the floor or something. This golf cart has a charger that's plugged in and a part of the golf cart. So you flip that seat up and it plugs in. And the outlets are right up there by the door.
Anything else you want to say about that?
I'm going to answer any questions you have, Mr. Waters.
No? Well, I appreciate all that information.
Sustained.
All right.
It's just never parked that way by the family.
Now the computer back, please. What's up? Mr. Murdoch, I'm going to put up the second interview. This would have been June the 10th. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I do want to go through a couple things with you, okay?
Anything you want to go through, Mr. Waters?
I apologize. Got ahead of myself. I'm going to do one last thing on the first one. For the record, I'm going to
I forget the guy's name.
I'm going to start it at 23:55. This is the first interview.
Annie's been having trouble with her. She's been having trouble with her stomach and her tooth. I'm not positive. It was sort of a routine visit, and I can't remember. She told me the name of it, and I want to say Gordine is who I think she saw.
So was she back home around supper time? Or 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
I don't think she got back quite that early. I think she got back a little bit later than that.
Okay. What did you do? Were you in the office or?
No, I was home. I came home, Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25. 30 minutes. I got up, I called Maggie, didn't get an answer, and I left to go to my mom's. She said she might ride with me, but she normally doesn't when I go over there. And I think I texted her.
There, when you repeated the lie that you decided?
Was that the moment that I
Was that the moment you
decided
decided to lie to mean old Dave Owen?
I don't know. As I told you, Mr. Waters, the exact moment that I decided to lie, but at that point in time.
But you did lie
obviously,
there, correct?
I did. And she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back, so that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
All right, we'll go to the second interview. It's been previously admitted. Let me ask this before we started. You stated earlier during your direct testimony that after these crimes happened, you were around family, family was around you, your law partners were around you pretty much every minute after that, correct? Every waking minute. Didn't you say that yesterday?
Yes, they worked for a long time.
All right. And this second interview was 3 days later, is that right?
That's correct.
And in no time with any of your close friends and law partners and family, do you confess the truth? Do you?
No, I did not.
Do you say, hey man, I think I messed up. What should I do about this?
No, I didn't.
You're not telling that lie to anyone, are you? Until yesterday.
Excuse me?
You're not telling that lie to anyone until yesterday, are you?
Not telling what lie? Saying I tried to tell somebody that I was lying?
All right.
Ladino?
So is that? And
All right, I'm gonna move this to approximately 24:56.
went to go to red thing, getting
Correction, I'm at 12:28.
him, he doesn't like to go to doctors, making him go get his blood pressure checked. His feet had swollen up recently. So, you know, it was a big, huge deal. You know, we hung around the house for a little while. I know that Maggie went to the kennels. I don't know exactly where Paul went, but he left the house too.
Okay. How did Maggie get down to the kennels?
I don't know exactly, but on normal occasion, she would drive a buggy, drive a four-wheeler, or very common for her to walk.
Okay. How about Paul? Much?
Paul wasn't much of a walker, but he would use all of the others.
Okay.
But I mean, could be anyway, you know? I don't know exactly. I wish I could help you with that.
So they left and went down to the kennels.
Well, Maggie went to go to the kennels.
Okay. Paul left.
And I'm assuming Paul left because of,
Gotcha.
what happened. I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
I don't know exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? Like 9:06?
I didn't see it. Yeah, I got it written down for you.
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, I got it.
So, I texted her. So I called her just before that. And I mean, she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
Y'all just have to look. I'm not sure if I called Paul.
Well, and that's why we're getting phones so we can nail down times and everything.
Pretty much all that was lies, wasn't it?
The part about me not being at the kennel was a lie.
Also, not knowing that Paul went down there, not being sure, that was a lie too, wasn't it? I mean, you're putting some detail on this thing, aren't you?
Not knowing when Paul left. Everything about me not going to the kennel was a lie.
You're able to just do that so easily and so convincingly and so naturally, don't you?
I mean, that's not for me to judge.
That's true.
It's an odd story.
I'm going to get to where I'm going.
Right now.
So do y'all have any good clues?
So we're trying to put a rush on that to get an answer quick and hoping that's going to tell us something.
About evidence, I mean, is it things you think are going to be helpful?
Well, I mean, like the shot shells out there, the casings, the DNA swabs that we took from the door handle to see if anybody touched the door handles, any other places that we think somebody may have touched while they were out there. We're trying to collect DNA from that and analyze that. Which at the conclusion of this, what I'm going to also ask is that we get a buccal swab, the DNA swab from you. Your DNA is going to be there, but we need to eliminate it once it's developed.
We'll leave that unknown when it actually is a family member.
I mean, we have talked to close to 100 people, trying to track people down, and we're still tracking people down. And that's why, who Paul was with.
I want to tell you one thing while I'm thinking about it. Paul was really an incredibly intuitive little dude.
Mhm.
And I mean, he was like a little detective. And
He was like a little detective. Is that what you said?
that's what I said. And he was very intuitive, like I said.
And that was what Marion described as Maggie's term for how he was and keeping tabs on your pill usage. Wasn't that correct?
That was what Maggie said about him.
For some reason, you decided to bring that up in this interview, didn't you?
I mean, that was a trait of Paul's personality. I mean, I think anybody who knew him would tell you how intuitive he was.
Got it. You shouldn't. Going through hours of videos.
All right. For the record, I'm at 4630.
Well, thank you very much.
So,
You don't have to call me Miss. You just call me. Thank you for that.
when you and Paul got back in the house, because Maggie's there, and y'all eat supper, which has been prepared, and you said you lay down and took a little nap, and when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you lay down?
I believe that. I'm not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made your call to Maggie to let her know you were.
Nobody was in that house when I left.
So, I'm just trying to narrow that. The last time that you saw Paul and Maggie when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your answer was yes, sir. That's correct.
That's correct.
About to go to the August 2021 interview, but between that June 10th interview and the August interview, you were not working very much. Is that correct? If at all?
No, I definitely wasn't working very much. I think I was working a little bit, but no, not very much at all.
Did you go to Johnny Parker to borrow $250,000 in order to cover the Ferris fees?
I did.
You did?
I did.
Did you tell him what that was for?
No, I did not tell him what that was for.
Did you go to Russell Lafitte at Palmetto State Bank and get $350,000 in order to help cover some of the Ferris fees that you had taken to send to Chris Wilson?
I did.
And did you get those fees before you signed any paperwork or documentation?
I've heard testimony about that in this case, but I can't tell you the specifics of that.
Okay. You don't recall that?
Do I recall when I signed paperwork? No, sir.
You don't recall that you got the money a month before you had to sign the paperwork?
No, sir, I don't recall that.
Call your phone being in the console.
I'm not disputing that, but I don't recall it.
Did you go to your best friend, Chris Wilson, and convince him to cover $192,000, the remaining $192,000, in order for him to send that email to your law firm as if those fees had been there all along?
I spoke to Chris Wilson and did not have the full amount of the fees, and I got Chris Wilson to put the remaining fees in his trust account.
And when you did that, you didn't tell him the truth about your life. You just asked him to cover you,
I
correct?
did not tell him.
And he agreed to do that because of his belief of who you really were, or who he thought you were.
He agreed to do that for whatever reason. I assume that was a big part of it.
And once that $600,000 was transferred, Chris Wilson sent an email to you saying those fees had been there, were in his trust account, correct?
That is correct.
And then you forwarded that email to Lee Cope and Jeannie Seconder, correct?
I know I forwarded it to Jeannie, and I've heard that testimony about forwarding it to Lico, so I believe that's correct.
Why not get it off in PSV?
Because at that time, there were limitations on how much I could borrow because Mags was passed. And so I was limited. I couldn't get a loan against Moselle and had to get a loan against Palmetto State. Against Edisto.
Going to the third interview. All right, I'm going to go to 1745. Apparently having some technical difficulties. Sure, you've seen this. So, I mean, again, you're repeating the same lies over and over again,
I did.
effortlessly and convincingly.
I don't know about that.
No, they can see it there.
Agree with that.
Nobody yelled at you.
Nobody yelled at me. Nobody, none of these guys were ever discourteous to me. Like,
Nobody what?
I said, none of those guys were ever discourteous to me. You made a comment earlier that David Owens was mean or something about being mean, and he was never mean to me.
All right. But you decided to lie in part because you distrusted David Owen.
I distrusted SLED in general, and I particularly distrusted who I thought was David Owen at the time, who turned out not to be David Owen.
So, wait a minute, I want to be clear. You're saying now you thought that this was some David Owen that had something to do with Greg Alexander 10 years ago.
No, sir. And I'm not saying that now. I said that all along. The person that I saw and watched in Greg Alexander's trial that was clear to me was just, it was terrible what they did to Greg Alexander. And the person at SLED who was responsible for that was a guy named David. All right? And I'm not even getting to his last name. I thought that David Owens that night was that guy. Later, down the road, and it was a while, I checked into that and I found out that I was mistaken, that it was not David Owens.
When we went back and we spent a lot of time going through that first statement, you're telling me now that you were sitting there thinking that this was a completely different guy the whole time, and that was on your mind during that entire interview.
Yes, at the time, I thought that David Owen, no, I didn't think David Owen was a different person. I thought that David Owens was the person that my dad and I had watched. Just, my dad and I truly thought evidence was manufactured, and I thought it was David Owen, and I was wrong about that. But that's what I thought that night.
Any other factors or details you want to add about your decision?
I want to answer any question you have,
No,
Mr.
no,
Waters.
any more?
Do you have any more questions?
No, I mean, any more about your decision to lie. I mean, I just want to, let's get it all out now.
If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer.
All right, well, I do. Tell me about the replacement blackout. You initially told law enforcement that you weren't sure whether or not there was one, correct? Correct.
Oh, no, sir, you're absolutely wrong about that.
What did you say then?
Shortly after this, it became being told that Paul's gun had been stolen. And the one you heard talk about being stolen from the thing. And I'm not sure how I learned this, but I learned that somebody, I believe SLED had gone to John Bedingfield, who made those guns, and could only find paperwork for 2 blackouts, one of which they were saying was stolen in 17. And that's what they were telling me. And I was certain, and told them that I was certain that there was a third one.
But initially, in June 8th and June 10th, or June 10th, you were saying that you thought that y'all replaced it, and then you kind of wavered and then eventually said you did replace it, correct?
I don't believe that's correct. No, sir.
That's correct?
No, I don't believe that's
Did you
correct.
say to law enforcement that you thought that the third gun, the replacement blackout, had gone missing in Christmas of 2020?
It did go missing in Christmas of 2020.
So you're telling them that one also had been missing 6 months prior, correct? Answer my question first, and then you can explain. Did you all tell law enforcement that that gun had been missing since Christmas time?
I told law enforcement that when we looked for it at Christmas time, we could not find it.
Okay.
And that was accurate. We looked for it when we were trying to shoot hogs, when we had a group of people out there, and we could not find it.
Okay. But you now know that it was there as late as turkey season.
I know, sir. I know that Will Lovin and Paw Paw had it right before turkey season, like Will Lovin testified to.
So it was around, actually.
It was around there at some point in time there, yes, sir.
So you're saying it got stolen a second time, or you just don't know?
No, I'm not.
The 12-year-old stole it a second time?
I never said a 12-year-old stole any gun. Mr.
Sorry, the
Waters.
5'2" people stole it a second time?
I don't know that it was stolen. I just know that when we looked for it at Christmas time, we couldn't find it. And I know this, I know that I hadn't seen that gun in a long time. I've heard the testimony that people who were at my house using guns and hunting with us all the time, Rogan, Buster, they didn't, I can't remember about Buster, but there were several people who didn't even know that gun had been replaced. So that tells me that that gun did not stay where our regular guns were. And I know that I didn't see it there. And that tells me that they didn't see it there.
Of course you didn't see it there, because it's got to be missing, right, Mr. Murdoch?
Ask that
Yeah,
question
one more
again.
circumstance for your latest story to work is that it's got to be missing as well. It was when you told law enforcement it was missing at Christmas time. Now we've had testimony at this trial, and now you're still claiming that you never saw it. It must have been kept somewhere else. Where else would it have been kept?
It could have been kept anywhere, Mr. Waters, the way Paul did guns, the way guns were handled around there. I was terrible about that.
You're terrible about that.
I should have been stricter.
But you know that that third gun was fired right outside the gunroom door in turkey season of 2021, correct?
I know that now, based on what Will Lovin said.
And you know it was also fired across the street at y'all's shooting house around that same time, don't you?
No, sir, I don't know that, but I know that I would assume that it was fired at the shooting range, but I don't have any reason to believe it was done in close proximity to that time.
A few months go by, a couple months go by, and you get confronted about your thefts from the law firm, correct?
September of 21.
And unlike June the 7th, when Jeannie confronted you, this time they had unassailable evidence, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I mean, they had,
No wiggling out of this one, correct?
I didn't try to wiggle out of this one.
Well, you've been wiggling before, though, right? You wiggled when you stole your brother's money twice, correct?
Well, I admit almost all of these things, Mr. Waters, but that's one of the things that I take dispute with,
Which one?
that I stole that money that you're referring to.
You're going to dispute that? Let's hear about that then. Tell me why you dispute cashing that check twice.
I don't dispute cashing that check twice.
But you're going to tell this jury that you accidentally didn't realize that you were supposed to be receiving some $125,000 check, or $120 however $1,000 check, 2 times. How many $120,000 checks do you receive?
I got that check, and this is several months after. I mean, you can look at my finances and you can see how I was doing. I didn't balance a checkbook. But the fact of the matter is, when I got that check, I asked about it. And I was told mistakenly that it was for me, that I had participated in that year-end thing, which I did sometimes, not often, but sometimes. Apparently, a new check got cashed. I cashed that check. Then a year later,
Yeah, where did you keep that one for a year?
I don't know where it was. It was obviously in my desk, but Mr. Waters.
So you found it in your desk?
No, I didn't find it.
Well, you said it was obviously in your desk. So you remember that? You remember finding it in your desk?
No, I remember when we.
Did you go to finance and say, I just found this year-old check? Is this right?
No.
No, you took it to the bank, didn't you?
No, sir. I didn't.
Not allowing Mr. Murdock to answer the question.
So when this came up, when this came up, that check got cashed. There's no way that I can have a check in our law firm with the way accounting is, and that I can cash a check twice and think that's impossible. So to cash a check that's already been checked, there's no question it's going to throw that off. What happened is we used to get a rent check, we get little checks, I'd have checks, and they pile up, the small checks. That check got mixed in and it got sent to the bank and it got deposited.
Keep going.
And that was a year after.
Okay.
But I do dispute that I stole that money. That money.
All right. Well, I mean, you brought it up. So any of the other money you dispute stealing?
No, sir, you brought it up. I was just telling you that was the one I disputed.
All right. And you heard Ronnie Crosby and Mark Ball testify about that, correct?
I heard Ronnie and Mark testify about what they thought about it. Yes, sir.
All right. You testified yesterday about the side of the road.
Yeah, yes, sir.
And then you heard the testimony during the state's direct case about what you said on the 911 call? You heard that, didn't you?
I did hear that.
You heard the 911 call where you said you'd been attacked by an unknown assailant and described him?
I did.
And you saw the video from the ambulance where you said you'd been attacked by an unknown assailant and described him?
I did.
And you heard the testimony from Ryan Kelly where you again went into detail and described this attack from an unknown assailant?
I did.
And you heard the testimony about your interview on September 6th with law enforcement, in which you went into great detail and again described this unknown assailant?
I did.
And you heard the testimony, and in fact, the image was put in about how you sat down with a SLED sketch artist and spent a period of time with her going forward and creating an image of the supposed assailant.
I did sit down with her. I was in the hospital and they came in, sat down with me, asked me a bunch of questions. I answered their questions, and
Yes, you did. You
it
sat
came
there.
to it came up with a composite. Yes, sir.
Sat there and answered their questions just as effortlessly and convincingly as you've been trying to do for the past 2 days. Isn't that correct?
No, sir, that's not true. In that hospital, I couldn't sit still. I was standing up. I was walking around. I was using the bathroom with the lady sitting right there. I was 2 days into not taking, 3 days into not taking pills like I had been. So no, it wasn't effortlessly. But I mean, I told him what I told him. I don't dispute that I lied.
It was all lies, though, is the point, correct?
It was.
I mean, you're saying withdrawals, but you still were able to pull off lies in great detail.
I lied to them.
And the lie that you told of an unknown assailant was to try to make people think that the quote real bad guys were back again to finish the job. Isn't that true?
No, sir, that's not true.
That's not the effect that you intended that story to have? Did it have that effect on people that you knew? Isn't that the exact effect that it had?
I don't think there's many people that believe that. No, sir. I know the people that were, the people that were closest to me didn't believe that. So, no,
When
sir.
accountability is at your door, Mr. Murdoch, bad things happen. Isn't that true?
When accountability is
After
at my
your life-
doorstep,
Go ahead.
bad things happen. What do you mean by bad things?
June 7th happened. September 4th happened.
I don't believe that June the 7th happened because accountability issues were at my doorstep. Now, I do believe in September that I tried to get a man to help me kill myself because issues were at my doorstep.
Every time, or I'm sorry, for the first time in your life of privilege and prominence and wealth, when you were facing accountability, each time suddenly you became a victim and everyone ran to your aid. Isn't that true?
I disagree with that, but I mean, what you're
Shame for you is an extraordinary provocation. Isn't that true, Mr. Murdoch?
Hang on, let me just finish this. You seem to be implying 2 dates, June the 7th and September, and talking about accountability issues. And I mean, to me, those two things are totally different. There were no accountability issues on my doorstep on June the 7th.
That's what you say.
And in September,
Not what other people say.
I was trying to Well, no, I mean, been a lot of people, well, in September, that wasn't designed to gain me sympathy. That was designed for me not to be here because I didn't want my son to have to deal with the wake of the things that I had done.
But that's not the story you told. The story that came out of your mouth right away was the story of you getting attacked by some unknown assailant while you were trying to change a tire and run flats.
Well,
that's the story that you told.
That is the story I told, but that's because the man who shot me did not shoot me that day as I intended. And I had to have a story as to how I got shot, so I lied.
So you lied. And you're saying that people in your family and your friends didn't instantly believe that whoever these 12-year-old marauders were back to finish the job.
You keep using
And it
the term
happened just
12
2 hours
marauders.
after you've been confronted by Chris Wilson.
I think probably some people may have thought that when it first happened, but I think like Randy, Ronnie, Mark, those guys, I think they knew very quickly that this was not, I think they knew this was something that I'd done.
Shame for you, I asked this before, but shame for you is an extraordinary provocation, isn't it, Mr. Murdoch?
Shame for me is an extraordinary provocation. I don't like to be shamed.
The prospect of humiliating the legacy is an extraordinary provocation to you, isn't it, Mr. Murdoch?
What do you mean by an extraordinary provocation?
It affects you deeply. It's your biggest concern, is it not?
No, that's not my biggest concern.
You're a middle-aged man like me.
I'm 54 years old. I'm not sure. You look like you're in better shape than me, so I don't know.
I was actually a couple of years behind you in law school, but we never knew each other, did we?
I never knew you, no, sir.
Had a very successful career up until this point.
You know,
simple question.
And the answer to that is no, Mr. Waters. I was an addict for more than 20 years.
All right, so making millions of dollars over a decade is not having a successful career. Is that what you're going to tell the jury?
No, that's not a successful career. When you
okay, well, let me put it
no,
like this.
hang on. Let me just.
All right, go ahead.
You know, it may have been what you perceive as a successful career, but, you know, I was the one who was fighting that. You don't have a very high self-esteem when you're an addict. So I don't deem myself a success.
Would you agree that at least outwardly you're perceived as successful?
I made a bunch of money, if that's what you're wanting to get at.
No, I'm actually asking about the perception. You were perceived as a prominent,
I tried to be.
powerful lawyer.
How I was perceived.
You were president of the trial lawyers.
I sure tried to be.
You lived a life of possessing authority.
Possessing authority?
Yeah, we saw the badges. You just admitted of your prominence in the legal community.
I don't think that I lived a life of possessing authority. I never saw myself as that way.
You don't think you lived a life of privilege?
I think I was very privileged.
And as we move to June of 2021, you were suffering from a drug addiction.
Absolutely.
Your father was terminally ill
When? And I mean,
as we moved to June of 2021.
no, sir.
He was very ill.
He was very ill.
And you were coming to a point of financial crisis.
I was having financial issues like I'd had many times in the past.
Mr. Murdoch, are you a family annihilator?
A family annihilator? You mean like, did I shoot my wife and my son?
Yes.
No. Would never hurt Maggie Murdoch. I would never hurt Paul Murdoch under any circumstances.
Say that.
Excuse me?
You say that, but you lied to Maggie, didn't you?
I did lie to Maggie
You lied to Paul.
sometimes.
You lied to your father.
I'm sure I did at some point.
Did you tell him all the stuff you'd been up to over the years before he died?
No, I didn't tell him.
Did you lie to your brothers?
About financial things?
Yes.
I would have lied to Randy at some point, I'm sure.
Did you lie to him about the last time you saw your wife and son alive?
I did.
Did you lie to their wives?
I'm sure I did.
Did you lie to Marion Proctor?
Yes.
Did you lie to Bart Proctor?
Yes.
Did you lie to the Brandstetters?
Yes.
Did you lie to your best friend, Chris Wilson?
Probably.
Did you lie to your other friend, Barrett Bulware, when you took his money?
No, sir.
No.
I didn't lie like I told you. I didn't lie directly to him. I lied to him by omission, like we talked about. I mean, I didn't talk to him. I didn't see him at that time.
Did you lie to your law partners?
I did.
Did you lie to them about the kennels?
Some of them.
Did you lie to Mark Ball?
Yeah, I believe, based on what Mark said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Ronnie Crosby?
According to what he said, I believe I did.
Did you lie to Johnny Parker?
I don't believe I ever discussed that with Johnny.
Did you lie to him about the finances when you borrowed that money in July of 2021?
I don't know if I lied to him about. I don't think Johnny asked me. I don't think I had to lie to Johnny about that. So I don't know.
Did you lie? Well, you certainly didn't disclose to him the truth when you borrowed that $250,000, did you?
I did not tell him what I was going to use it for.
I mean, didn't we say before that not telling the whole truth is the same as telling a lie?
Sure it is.
You don't think that's a lie, though?
I'm just saying, Mr. Waters, I'm not taking issue with that, but I don't even know that Johnny and I mean, Johnny had loaned me money numerous times. It wasn't any long sit-down discussion where Johnny wanted to know exactly what I was doing with it. That conversation would have been, I needed it. Johnny was always willing to help me, and that would have been the conversation. So on that specific event, did I lie to him? I don't know.
Yeah, he ended up being out $477,000, didn't he?
He ended up being out a lot of money.
And thank you for your qualifications as to that. Did you lie to Lee Cope?
I don't know. I don't know if Lee Cope was around when I said that or not.
Did you lie to Danny Henderson?
I did lie to Danny.
Did you lie to Jeannie Seckinger?
About finances, yes, I did.
You didn't ever talk to her about the kennels?
No, I wouldn't think so.
Did you lie to Annette Griswold?
I did.
Did you lie to Christy Gerald, your other secretary? or paralegal?
I don't believe she and I discussed. I would have at some point, I'm sure.
Did you lie to Michael Gunn?
I'm sure I did at some point, but I mean, Michael wasn't involved in any of this, so I don't know that any of this ever came up with Michael.
Did you lie to your clients? Did you lie to Pamela Pinckney?
I did.
Natasha Thomas?
I don't know that I dealt with Natasha, but I certainly lied about that.
Hakeem Pinckney?
Again, I don't know that I talked to Hakeem, but I certainly lied about that.
Arthur Badger?
I did.
The Plyler girls?
I'm not sure that I talked specifically to them, but I lied about that.
Dion Martin?
I lied to Dion.
Johnny Bush?
Yes.
Manuel Cristiani?
I didn't have any conversations with him, but I certainly lied about it.
Jamie and Risher?
Yes.
Randy Drawdy?
Yes.
Jordan Jinks?
Yes.
Mary Duncan?
Yes.
Adriana Hay?
Yes.
Angel Gary?
Yes.
Christopher Anderson?
Yes.
Elise Mallory?
Yes.
Thomas Moore?
No.
You never lied to him? You just took his money. You never had to actually lie to his face, is what you're saying?
He and I never had a conversation, but I did take that. I did take that money.
Did you lie to Tony Satterfield just a couple of months before June 7th? We saw the text. You want me to get it out?
Just remind me. There's been a lot. Just remind me what it was.
I'll show you what's been marked as 463.
And I don't remember the exact date. So
That was in April of 2021. Is that right? Where you text him and tell him how hard you're working on the case, when in fact you had stolen millions of dollars from him? Tony Satterfield, who got up on the stand and told the jury about that?
I texted him on April 12th, so 5 weeks before June 7th.
Told him everything was okay. You're working hard, right? It's a complex case.
Yeah, I told him I was working on the case.
He was the son of your longtime housekeeper, Gloria.
I'm sorry?
He was the son of your longtime housekeeper, Gloria, who had served your family for many years.
That's correct.
And you stole millions from those boys.
I stole those funds.
And he and his family had started asking questions as we moved to June 7th. Didn't that happen?
No, I mean, there wasn't any rise in them asking questions. No, sir. I mean, he periodically checked in and asked me questions, but, you know, it had come out long before this, I believe in the Island Packet, that there had been a settlement of $500,000. But, I mean, that had been months and months, if I'm not mistaken. And so I didn't notice any uptick in Tony asking questions, and I don't believe that there was any uptick in Tony asking questions before June the 7th.
So you just gratuitously out of the blue decided to lie to him and send that text? Or were there things going on externally that caused you to need to head him off at the pass before further questions started to be asked about money you couldn't pay back at that point in time?
Nah, I don't think there was anything. I mean, on April 21st, I don't know what external factors you're talking about.
Do you want to explain that one anymore?
Explain what?
Whatever you want.
I just want to answer your questions, Mr. Waters.
lied to everyone about the side of the road, that people that came to stop the help and the ambulance folks and the 911 and Ryan Kelly and the composite sketch artist and all of them, correct?
I lied to a lot of people about that.
You know why people lie, Mr. Murdoch? Because they know they've done something wrong.
For the most time, I do.
And you've been able to lie quickly and easily and convincingly if you think it'll save your skin for well over a decade. Isn't that true?
I have lied well over a decade.
And you want this jury to believe a story manufactured to fit the evidence that you brought forth just yesterday after hearing this trial's worth of testimony.
No, sir, that's not correct.
Mr. Murdoch, we went through this for a while, but you remember at the beginning of your testimony, I asked you whether or not you agreed that trying to explain your presence on the kennel video was the most important part of your testimony before this jury. Remember that? And you said, oh, not the most important. I said, was it at least important? You recall that from yesterday.
Yeah, I recall you asking those questions, yes, sir.
And you agree it's important, don't you?
I agree that is an important component. But I think there's a lot of important components.
And you testified yesterday and during cross yesterday and cross today. It's kind of evolved on the fact of the factors that led you to decide to lie at some point during that interview with David Owen, correct?
I disagree with that. I don't think those factors have evolved. I mean, you've asked some more specific questions, but those factors are still the same factors. You may have asked questions and gained a little more detail, but those factors haven't changed.
But it was the dope paranoia. It was the fact that the deputy took your GSR. It was the fact that your law partners and Greg Alexander and the sheriff were telling you needed to have a lawyer before you talked to police. It was a factor that you got in the car with Dave Owen and thought he was somebody else from some case 10 years ago, correct?
That believing David Owens was the person involved in the case that I talked about was one of the factors that caused me to distrust SLED.
All right. And then also you said that they started
general.
asking you about, in that first interview, about your relationship with Maggie and Paula. And that's one thing you mentioned as well,
And
correct?
that was certainly something that contributed to me having paranoid thinking.
Yeah, get this sealed. We good? Playing the Daniel Green body cam video, 2026.
They are dead on that.
Yes, sir. That's what it looks
Where are you now? All right. Yeah, the police are here now. The police are here now. That's my brother.
Okay. When was the last time you were here with them, or talked to them, or anything like that?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but
okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
That was Sergeant Green, correct?
Yeah, that was Sergeant Green.
And at that point in time, SLED was not there. No one had gotten GSR from you. Your law partners or Sheriff Hill were not there.
That's correct.
No one had asked you about your relationships. David Owen was not there.
That's correct.
But you still told the same lie. And all those reasons that you just gave this jury about the most important part of your testimony was a lie too. Isn't that true, Mr. Murdock?
I disagree with that.
Nothing further.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now. Please do not discuss the case. You may step down. Please do not discuss the case. We'll take 15 minutes.
All rise.
Question to you. I want to get your take on what we have just seen in this last hour, Sonny, with Alec Murdaugh being cross-examined. What are your big takeaways?
Alex Murdaugh is a liar. He lies easily, quickly. There's no excuse for it. He's always covering up something behind something else. He's a master manipulator. And while I'm still not sure that he pulled the trigger, I do believe that he is heavily involved in the murder of his wife and son.
And Sonny, what do you expect, or what do you think we're going to see with the redirect from the defense?
I think the redirect is going to try to close up holes to say, yes, he is a liar. Yes, he did commit these financial crimes, but that the prosecution still has not completely tied the knot with the financial crimes and an actual murder. So you can be a criminal and a liar, but not necessarily a murderer. I think that's where they're going to go with all of this.
Great, Sonny. Thank you for joining us. Gabriel's staying with me. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, more of Alec Murdaugh on the stand. So stay tuned here at Law and Crime. Okay, welcome back to Law and Crime. I'm your host, Imran Ansari, and we have been watching riveting testimony from Alec Murdaugh, who, of course, took the stand in his own defense starting yesterday, testifying, and cross-examination roughly going about 6 hours today. And the prosecution just commenced or just ceased their cross-examination, I should say. And we expect most likely some redirect. And this gives me a great opportunity as we wait for that break between cross-examination and redirect to bring in my guest and chat about what we just saw and what we saw today. So joining me in the studio here in New York City is Gabriel Sepulveda Sanchez. He is a trial attorney out of Los Angeles. And also now joining me for this hour is Bob Mata. He is a criminal defense attorney in Chicago and also has a great podcast that you should check out called The Defense Diaries. Thank you for joining me, gentlemen. And Gabriel, I'm going to start with you. We have been seeing this cross-examination go through the course of this day. Within the last hour that you and I have been watching, at least in the studio here, what are some of your big takeaways from what we saw with the prosecution ending their roughly 6 hours of cross-examination of Alec Murdaugh?
I mean, it's obvious that the defendant is not credible. I think it was a little overkill with that. And yeah, we all know he's a liar. We all know that. But the question is he lying about killing his wife and son? And I thought the DA talked a little bit too much, is a little bit too theatrical. And I think that the best trial lawyers I know, you just make your points and you let the defendant hang himself and you don't talk that much. He kind of, the focus was on the DA too much instead of the defendant. And I always think that's a bad idea. I think there's still some issues with the prosecution's case. What's the motive? Yeah, we know he's a liar. We know that. He's made that very clear. They could have shaved off 2 hours of cross-examination. They didn't need to do all that. They think it was overkill on that issue. We know he's not credible, but what's the motive? Just because you're a liar doesn't mean you would kill your own wife and son. So yeah. I think they're weak on motive, right? And I think they better figure out, they need to hammer that home a little bit. And just because he's a liar doesn't mean he killed his wife and son. I think I think that he's got a good defense lawyer and they can create some doubt. But the fact that he is a liar is not helping his case either. So, my opinion, it can go either way right now, the way I see it.
Yeah, no, Gabriel, I think there's some real credibility issues, and the prosecution was able to show that through cross-examination. Bob, I want to go to you. You're a criminal defense attorney. And of course, Dick Harpootlian and the defense team most likely had that very tough decision. And they were probably behind closed doors speaking with Alec Murdaugh and making that tough decision. Do we put him on the stand? And of course, we've now seen hours of testimony, both on direct and cross-examination from Alec Murdaugh. Just explain to our viewers, based on your experience, how do you get to that decision? Of course, a case is a case-by-case basis, but how do you get to that decision with your client as a criminal defense attorney of whether they're going to testify in their own defense?
Well, first and foremost, I mean, what I want the viewers to understand completely, that is completely the defendant's choice. The defense attorneys can scream and yell, no, don't do it, don't do it. At the end of the day, it is only one person's decision, and that's the defendant. So, of course, there were massive amounts of conversation that went on with respect to whether or not he was going to testify. And I'm sure both Jim and Dick gave what their opinion as to whether or not he should testify. But at the end of the day, if Murdaugh was dead set on testifying, they couldn't have stopped him anyway. So I think at that point, once they became aware that that was his intent, then what you have to do is game plan and try to figure out the most effective way to get him through it without him just getting slaughtered up there by the prosecution. Now, that's going to bring me to my next point. I've been watching 6 hours of Creighton Waters basically doing a direct examination. That there is very little cross-examination going on. When you're allowing the defendant to basically run the entire examination by giving 10-minute narratives, that is not how a cross is supposed to be. It's supposed to be with leading questions where you're basically just allowing them to say yes or no. That is very rarely happening in this cross. I've been stunned by it, and I've been tweeting about it for 2 days. It has not been an effective cross-examination in my estimation.
Yeah, and Bob, that your next point was actually going to be my next question. I was going to make that note, because when you are cross-examining a witness like this, especially as a prosecutor in this case, or a case like this, you're not going to allow those narratives to go out there. You're not going to allow the defendant to necessarily explain and control the narrative on a cross-examination. That's your point, to go in, score points on those leading questions, and really knock out whatever was established, if at all, on direct. And now it's your opportunity to really go at the criminal defendant when they typically enjoy the Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. So I agree with you with that. But do you think, Bob, that there may be a strategy here from the prosecution, from Cretin Waters, that allowing Alec Murdaugh to sort of go on these narratives may be playing in the prosecution's favor because he's not credible?
I mean, maybe, but now it's over. I mean, there's going to be a redirect, and theoretically there could be a recross, but at this point, he survived it, in my estimation. I mean, look, we all know the guy's a liar. He's a self-admitted liar. He's a self-admitted thief. I mean, he laid on that sword. That's done. So at this point, we still need to try to figure out, is the guy a murderer? Because that's what this case is about. I mean, we're talking the entirety of yesterday's cross-examination was all about the financials. And I keep going back to this point. These jurors do not have notebooks. And if you don't understand the significance of that in terms of serving on a jury, we are now going into the 26th, 27th day of trial. There's been countless witnesses, and there's been a ton of information, including massive amounts of timelines and just cell phone data, GPS data. These jurors have not had the ability to write one thing down. And then when you just collapse that on top of the fact that you have a broken up narrative with respect to the state's case in chief, where it's like, is this a murder case or is this a financial crimes case? I don't know, man. I'm coming hardcore on a hung jury with this one. All you need is one, and there's bound to be one person that either believes Murdaugh or just didn't understand the state's case.
Yeah, there's Bob Matas calling it as a possible hung jury. Of course, we're going to wait and see, and we're all waiting to see what's going to happen next. And what is happening next, Gabriel, is that there's going to be redirect. And we've talked about the cross-examination, whether it was successful, whether they really, as a prosecution, scored some points here. What do you expect to see after hearing and seeing that cross from the defense team on redirect?
We all know he's a liar. He's admitted to it. The defense lawyers are not disputing that either, I'm sure. But just going in and saying, hey, did you kill your wife and son? And you just really, because this is what this case is about. It's not about whether you're a liar or not. There's a lot of liars out there in the world, a lot of liars that are husbands, and it's about whether he killed his son and wife. And he's going to go on direct and put that issue out there and let the defendant testify about whether he did or not. And really, it's just about what the jury is going to believe. And I didn't like that cross-examination at all. I thought, I agree with everyone here. You're putting cross-examination, leading questions, get your concessions in. Yes or no? Yes or no, and let the jury make the decision. And I thought the DA was very theatrical, and he was doing a lot of talking. And I always think that you got to remember, as a trial attorney, it's not about you, it's about your clients. And it's about the state's case, or it's about the defendant's case. So I thought it was too focused on him. And I think I don't think it was a very good cross at all. And I think I'm leaning towards the defense in this case. I think the defense lawyer is going to get a good redirect, and he's going to put it out there. Did you kill your wife or son? This is what it's about. No. And to be honest, in my opinion, just looking at him as a lay witness, he looks, he's a liar. He's the most likable guy. No, but he comes off. This might be a part of his personality or whatever, but he doesn't come off as a bad witness. And I'm surprised that he didn't get destroyed on cross-examination. And he doesn't come off that bad as a witness, in my opinion. He's a liar, but he's doing all right. He's holding up and cross.
Yeah. And Bob, so you made a great point here that these jurors do not have notebooks. And we are now weeks into this trial, a lot of evidence before this jury, a lot of testimony before this jury. I just want to fast forward a little. I know we're waiting for the redirect here and possibly recross based on that redirect. But how are you now organizing yourself as a defense attorney in this case with this amount of evidence for summations? You know, how are you going to bring it to the jury? And I said defense attorney, I should say, whether you're a prosecutor in this case or on the defense team, how are you organizing that evidence and getting it sort of in a package for this jury as you make your arguments? What would you do?
In terms of the prosecution, they really have to try to tie it together. You know, you've got this motive that seems far afoot. You know, I didn't love it when I first heard it. And I was hoping that they would be able to tie it in a little more closely. I mean, I see somewhat of a nexus. I see where they came up with it, but am I buying it? Not necessarily, you know, but it's not about me. The question is, are those 12 jurors and the alternates buying it? And, you know, when you've got a motive like that, and let's be clear, you know, you don't have to prove motive. Juries like to know about a motive.
You may bring the jury.
So
Jury is present, sir.
All right, thank you. Redirect.
thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Murdock, we spent a long time yesterday and a fair amount of time today talking about financial misdeeds.
Yes, sir.
Have you been criminally charged for those financial crimes?
I have been.
You have pending charges
I
against
do.
you. You were asked specifically about $792,000 in Ferris fees that you diverted from the law firm. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And I think you were asked about an accounting or where that money went, and it went out pretty quickly, roughly.
Yes, sir.
And you recall testimony that over $500,000 went to Curtis Eddie Smith.
I do.
And what would that have been for?
That would have all been for pills.
For opioids?
Yes, sir. Specifically, all I was taking at that time was oxycodone and OxyContin.
And you were an addict, were you not?
I am an addict.
You are an addict. And did you repeatedly lie to those you love to cover up your addiction?
I did.
And were you concerned that you would be exposed if you didn't continue to lie about your conduct?
I did.
There's some specific things you were asked about, which I'd like to go over. One thing you had referred to a text message that you'd seen later on between Maggie and Blanca. Do you recall that?
I do.
And it's in the evidence as Defendant's Exhibit 54. And Doug, if you could pull that up, please, sir. And if you could highlight the Blanca text. Is this the text message you're referring to?
It is.
And I'll just read it. It says, TY, that's thank you. It says, TY, I'm waiting at Dr. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave door open at Edisto's, but trust Mexicans to shut a lot for me. His dad is back in the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, it's pneumonia. And then she has some faces. Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Alex needs to take care of himself as well. Is that the text message you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
And did Blanca share this message with you after Maggie was murdered?
Blanca ultimately she shared that with me. She first told me that, Maggie was worried about me, how much she loved me, and that she was worried about me, and had texted her.
Okay. Now you were asked, you can take it down, Doug. You were asked questions about conversations around the dinner table on the 7th about, well, didn't eat at the table, but around while you were eating dinner about Paul's health. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Alec, I'm going to show you two exhibits, Defendants 179 and 180, and ask if you can identify these two.
I can.
And what are they?
It's text from let's see, it's a text from Paul to me on May the 30th.
And then and what's 180? Exhibit 180 behind it.
That's a picture of Paul's feet.
Your Honor, would move Defendants Exhibits 179, 180 into evidence at this time without objection, I believe.
Without objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Well, look, do you have 179 or we've got, let me put it on the Elmo.
Okay.
Alex, do these, does this text message refer to Paul's feet swelling?
They do.
So if you'll do, if you can pull it up, like go up a little more so we can read it. And it says, from Paul, and that phone number, is that your phone number?
That is, this is my phone number, 1227. My feet swole up. It has something to do with my blood pressure. Get me an appointment as soon as it's convenient.
And what's the date of this?
May the 30th.
2021, right?
Yes, sir.
And if, Doug, if you'll show the picture, I believe this is a blow up of the picture that's in this Exhibit 180. Can you pull out? Was that a picture of that Paul had sent you of his feet swelling up?
It is.
Is this what y'all discussed, when you're eating dinner?
Yes.
Okay.
Along with many other times.
You'd also, you were asked questions about your dad's condition and whether he was terminal or not. Do you remember that?
I do remember questions about him.
Okay, and gosh, Doug, I think it's the extended timeline. Is it states 530? Is that the right number?
States 520.
States 520. If you'll pull it up, please. It's already in the evidence. And if you'll go to page 14. And if you'll blow up the entry at 142.54 at the bottom of the page. Is this a text that you and we'll, do you recall this is the text that you and other family members received about your father's condition?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it says, Daddy was just seen by the pulmonologist in Savannah. His opinion is dramatically different from the other doctors. He thinks Daddy has pneumonia and needs to be hospitalized to be treated for pneumonia. He thinks there could be an obstruction, but is more confident that it is all or mostly pneumonia. Daddy is being admitted to Candler St. Joseph Hospital now. He will have a study done to see whether or not there is an obstruction, and his treatment will be tailored accordingly. Right now, his pulmonologist does not. Go to the next page. Does not believe that he'll be getting radiation treatment, and in fact, the pulmonologist says that the palliative radiation treatment to try to open the airway is a Hail Mary. In his opinion, will most likely not work. Then it goes on to say, if he is right, and this is pneumonia, is much more treatable and can certainly give the immunotherapy a chance to work. Is that what you're referring to?
That's the text I was talking about that came when talking to Jeannie Seckinger.
Okay. And and this wasn't a terminal diagnosis on the 7th, was it?
Not on the 7th. That was actually a little bit of positive news.
Okay.
That was short-lived, but it was positive at the time.
You can take that down for now, Doug. But stay on that exhibit. Now, you were asking, if you'll go to page 46, please, the same exhibit, 520. Page 46. And if you'll highlight and blow out the 902.18, Alec Murdaugh's iPhone shows. Now, Alec, do you remember being asked about these steps, 283 steps traveled during this period of time?
I do.
And I think you testified your belief was you're just getting ready to leave to go to your mom's house. Is that right?
That's correct. I mean, that would have been the time I was right before I left to go there.
And you were, looks like you had made some phone calls during this period of time, correct?
Yes, the record show.
Alec, did you have Maggie's phone with you at any time between 9:02 and 9:06?
I didn't have Maggie's phone with me anytime that night.
And Doug, if you'll go to page 45, please. If you go to the entry at 8:53:15 to 8:55:32. What am I missing? Can you Can you go, you're missing it. Go up one more entry, please. The one that records steps, please. And then take it all the way to the bottom, Doug. Thank you. This is in evidence. And this is Agent Rudowski's timeline. And it says Maggie Murdoch's phone, iPhone shows 59 steps traveled between 8:53:15 and 8:55:32. Were you walking with Maggie Murdoch's phone during that period of time?
I wasn't walking with Maggie's phone anytime that night.
And if you'll look at Agent Rudowski's entries, is there entry of her phone showing steps during any time between 9:02 and 9:06? Do you see any on this page from 8:53 to 8:55?
No, sir.
If you'll turn the next page, page 46. Going down to your steps. Is there any recording of phone steps, phone recording steps, according to the data we now have for Maggie's phone at any point in time up to 9:02?
No, sir.
And had you repeatedly asked SLED to get the data from the OnStar, from the cell phones, to evaluate whether your phone and Maggie's phone were ever moving at the same time? You made that multiple requests.
I repeatedly asked David Owens about that information.
And when you asked that question, were you aware that Maggie's phone had been located, down the road, half a mile or more? Is that right?
Yeah, I knew where her phone had been located.
And why was it important to you to get that information?
Because I knew that whoever had done this to them had Maggie's phone. And I knew that my phone and Maggie's phone and my car were never together. At any point in time.
Sure. Now, you have given inaccurate times in many statements to law enforcement in this case, have you not?
I did.
And we reviewed some of those in your direct examination. One was Paul getting to Moselle around 5 p.m. Do you remember that?
I do.
Were you lying to Agent Owens or anybody when you said Paul got there at 5 p.m.?
No, I wasn't lying to him. I thought that at the time.
And when you
most of the times or a lot of the times when I gave times, I qualified them and say, but you can look at this. I pointed them to my office, to the call log, to the key card like we talked about, or my phone, or my OnStar.
And when you told the agents that you thought you got to the office 8:30, 9 o'clock on that morning of June 7th, well, you were wrong, right?
I was wrong.
Were you lying?
No, I wasn't lying.
Okay. And when Deputy Green drove up and you had the first encounter with him, I believe you told him that you had been gone to your mom's house for an hour and a half. Is that right? We just heard it.
The last one?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, hour and a half. I think that is what I told him.
Hour and a half. And that the last time you saw Maggie and Paul was 45 minutes before that.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And when you spoke to Agent Green, Deputy Green, it was about, I think the records show they didn't arrive on the scene until 10:22 or something like that. Is that right?
That sounds right. I think that's what the records show. That sounds right.
And that Were you lying to Deputy Green, when you told him what time, how long you thought you'd been at your mother's and the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
No, sir, I wasn't lying to him.
Were you trying to mislead him in any way?
No, sir, not when Mr. Green got there.
Now, you've admitted the first few questions that I asked you yesterday and multiple times today that you lied to Agent Owen and Deputy Rutland and Agent Owen and Agent Croft, and on a couple occasions about your whereabouts following dinner, correct?
I did lie to them, as we discussed
And
repeatedly.
And you've explained that it was just addiction, opioid-induced paranoia you just couldn't shake. Is that right?
That's right. You know, like I said, there's certain things, anything that make you paranoid, but I could get over it really quickly. But that night, I didn't.
And you had a bag of pills in your pocket, did you not?
I did.
And when you got down to the kennels, we're not going to repeat all that, but I mean, did you ever see anybody down there, anybody else?
No, there was nobody. There wasn't anybody down there when I was there.
And did you believe that the information, whether you were there or not there, would advance their investigation in any way?
No, I didn't. I didn't think that.
And why didn't you think that?
Because they were fine and doing good when I left there.
Did on the 911 call, do you remember that the call first went to Hampton?
I don't remember that, but I know that now.
And what we played here in the court in your testimony was the Colleton County handoff. Do you recall that?
I do recall that. I think at some point the part in Hampton might have gotten played too, didn't it? But I know the main part was the Colleton part. But it was like a minute into the call.
But initially it went to Hampton, then subsequently it was transferred to Colleton.
That's right.
And then a minute or so into the Colleton call, you said, "I've been up to it now." Do you remember that?
I do remember saying that. I remember hearing it. I don't remember saying that, but I remember hearing it.
Okay.
And that's, I mean, that is accurate. And by up to it, at that point, I had gone all the way up to them at that point. When I first got out, I was close, but I wasn't right at them, I don't think.
Right. You were asked about the roadside shooting, and your intent was to end your life that day, was it not?
It was, no question.
And you were shot but not killed. And then you made up a lie to law enforcement about what happened, right?
That's correct.
Were you trying to protect Curtis Eddie Smith by doing that?
Was I trying to protect Curtis Eddie Smith?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know exactly. It all had to come together so quick. I don't know that I was trying to protect Curtis Eddie Smith.
Okay.
I may have been, but it was just, you know, I wasn't supposed to be there. And then I was.
When you say I wasn't supposed to be there, what do you mean by that?
I intended for him to, I mean, I intended to be gone. I intended for him to shoot me, and I intended to be gone. And the one thing, my main concern at that point was that I did not want Buster. I did not want Buster knowing that I had tried to do that.
Okay.
That was my motivation in telling that story.
I see. Did you eventually voluntarily convey to Agent Kelly and others that that was a fabrication?
I did. After, I don't know, a few days in detox, when I finally got over those initial, just where I could just function, I think I told you first, then I think I told Buster, then I think I told Randy and John, and y'all arranged either the next day or 2 days later to come, and we called Ryan Kelly.
Well, you've lied to your family over many years, have you not?
I lied to my family about my addiction.
And you hid from them you were stealing client money, did you not?
Oh, I never, they didn't know anything about that.
And you've lied to your law partners about financial dealings and perhaps your addiction?
Yes.
And you've lied to law enforcement about not going down to the kennels after dinner, but eating dinner and taking a nap. Did you not?
I did.
Alec, did you murder Maggie?
I would never hurt Maggie.
Did you murder Paul?
I would never hurt Paul. If I was under the pressure that they're talking about here, I can promise you I would hurt myself before I would hurt one of them. Without a doubt.
Thank you. That's all the questions I've got.
Orders.
Police court. You said that you were concerned when you talked to David Owen about the bag of pills in your pocket, correct?
I mean, no, sir, I'm not saying that I was concerned about that. I don't think I told you I was concerned about that. I'm just telling you that was a fact. I had a bag of pills in my pocket, and that was one of the things, that was one of the many things that came together that night.
And you're trying to tell this jury that as a reasonable husband and father in this situation, concern about a bag of pills in your pocket was more important to you than telling law enforcement and narrowing the time when you last saw your wife and son alive. That's what you want to convince this jury of?
No, sir, because, I mean, the bag of pills in my pocket was not what I was concerned about sitting in there. It was, as I said, it was one of the many things that was going on. But I wasn't sitting there worried about those pills in my pocket.
You were asked about requesting the phone and automobile data. And that was because as a prosecutor and a lawyer, you had been manufacturing an alibi to cover your tracks.
No, sir, that's absolutely wrong.
You admit you were wrong about a lot of things in what you told law enforcement about June 7th. Correct?
I was wrong about things. Some things.
You were asked whether or not you voluntarily confessed to Agent Kelly, but you only did so after being confronted with undeniable information, correct?
No, sir, that's not correct at all. What I was told is that, and I believe this came from Randy, what I was told is that SLED had come up with some information that seemed like it was consistent with my story, and they needed me to verify some things, is what they told me. And, you know, I knew that resources had already been wasted. I didn't want them wasting any more resources. And I told them the truth, but there wasn't any, nobody had presented me with any evidence.
And you just testified that you told Jim Griffin first, correct?
I believe that I told Jim Griffin first.
But at that time, you didn't say anything about those kennels, did you?
To Jim Griffin at that time? No, sir, I didn't.
When you testified on direct yesterday and you were asked about leaving the kennels with your new story in light of the evidence that's been presented in this trial, your words were, "I got out of there," correct?
I believe that's what I said, yes, sir.
And you also said during your testimony on cross-examination that you hurt the ones you love the most, didn't you?
I did say that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
In saying that, Mr. Waters, I just want to explain that answer. And he just asked me a question about what I said, and then I was going to explain why I said it.
All right.
As I told you earlier, you're implying to this jury and to me that was me talking about hurting Maggie and Paul. And that's not what that was. What that was is me saying, I know I hurt my brother, my partners, my clients, many of whom I told you I loved, all of whom I cared for. And that's what that was when I'm talking about how my misdeeds, how I hurt the people worst were the ones I loved the most.
I just asked you what you said, correct, Mr. Murdoch?
You did ask me what I said, but in asking me that, you're putting an implication on there that I am explaining.
I just asked you what you said.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
And step down. I'll stand for a moment while council approach. Be seated, please. Well, we've come to the end of this week, and we will adjourn now and resume at 9:30 Monday morning. Have a great weekend. Do not discuss the case or allow yourself to be exposed to any information concerning the case. And we'll see you Monday morning. Have a great weekend. Cheers excused.
Order.
Everyone be seated, please. Regarding scheduling, first up Monday morning, Mr. Harpootlian.
Your Honor, we anticipate having 4 witnesses on Monday. They would probably average an hour apiece. So I would suspect by lunchtime we would be, no?
Early afternoon.
Early afternoon, I'm told by Mr. Griffin, resting our case. And of course, Mr. Waters indicated he'll have 1 or 2 reply witnesses.
Couple right now, Your Honor. Obviously, we need to assess that when they complete their case, but it would not be lengthy.
The question, what day next week do we do argument and charge?
Well, it's all unpredictable. As we can see from today, it's pretty unpredictable.
I'm guessing. I'd hope Tuesday. I don't think that's going to be, if they have any reply witnesses. Wednesday would be more of a target. I'm just saying a target date that we can begin thinking about in terms of argument and charge. To that end, are you going to set a time limit on arguments, or are you going to just let us do whatever we want?
I do not set time limits on argument.
With that in mind, Mr. Griffin and I mean, they get 2 arguments. We perhaps would like to split our final argument, which we think with 4 weeks of testimony in there, it's going to be difficult for one person to digest all of that. There's no problem with that, is there?
All right. I would object to that. I think Your Honor's rules and general practices consistent with one counsel handling argument.
Your Honor, I've seen it done both ways, and 4 weeks of testimony, I think it's very difficult for one person. And we only get 1 argument.
I've never done it, and I'm not inclined to do it. I'll look it over and consider it, but I'm not inclined to allow the defense to split closing arguments.
We would agree to a 2-hour limit. Does that maybe incentivize to look at this?
We'll look at it. I'm not inclined to do it. It's unprecedented, as far as I know, in the state of South Carolina. Except perhaps where you've been able to convince someone to the contrary.
I've actually objected to it when I was on his side of the courtroom.
Well, we have some days to think about that. Regarding closing arguments, I think we've emailed you all a few days ago concerning any requested charge or charges that you might have.
Yes, we'll get those to you this weekend, if that's acceptable.
We'll try to do that, Your Honor, but we're preparing witnesses. How about Monday night?
That's fine.
Okay.
Anything else before we adjourn?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
Okay, 4:49. We are adjourning for the weekend.
Shoot, that was long. They do this every day, don't they? The trial like this, and it's always long. But in the morning, I got one set. I'm gonna try and get the trial from day one in before. Well, I want to do day one and then do tomorrow's too. That makes sense. We're gonna kind of be all over the place, but we're gonna do it. Gives me something to listen to and keep my mind busy, not think about other shit, you know? But y'all have a good evening. Thank y'all. See y'all tomorrow or maybe tonight somewhere if somebody goes live, whatever. But love y'all. Good night.